Audiobook title: They Answered the Call 01 to 134 Part 02. The insectoid flak guns littering the perimeter of the hive opened fire, sending hundreds of thousands of tiny shards of metal towards the fighter bombers, trying to lead them to intersect their flight paths. The F-202's AIs detected the incoming fire and performed pirouette maneuvers, and the flight of 4 scattered, continuing to engage in evasive action as they headed back to the carriers in low orbit to rearm for another bombing run. The bombs had been slowly drifting down from where they were released as their warhead computers activated the anti-grav units and thrusters, positioning the bombs to ensure the maximum destructive envelope before releasing their bomblets. Hundreds of bomblets popped out and released their charges 200 meters above the drones, sending tens of thousands of explosive ball bearings downward. The thousands of drones that were streaming towards the ravine were shredded to pieces as they were torn apart by the ball bearings, and when they impacted against the ground, their explosive charges went off, adding further carnage as they turned into hundreds of thousands of tiny pieces of shrapnel that tore into other nearby drones. Only a few hundred of the 5,000+ drones were still capable of continuing to advance, and Alexa targeted the survivors, remembering the mantra of his marksman instructors and activating single-shot mode. The drones pressed themselves low to the ground, and with their 6 legs, they were quite capable of advancing rapidly under fire while presenting a minimal profile. Alexa sighted one drone and held his breath as he gently pressed the trigger, sending an explosive sliver directly through its head that traveled halfway down the drone before exploding at the narrow junction that connected the thorax to the abdomen, tearing the drone in half. He sighted another target and fired again, missing the drone as it skittered to the side. They were incredibly agile and frustrating targets, and he forced himself to keep calm as he sent another sliver towards the tricky target, managing to blow off one of its legs. It continued to advance, albeit more slowly, and he sent another bolt towards the larger abdomen as the drone presented its side towards him. The round pierced it and exploded, rupturing the abdomen. Still, the drone continued to advance, and Alexa now targeted the slow-moving thorax and sent 2 more slivers, finally killing the drone. There were dozens of drop troopers in the riverbed, pouring fire into the survivors, and they quickly eliminated the remaining drones of the first wave. His commanding officer came over the comms and ordered them to maintain their positions, telling them that the Republic Mark Roman 12 ATS biosynths were on the way and would link up with the Eleni battalion. He felt a surge of excitement at the news and craned his head to the sky to see them coming. A few seconds later, dozens of fireballs appeared in the sky and headed towards the ground, streaking through the sky until they hit an altitude of 1,000 meters, and the entry pods opened. The biosynths emerged, and they dropped the rest of the way at terminal velocity before slamming into the ground 100 meters behind his position, plumes of dust and debris shooting into the air from the force of their landing. They immediately surged forward and headed towards their position, where he and the rest of his platoon hunkered down, joining them. A biosynth took position next to him, looking at him and nodding its helmet at him, even though there was no head inside of it. Alexa returned the gesture and clamped down on his desire to reach out and touch the dark blue suit. The biosynth addressed him, and he heard her speaking over his earbuds, finding it to be a pleasing, melodic voice. PFC. Alexa, I am Staff Sergeant Ayoub. It is a pleasure to meet you. Alexa nodded and responded, his voice squeaking from his nervousness. You too, Staff Sergeant. Thank you. She put out her giant armored fist, and he bumped it with a much smaller suit fist as she continued to speak. Nice job on your first drop, kid. You did well. You will be my battle buddy from here on out, so stick by me and I'll get you through this, okay? He nodded again and looked around, seeing that the rest of his platoon had been paired up with the other biosynths. An alert popped up on his HUD, indicating that sensors had picked up signs of another wave approaching the surface from deep inside the hive, and that they were expected to emerge in under 3 minutes. Anti-grav sleds appeared behind them, loaded with mortars, missile magazines, and large-caliber sliver ammo cans for Ayoub's mech suit. Alexa scurried up and unloaded the sled as fast as he could as Ayoub activated her artillery systems, and he saw the loading hatches open where he would load the mortars and the missile magazines. He worked quickly, and in 30 seconds, he had her fully loaded with the first 50-round magazine of missiles and 10 mortar rounds. The missiles were 10 centimeters long and the diameter of a typical human male index finger, and despite their small size, they packed a powerful punch with their ONC explosive warheads. The mortars were the size of a human beer can, and they also had ONC explosives, with a mortar round having a kill radius of 50 meters. Both of her arms were weapons as well, the left arm having a high-powered laser system, and her right arm fielding an autocannon with 8 barrels that could fire 2,000 bolts a minute. He inserted the sliver belt into the feeding mechanism and made sure that the belt was properly folded back into the ammo can, preventing snagging that would cause misfires. He tapped on her helmet, indicating that she was loaded, and continued to break down and organize the ammo behind her to efficiently load her as she prepared for combat. The alert appeared again, and the first wave of insectoids started emerging from the ground. Ayaub and the other Mark Roman 12 bellowed a war cry from their external speakers, sending a chill through Alexa as he continued prepositioning ammo. A mass of worker drones charged towards their position, hugging the ground and skittering all over the place. The drones were armed with lasers, and the air between them was ionized as the invisible beams reached out to hit the defenders in the riverbed. Ayaub returned fire, and Alexa was astounded at the sheer amount of firepower that poured out of her suit. She lobbed mortars from the tube that was positioned between what would have been her shoulder blades, as the rockets were fired from a shoulder-mounted system. The rockets were guided by her suit AI, and they targeted concentrations of 5 or more drones, diving down in the center of selected groupings. Ayaub used her laser and the autocannon as well, strafing the area in front of her as she spat out large-caliber bolts that made mincemeat of drones that failed to hug the ground and find sufficient cover. The laser would neatly slice through drones that were in the process of moving from one position to another as they continued advancing, dismembering them. Alexa heard his rapid breathing in the confines of his helmet as he continued to feed the mech suit, sneaking glances at the PIP screen to keep tabs on the advancing drones. Thousands of them were already dead or dying, their legs twitching as random nerve impulses continued firing. Drones continued pouring out of the ground, and another flight of F-202s arrived, strafing the drones with 30 mm rounds and dropping thermobaric bombs that guided themselves into the ground openings before exploding. It was absolute carnage, and Alexa could barely keep up with the reloads as Ayaub continued spitting death at the drones. Almost as if she could read his mind, Ayaub activated the private channel between them. "Hey kid, nice job. Take a breather for a minute. I'll use the laser and autocannon while you catch your breath." Alexa grunted in appreciation and wearily sat on an empty ammo can, greedily sucking down water from the drinking tube near his mouth. He practiced his combat breathing technique, slowly sipping more water before putting his mouth on the feeding tube and sucking on it, feeling the puree enter his mouth and savoring it before swallowing. The puree was chock full of vitamins, minerals, simple sugars, and mild stimulants to ward off fatigue during high-intensity combat. Alexa loved it and didn't understand why the humans hated it so much. They dismissed it as baby food and constantly bitched about it during field exercises. He sucked down a little more puree, peeking over the lip of the riverbed to look at the results of the drone charge. The battlefield was littered with tens of thousands of drone corpses, and he wondered how much more they could send to the slaughter before running out. On other worlds, when they first started clearing operations, some hives had hundreds of thousands, while others had millions. Some Republic forces in the beginning were overrun when they ran out of ammunition, forced to fight hand-to-hand as they retreated, while others were barely able to hold out, suffering tremendous losses until reinforcements and resupply reached them and helped to stem the tide. Ayaub's voice came over his earbuds, telling him to get ready for another wave. He resumed his position behind her and started loading the mortars and the missile magazines, feeling energized from the puree and the short rest. He added a fresh belt to her autocannon and tapped on her helmet, letting her know that she was fully rearmed. Another anti-grav sled silently appeared behind them, and he quickly pulled everything off it before loading it up with the empty magazines and ammo cans to declutter the area he was working in. He sent the sled on its way and returned to his station just in time to see the next wave emerging from the new openings that they made as they tunneled to the surface. This is going to be a long day, he thought to himself as Ayaub opened fire. Orbital space, the hive ship had finally reached orbit after transiting from the outer system, and Aurora was impatient to get down to the surface and take control of the remaining drones before they were all slaughtered by the ground forces. The clearing operation was on a large moon orbiting the 5th planet, and it had just been finally terraformed by the animal rodents of the system when the Hive Mother had destroyed their birth world with the asteroids Aurora had helped to turn into weapons. An overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her, and she felt a strong desire to flee the system and never come back. She felt like she was desecrating the memory of the exterminated animals by being here, and she almost gave in to the impulse to order the hive ship to leave when the hive mother within reached out to her. "My daughter, I feel the guilt weighing down on your soul. I wish I could bear it for you, but I cannot. The hundreds of billions who died here will never know peace if our presence remains in this system. Fulfill the promise you made and remove the drones. This is now a sacred system and a reminder that you must put an end to such horrors. You will bear the burden of the wrongness you have done here for as long as you live. You will never be free of this, but you can save your daughters from the pain of knowing what this feels like by teaching them a better way." The right way. Aurora listened to the hive mother and felt the truth of her thoughts. She thanked her for her wisdom and forced herself to focus on her task. She will remove the drones that were defiling the animal system, and she will let her daughters know what has happened here. She left the command chamber and headed to her transport ship, escorted by the machine animals that have been with her since she first started building her hive. She focused all her mental energy and reached her thoughts out to the planet below, feeling the minds of millions of drones on the moon as they responded to her powerful thoughts. She felt their barely conscious thoughts begging for orders from a queen once more, distraught at being abandoned and leaderless for so long. She answered their pleas and put every effort into her thoughts as she sent them her first command. They held the Line Chapter 4 Thorax CWS Ancestors Glory flagship of the Commonwealth Liberation Navy. Thorax finished reading the updated intelligence file that was sent by his spy, who was embedded in the Commonwealth capital on the Armenian homeworld. After Grand Admiral Sarex launched his rebellion, it spread like wildfire through the ranks of the Navy and the army of the nearby systems. Crews turned on each other as rebels and loyalists tried to seize the vessels they were serving on, and dozens of vessels fired on each other as the rebellion devolved into a full-blown civil war across dozens of systems. The Neculi had an advantage as they constituted a large percentage of the military, and the actions of the despotic Commonwealth government had alienated other member species on the ships who happily joined the ranks of the rebels. When Grand Admiral Sarex sent a fleet to the Jalini system to reinforce the remnants of the survivors who fought to protect the evacuation, he collected evidence of the Commonwealth abandonment of the Jalini and the sacrifice of the entire Republic fleet, sending almost 100 drones to the remaining member systems and broadcasting the truth. The Jalini chief minister made a speech that was disseminated by the drones. The chief minister spoke of the arrival of the insectoid fleet and the doom that they knew was about to befall them until the Republic and rebel fleets arrived and destroyed the first invasion at great cost. The chief minister told of how, when the second insectoid fleet arrived, far further in the system than they had ever managed before, he expected the few remaining Republic ships to flee. They did not flee. They fought the second fleet and wiped it out too, sacrificing themselves for the Jalini. He showed evidence of how the inadequate Commonwealth fleet in the system disobeyed their orders to abandon the Jalini when the insectoids arrived. He showed evidence of the distress call from his government going unanswered. He played the recording of his conversation with Vice Admiral Zhu and showed the recording of the final acts of the Republic ships ramming the new battle hives in a desperate ploy to save his people. Sarex also included the evidence of the orbital bombardment of Philat Prime and the brutal subjugation of the Philatin people, as well as the efforts of the Commonwealth government to suppress news of their actions by illegally interning the crews of the ships on a border outpost and telling their families that they were missing in action. The drones were sent all over Commonwealth space, and despite the efforts of the government to suppress the truth, it rapidly spread throughout the member worlds, turning the spark of rebellion into a full-scale conflagration that engulfed all the members of the Commonwealth. Within 6 months, the Commonwealth government was forced to retreat to the 4 remaining loyalist systems that still supported them. The loyalist systems were isolated from each other, further straining the capabilities of the dwindling loyalist forces and preventing them from being able to support each other. The rebel fleets laid siege to the systems, and by the 8th month of the rebellion, 2 loyalist systems surrendered unconditionally after collapsing economically from the lack of vital trade goods and resources. The remaining 2 systems were among the oldest and most developed core worlds and were better able to withstand the effects of the blockades. The 2 remaining holdouts were the home worlds of the Armenians and the Grimiusa, and they fortified their systems with massive minefields, booby traps, and hundreds of AI-controlled ships that were armed with outlawed fusion missiles. Now, a year after the start of the rebellion, Thorax was leading the blockade of the Armenians, while his clutch sister and father were doing the same to the Grimiusa. The intelligence file he had just finished reading gave him a headache, and he pulled a subdermal injector out of his desk drawer. He pressed it to his wrist, hoping that the analgesic was strong enough to eliminate the knife that was stabbing him behind his eyeballs. The Armenians had been busy, and they used the 2 shipyards that were in their system to create thousands of small, unmanned ships that were intended to be used to ram the rebel ships and overload their cores. The spy indicated that the Armenians got the idea from the Republic ships in the Jalini system. The spy, a Grimiusan admiral that Thorax had known since they were in the academy together, was adamant that the Armenians' sole purpose was to ensure that any invasion attempt would turn into a bloodbath and either cripple or destroy the rebel fleet. He also forwarded secret plans by the Armenian government to take the remaining 200 Commonwealth warships they controlled, along with 5 million of the most prominent citizens, and flee towards the Galactic Core and rebuild the Commonwealth with them as the supreme rulers. They would abandon the remaining 5 billion Armenians to the fury of the rebel fleet, along with their last loyal allies, the Grimiusa, to suffer the consequences. The sheer selfishness and cowardice of their intentions made Thorax sick to his stomach, and he vowed to make them pay. He could not blockade the Armenians forever. They had a tremendous number of resources in the system and could continue to build more forts, ships, and other defensive measures throughout their system. They would continue turning themselves into an impenetrable fortress that would fester like a sore in the very heart of Commonwealth space. He had only one option, and he would require the help of the Republic. He activated his communications relay and sent a coded message to Admiral Thompson's flagship, requesting to speak with him. He leaned back in his chair and ate from the plate of raw shickle meat that his aide had brought for him over an hour ago while he waited for the connection to be made. 10 minutes later, the connection was made. He sat upright on his chair, wiping his mouth with a napkin to remove any traces of blood that may have been there from the shickle meat before opening the channel. Admiral Thompson appeared, and Thorax bowed his head slowly, the Admiral returning the gesture. Thorax was extremely uncomfortable with having to do this, still burdened by the guilt he felt for the death of Mei Zhu. He felt like there was a change in their relationship, despite the many attempts by Admiral Thompson to assure him that he bore Thorax no ill will. Thorax spoke first, pressing an icon on his desk panel and sending the intelligence file to the Admiral. This is the latest report on the Armenian system. Any attempt to invade will result in the loss of hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of rebels. Admiral Thompson looked over to his right and read the report, his eyes moving swiftly, before turning back to look at Thorax. Those bastards are playing for keeps, huh? An invasion would be a bloody affair, Commodore. What are you thinking? He asked, leaning back in his chair. Thorax looked down at his desk and played with his writing stylus as he replied, I would like to officially request that your government ask the Mallet domain to intervene on our behalf. The Armenians are in violation of the Treaty of Sirius, and I want the Republic to invoke Article 3, subsection 1A. Thorax looked back up at the Admiral as the Admiral whistled slowly at what Thorax had just asked him to do. Commodore, I find it highly unlikely that the Mallet will get involved, even with evidence that the Armenians have deployed and threatened to use fusion missiles. The very fact that the Commonwealth has fallen into civil war almost guarantees that they will view this as an internal matter and not subject to the Treaty of Sirius. I need you to try, Admiral. There has already been too much death and suffering. I cannot preside over the wholesale slaughter of my fleet with a slim chance of victory. I saw that happen in the Jalini system. Thorax winced as soon as his words left his mouth. Why did you say that? You are a fool, he screamed at himself in his head, seeing his words change the Admiral's facial expression. Admiral Tomspan's eyes took on a haunted look, and he grimaced as he replied stiffly to Thorax. I am well aware of that, Thorax. I will pass on your request to my superiors. Good day, Commodore. And he leaned forward and stabbed a finger at his desk, abruptly closing the channel. Thorax put his head in his hands, cursing himself for his blunder. He remained in that position for a few moments before he wearily lifted his head and fumbled for the subdermal injector in the drawer, his headache back with a vengeance. He signaled for his senior staff to come to his office and started pulling up all the plans they had been working on for the last few days. He had to decide and act on it soon, before the Armenians continued to fortify their system beyond his ability to invade. He glanced at a holo photo on the desk, a gift from the parents of Mei Zhu. It showed Mei on a beach smiling happily, her arms wrapped around her canine pet that had its long tongue lolling out of the side of its mouth, bearing all its fangs in true happiness. After the memorial service, her elderly parents shuffled up to him, where he was lingering on the outskirts, feeling as if he did not belong there. They introduced themselves to him, and he had felt an overwhelming desire to flee from them, sure that they were going to accuse him of killing their daughter. Instead, the father and mother both shook hands and politely asked for a moment of his time, gesturing to a nearby bench. They walked over to it, and he waited for them to be seated first before kneeling on the grass in front of them. Her mother spoke first, thanking him for delivering the last words of their daughter before the fateful battle that ended her life. She pulled out a small data chip, and a hologram of the Vice Admiral popped up. She was in uniform, and she had recorded the message before going into battle, surrounded by a privacy screen that blocked out the rest of the bridge. She told them that she loved them, that she was sorry for not coming home, and asked them to understand why. The last part of her message was a request for them to speak to Thorax and to let him know that it was okay. He saw the small package her father was holding, and he handed it to Thorax before bending over and embracing him. Her mother got off the bench and did the same, and then they left him, shuffling away as they grasped each other by the hands. He remained there for a long time, staring at the wrapped package, before he worked up the courage to remove the outer wrapping. It was the photo that he now had on his desk, and he stayed there for hours afterwards, staring at the photo before members of his bridge crew approached him and took their grieving Commodore back to his ship. "I miss you, May. I wish you were here to tell me what to do," he whispered to himself. His aide entered his office a moment later, followed by the rest of his staff. He finally looked away from the photo of his clan leader and friend, the void of her absence still as large today as it was when he watched her die. After many hours of planning and wargaming, they finally agreed on a plan that offered the best chance of successfully invading, with the lowest projected casualties, of at least 50% of his 1,100-strong fleet. He ordered the fleet to prepare to launch the invasion 30 hours later, and he dismissed his staff. The next day was filled with frantic preparations as he readied his fleet for the coming battle, and had all his task force commanders come to the flagship to finalize the invasion plans. The fleet was topped off with fuel and munitions, and he had a final meeting with all the commanders before they ate together in the dining hall. Thorax opened a small cask of human mead that was gifted to him by the clan leader when he had the first dinner with her on her ship, and he went around filling the glasses before they toasted the fallen of the Jalini system. Afterwards, he went to his quarters and slept for 4 hours, anxious about the coming battle. The following morning, Thorax was on his bridge as his fleet assumed their final formations before flashing into null space. They emerged in the outer system outside the range of the Armenian defenses, and he issued his final orders before the fleet flashed back into null space and emerged as separate task forces scattered throughout the system. The invasion had begun. His task force was responsible for taking on a section of defensive forts that ringed the system along the boundary between the outer and the inner systems. They were massive constructs that had the largest particle beam weapons ever constructed by the Commonwealth. They were powered by multiple reactors, granting them twice the hitting power and allowing them to outrange his weapons by almost 15,000 kilometers. His ships would be forced to advance through their deadly fire for thousands of kilometers before his own weapons came into range. He wished that the Republic had been able to join him in the fight, or at least send some of their shielded null ships. They were currently occupied with multiple clearing operations, and most of their expeditionary forces were in the dead zone, patrolling the original borders of the Insectoid Empire that the Insectoids withdrew to for unknown reasons. The Republic government supported the rebellion immensely with intelligence, supplies, munitions, and automated repair ships. They felt that the overt involvement of Republic ships in the rebellion would do more harm than good, and his father concurred, saying that some of the members that joined the rebellion would see it as an unwelcome interference in an internal matter. He ordered the task force engineers to push the reactors to 115%, ignoring their warnings about overloads and failures. He had no choice in the matter. He needed to get into weapons range as quickly as possible, and every second he lingered in the mismatched particle range was a death sentence to his ships. The engines accelerated beyond their rated output, pressing him against his chair and making it difficult to breathe as the gravity dampeners struggled to compensate for forces beyond their operating threshold. He grimaced as several bright lights flared on the view screen, the unlucky ships being turned back into their constituent atoms as the powerful particle beams found them. After 45 painful seconds of acceleration and the loss of 16 ships despite the evasion protocols, Thorax issued a command to cut thrust by 3/4 and felt blessed relief as the hundreds of pounds of pressure lifted off him. They had finally entered weapons range, and the battle AI instituted pre-programmed evasive maneuvers as his ship targeted one of the massive particle beam ports. A volley of plasma torpedoes and particle beams erupted from the bow of his ship, and he watched as the beams weakened the armored cover that slid down to the particle beam port before the plasma torpedoes struck in rapid succession, destroying it. All around him, his task force ships were doing the same as the fort's secondary batteries targeted them, damaging and crippling dozens of vessels as the fort fought back against the invaders. He was losing too many ships already, and he still had 4 more forts to attack after they rendered this one inoperative. He sent a coded command into null space, and a few seconds later, a squadron of 4 Zengsin dreadnoughts flashed out 1,000 kilometers from the fort. These new heavy units were the result of a collaboration between Zengsin and Republic ship designers, and Zengsin shipyards armed the ship with the newest version of the Republic railguns, the Mark 36. The Mark 36 fired a 14-inch diameter slug, and the dreadnoughts fielded 2 120-meter-long spinal-mounted batteries along the dorsal and ventral axes for a total of 4 railguns. The squadron of dreadnoughts opened fire, and 16 slugs hit the main hub of the fort 11 seconds later, tearing it apart as kilotons of energy were released by the impacts. The dreadnoughts pivoted, bringing their port and broadside batteries of the smaller Mark 16 and Mark 24 railgun batteries into play, firing dozens of slugs towards the remains of the central hub as they ponderously engaged in evasive maneuvers. The fort had 8 arms that jutted out from the central hub, and 4 of them were still functional and firing as their independent backup reactors went to full power. The reactors fed the undamaged particle beam ports that remained as they drifted away from the destroyed central hub, firing their positioning thrusters to line up their shots. The 4 drifting sections targeted a single dreadnought, and Thorax watched as the portside armor plating boiled under the onslaught of the kinetic energy of the subatomic particles impacting it. The arms fired again, and the invisible particle beams punched through the now slagged armor and penetrated the hull, spearing through the ship and destroying power transmission lines and plasma conduits. The dreadnought lost power and continued its trajectory, unable to change its course as it drifted. The arms targeted it again, hitting the aft section and rupturing the cores, causing them to overload and destroy the ship in a massive explosion that also took out 2 nearby destroyers. The drifting segments targeted another dreadnought, severely damaging it as the 3 ships returned fire, finally destroying 2 of them as his task force took out the rest. Thorax listened as the battle AI listed the number of ships destroyed and damaged, and he flicked his head in disbelief at the toll the fort exacted on them. He had lost 36 ships, and dozens more had been moderately to severely damaged in the process of destroying the massive and heavily armed fort. Elsewhere in the system, other task forces were suffering the same loss and damage rate. Only 4 of the 12 forts had been destroyed thus far, at the cost of 136 ships destroyed and hundreds more damaged. He needed to change his tactics, and it was a very bloody and expensive lesson to find out what kind of upgrades the Armenians made to the century-old forts in preparation for the invasion. There were now only 11 dreadnoughts remaining, and he ordered the 3 squadrons to flash into null space. As his battered task force reorganized for the assault on the next fort, he had the dreadnought squadrons flash out at the next fort outside of its weapons range and launch their Mark 36 railgun slugs from 75,000 kilometers, saturating the area around the targeted fort. The long range allowed for the fort to activate its thrusters and central hub engines, and the massive fort slowly moved and tilted itself, taking advantage of the 13.5-minute travel time of the slugs to dodge some of the strikes towards the central hub, though a few of them managed to hit and cause tremendous damage. The dreadnoughts, to preserve their dwindling Mark 36 stocks for the other remaining forts, pivoted again, bringing their smaller and more numerous Mark 24 and Mark 16 turrets to bear. After lining up their shots and sending a volley of the smaller rounds towards the fort, they flashed into null space and headed to another fort to repeat the process. Despite the efforts of the fort to engage in evasive action, the size of the structure and the sheer number of rounds that saturated the targeted fort smashed into the central hub and some of the arms, severely damaging it. Thorax had his task force flash in and finish off the fort, losing another 16 ships in the process. When the fort finally stopped firing and its detectable power levels dropped to near 0, Thorax ordered the task force to head to the next target, dreading having to assault another one. It was already heavily damaged by the dreadnought squadrons that had launched a long-range assault before proceeding to the next target. It fired as soon as his task force flashed out of null space, still a dangerous foe with functional weapons that continued to claim victims as it targeted heavily damaged ships unable to withstand its onslaught. The battle AI activated the dreaded alert he had been waiting for, and he turned his attention to the sensor station. The sensor technician cried out in alarm as he confirmed the readings and looked at Thorax with fear in his eyes. Fusion missiles inbound 20 seconds out. Thorax cursed and activated the emergency flash-out protocol. Most of the ships of the task force were able to flash out, but some had damage to their power systems, and their capacitors couldn't charge fast enough to make the jump so soon after exiting null space. His ship flashed back into null space, and he forced himself to watch the video feed from a spy drone that was in normal space and transmitting. 14 of his ships were not able to make the initial jump, and he saw dozens of tiny points of light heading towards the stricken vessels as the fusion missile engines burned towards them. The 14 ships fired their point defense systems, and they were able to destroy many of them, but others made it through the defensive fire and ignited their warheads when they reached the optimal range. The bridge crew watched in silence as the missiles activated their salted fusion warheads, and the viewscreen overlaid the sensor readings to bring life to the invisible waves that bathed the ships with multiple types of deadly radiation. The battle AI approximation of the readings showed the large waves overlapping and hitting the 14 ships from all sides as they were bracketed by the fatal rays. There was no need to imagine what was happening. The radiation penetrated the ships, destroying all the sensitive electronics and control systems that kept the biological lifeforms alive inside of them. When the radiation hit the crew, those closest to the hulls were the lucky ones, as their skin sloughed off and their brains were fried, suffering for only a few moments before expiring. The unfortunate souls deeper in the ship were the ones who truly suffered as radiation passed through them, reduced enough to merely poison them and guarantee that the next 20 to 30 minutes of life left to them would be filled with an almost incomprehensible agony as their organs slowly liquefied and they disintegrated at the cellular level. Their pain receptors and nerves would remain functional, transmitting every sensation as they endured the most horrible manner of death before finally collapsing into a puddle of flesh as their bones became brittle and shattered. They will be acutely aware of what is happening and feel everything before finally dying. Over 100 other ships throughout the system suffered the same fate, and they didn't even get through the first line of defense yet. 4 forts were still fully operational, and another wave of over 200 fusion missiles was on the way. Thorax raged at the cowardice of the Armenians for using such weapons, and he was gripped with indecision about how to proceed. He didn't think that they would actually deploy the fusion missiles, believing that the horror of such weapons of last resort would cause them to hesitate to use them. The fact that they used them so early in the battle changed the calculus, and he was no longer content with achieving victory. They must be punished for what they did to his crew. He ordered all the surviving ships throughout the system to cease combat operations and flash into null space, and he activated the command channel override for the ships, taking control of all communications. Warriors of the Commonwealth Liberation Fleet, this is Clan Leader Thorax. I have ordered all ships to withdraw to null space for a fleet-wide moot. As you can see, the cowardly Armenians have launched the outlawed fusion missiles and killed your fellow warriors of 108 ships, subjecting them to the worst deaths possible. Thorax clenched his fists and inhaled deeply, terrified of what he was about to ask of his ships. I am proposing that we bombard them to teach them, and anyone else who dares to use such weapons, a lesson they will never forget. We will unleash our righteous fury upon them, and we will turn their planet into a graveyard. This is now a referendum on committing character. There were loud gasps of shock from the crew all around him as he said the word. He ignored them and continued speaking. You will all vote on this matter and forward the results to your leader, who will then notify me. You have 15 solar minutes. Thorax pressed the toggle, closing the channel, and looked around his bridge, seeing the concerned expressions of the crew. He drew a deep breath and addressed them. I know that what I am proposing goes against everything we believe in and is contrary to the fundamental concepts of honorable conduct that we adhere to. Thorax continued looking into the eyes of individual crew members as he looked around the bridge before resuming. Fighting with honor means nothing when our skin is sloughing off as our organs become liquefied. They have shown us that they are willing to do whatever is necessary to defeat our invasion, and they are not worthy of such considerations from us. I will gladly bear the dishonor of this action if it means that I am able to save your lives and put an end to this conflict. Thorax stood up from his chair and walked to his bridge office to allow his crew to discuss and decide on the referendum in private. The door slid shut behind him, and he sat down in the chair and stared at the photo of Mei Zhu as he waited for the results. Character had not been decided in generations, as it was considered too barbaric to enact for thousands of years. The ancient custom was reserved for extreme cases, and would burden those who undertake it with the dishonor of exterminating an entire tribe to remove their bloodline from the species. This was not a tribe of hundreds or thousands. This was an entire world filled with billions of Armenians. 12 minutes later, Subcommander Favix entered the office with a datapad and a carefully guarded expression. He reached the desk and stood at attention before saluting, and Thorax stood up to return the salute before extending his hand to take the datapad and flicking his head at the door. Subcommander Favix turned smartly and left, the door sliding shut behind him as he exited back onto the bridge. Thorax tried to calm his shaking hands as he read the results of the referendum, and he slowly let out the breath he was holding as he saw the final tally. 78% voted yes, 8% abstained, and the rest voted no. He had the necessary votes to commit genocide, and he left the office, resuming his seat on the silent bridge as the crew watched him. He connected the datapad to the command channel and sent the final results to the fleet, looking at his bridge crew as they saw the result of the referendum being displayed on the main view screen. There were no cheers or physical signs of approval or disapproval of the vote, just expressions of grim determination. He pressed the toggle again, opening the channel to address the rest of the fleet. The moot is over and Character has been decided. Those of you who voted no will be allowed to leave your ships if you wish to do so. All leaders will arrange to have a shuttle ready to carry those who wish to depart over to the medical ships. He paused, feeling the weight of what they were about to do weighing heavily on his soul. He forced himself to sound confident as he continued. All engineers will extract antimatter, bottle it, and reconfigure the plasma torpedoes for atmospheric entry. You have 12 solar hours. Thorax closed the channel and stood up. He looked at his bridge crew one last time before heading to the bridge exit and pressing the icon for the lift to take him to Deck 3. He will go to the ancestral shrine and pray to the ancestors for guidance and forgiveness. They held the line Chapter 5, Ray Bunkum Pleiades Cluster, 2175 AD, 442. 2 light years from Earth Automated Border Outpost 1D25, Ray Bunkum barely resisted the urge to punch the smug exosuit in front of him as he continued to listen to the occupant of the biomechanical construct lecture him like he was a barely sapient child. He regained his composure and concentrated on maintaining the bland smile on his face, his thoughts consumed with worry of the potential failure of the discussion he was engaged in. He was the official representative of the Republic to the Mallet domain, and he had spent many years carefully cultivating this relationship. Despite the intransigent nature of the many Mallet representatives he had dealt with over the years, he had slowly earned their grudging respect and managed to get them to engage with him in matters that they typically refused to consider with the younger species. He was responsible for the technological transfers they finally agreed to after annoying the crap out of them about it for over a year, and he was rightfully proud of getting them to the point that they gave him what he wanted just to shut him up. He did not have the luxury of time to do the same thing here. The Commonwealth Liberation Fleet was mere hours away from launching their assault on the Armenian system, and he needed to get them to act fast. Fat chance, he thought to himself as he waited for the long-winded lecture to finally be over. The Mallet did not do anything in haste. They pondered, they ruminated, and they took forever to reach consensus and finally decide on an issue, even for simple things like changing a delivery date for trading ships coming to one of their automated border posts. It was maddening to deal with their lack of concern for doing things in a timely manner. I suppose that is a natural thing when you live for hundreds of years and view things in the scope of centuries and millennia. I can see why they view us as mere children squabbling over nonsense compared to their 500,000-year-old interstellar civilization, he thought to himself, as he readied himself for his rebuttal to their denial of his request to intervene. The exosuit speakers finally stopped speaking, and he started slowly counting to 10 in his head to make sure the Mallet was finally done. Speaking out of turn or interrupting them was a grave insult to the Mallet and would immediately end the session. He learned that lesson the hard way when he first made that mistake, and they punished him by refusing any overtures from him for 8 months. It was only when he informed them that he was being replaced by another representative that they resumed speaking with him, informing him that they would rather not go through the trouble of properly training his replacement. When he had counted to 10 and was sure that it was in fact his turn to speak, he addressed the Mallet exosuit in front of him. Honored Elder, I hear your words and know the wisdom contained within them. I thank you for enlightening me, and I wish to ask that you please consider my thoughts. He paused, silently counting to 3 before continuing to speak. They preferred short, concise bursts of speech, and it took a while for him to change his speaking style and cadence to accommodate them. Article 3, subsection 1, A clearly outlines the repercussions for deploying fusion weapons with the intent of using them against other species. The Armenians are in violation. The mallet responded after the appropriate length of time to be sure that the human had finished speaking. This is an internal matter, not subject to sanctions by the mallet domain. After the appropriate interval, Ray responded, growing impatient. It matters not if this is an internal issue. When the insectoids invaded the Commonwealth, they did not resort to using them in self-defense. Though they were entirely within their rights to do so, they did not use them, believing that it would be in violation of the Treaty of Sirius. The mallet responded almost immediately, surprising him with such a rapid response. Your statement has no bearing. This is an internal matter and not subject to sanctions by the mallet domain. Still flustered by the rapid response of the mallet, Ray waited for the appropriate duration and pressed his point. Yes, it does. Believing that violating the treaty would trigger sanctions from the mallet domain led to the Commonwealth not deploying them against the swarms, and almost 700 billion souls were eradicated by the insectoids as a result. Now the Commonwealth has descended into a civil war because of the treaty. You are responsible. After twice the usual interval of time had passed, the mallet responded, its synthesized voice replaced by its real, unfiltered voice. Ray winced as the shrill, rapid sounds pierced his ears, causing immense pain as he doubled over. The mallet finally stopped screeching, and his translator put words to the terrible sounds. How dare you accuse us? We are not responsible for the actions of children such as you. We made the treaty to protect you from your own self-destructive tendencies, and you insult us by claiming that we are at fault. This is why we have chosen to isolate ourselves from immature and incompetent species such as yours. Ray straightened himself back up, his hands trembling from the rage he was feeling as he stared at the black lens of the recording sensors that transmitted the outside world to the mallet within. When the insectoids invaded multiple times, you did nothing. When they swarmed and murdered over 100 billion souls during the first wave, you did nothing. And when they came for the Eleni, you were not there. We were. When they wiped out the Virnai, you were not there. He started to pause to give the mallet a chance to respond before changing his mind. Screw this, I am tired of their arrogant bullshit, he thought as he continued speaking. And when they went to the Jalini system to exterminate them, they did not find you there. They found us, and our entire fleet sacrificed itself to save them, because it was the right thing to do. For all your vaunted power and wisdom, and the exalted status you have conferred upon yourselves over us younger species, your failure to act has shown us that you are not worthy of the honor and respect that you demand. Ray spun around and started walking quickly towards the exit, which was 10 meters away. He was no longer kissing their asses, and he did not care anymore. He got to within 3 meters of the open exit when the recessed door silently slid shut. He turned around and glared at the mallet, raising his voice so that he could be heard over the distance between them. You will open this door. Need I remind you that I am an accredited diplomatic official of the Republic of Humanity, and that detaining me against my will is a hostile act? The mallet did not respond right away, and after a few moments, it started walking towards him. The exosuit legs whirred as the mallet came closer to him, the wide bases of the suit legs clanging as they lifted and fell onto the hard granite floor. Ray forced himself to remain still, maintaining a proud bearing that belied the uncertainty he felt as the 2.5-meter-tall exosuit continued towards him. The mallet stopped 1 meter from his position, looming over him as the lenses of its sensors focused on him. It started speaking again with its own voice, though it mercifully lowered the speaker volume this time around to avoid hurting his auditory organs again. He listened as the mallet continued to stridently vocalize, and he grasped his translator and held down the side button to stop it from immediately translating until the mallet finished speaking. It finally stopped speaking, and he waited for the customary 10 seconds to pass before he double-tapped the button on the translator to let it perform its function. We were great explorers when your kind had yet to learn how to speak. We were among the first ones, one of the great species that claimed dominion over this area of space. We observed the barely sentient ancestors of your species and others for millennia, like the deities of the skies they worshipped. We have seen species rise and fall. We have seen empires grow and decay. We have seen great wars and pestilence lay waste to the stars and all those who inhabited them. We watched as our allies and friends died by the decatrillion, powerless to save or help them. Nature had selected them for extinction, and who were we to try to deny the natural order of things? The translator stopped momentarily, mimicking the pauses of the mallet when it spoke before. The insectoids are such a force, implacable like the nature that created them. There is no appeasement, no common ground. They will continue inexorably, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. You might as well ask the planets to stop rotating or the stars themselves to refrain from undergoing nuclear fusion. There was another pause, and the translator resumed its dictation. They are a part of the natural order of things. We do not interfere, and because we know our place, we remain, and we will continue to remain long after all the great works you wrought have returned to the very dust from whence they sprang. Ray had been listening silently, feeling the pain and sorrow of the mallet's words, even though the translator was not capable of conveying the emotion behind them. He did not respond, and he turned his gaze to the floor, utterly defeated. He had failed to secure their intervention, and now their allies are going to invade a system armed to the teeth with salted fusion weapons. The mallet started speaking again, and he barely paid attention as he continued to stare at the glossy black triangular tiles on the floor. After another burst of speech, the mallet finished speaking, and he double-tapped the button to listen to what would surely be another lecture. My human child, think not that we are so callous as to not care for what happens to you and the others. We seeded the stars with null drives for you to find so that we would not have to be alone anymore. And we waited patiently for over 100,000 years for our children to join us. Every time one of the young ones left their solar systems, we rejoiced and watched with pride as they took their first foray into the unknown. We felt the greatest joy when your species finally made it through the great filter and clawed its way back from extinction. Your contrasts are unique and continue to confound us to this day. Another pause, and Ray was now looking at the sensors of the exosuit, surprised at what was being said by the mallet in front of him. You are capable of equal measures of love, hate, beauty, ugliness, creation, and destruction. You have chosen to emphasize the better aspects of your duality, and we are proud of what you have become. When you fought and died for the Alini, our pride was immeasurable. When you did it again to save the Jalini, it was then that we truly knew that one day you might take your rightful place next to us as enlightened ones, if you could only survive the coming trails that await your species. There was another, longer pause before the translator resumed. This is why we gave you technology to help you when we refused to do so for the others. This is as far as we are willing to go, and in this matter we decline to interfere. This is the order of things, and we fervently hope that your species has been selected for survival. Farewell, human. The translator beeped, indicating that it was finished. Ray stood silently as the mallet waited until what it had to say was communicated by the device, and then it turned away from him, heading back towards the center of the chamber. Ray turned around and saw that the exit he had headed for before was now open. He walked towards it and had just passed the threshold when he realized that the mallet was wrong about one thing. The insectoids were not a force of nature. The proof was that the Hive Mother was allied with the Republic. He spun back around and re-entered the chamber, walking fast as his excitement grew, having found a flaw in their logic. Honored Elder, he called out, rapidly closing the distance between them until he was once again 2 meters from the exosuit. This was a serious breach of decorum, and he did not care one bit. He had something to show the mallet, and he was damn well going to prove them wrong and force them to act. The mallet started shrieking again, and this time he could clearly discern the emotion behind it as the shrill vocalizations penetrated his ears. It caused a weird sensation, making him feel a little faint as his head felt like it was getting both smaller and larger at the same time. It was pissed at him, and he did not need the translator to pick up on that. He reached up and pressed the side button 3 times in rapid succession, turning it off. He then activated his wrist pad, quickly scrolling through its files until he found what he was looking for as the mallet continued to stridently vocalize while pointing towards the exit. He ignored it and took off the wrist pad, placing it on the floor in between them and activating the holo system. The program activated, and a 3D representation of the first contact between the Rebel Queen and the Republic shimmered into view. The AI bandit and the Rebel Queen were signing to each other in Alini sign language, and President Lopez could be seen clearly communicating with the two of them. The mallet stopped shrieking, and he saw the lenses of the suit sensors look away from him and towards the hologram, focusing on it. It continued to watch the hologram as it played the entire conversation, and when the program finished, he bent down and quickly activated another file. This one was a compilation of holo videos showing humans and their androids helping the Rebel Queen build a hive on the Republic world and worker drones, helping Republic scientists dismantle the Hive ship and cruiser for study. The mallet was silent while the entire 20-minute video played, and when the program was finished, It turned towards him and spoke to him in the synthesized voice it normally uses. This time, its words were in Republic Standard. "Human, this is a fabrication. I pity you for thinking that you can fool us with such nonsense. I fear that your mind has drifted from reality. If you think we will believe that a queen has joined forces with another species, such things are not possible." Ray bent back down and picked up the wristpad before standing back up and offering it to the mallet. "Take this and analyze it. You will find other files that show the same truth, and if you still don't believe me, then send a ship to that world and see for yourself that there is a hive in Republic space." The mallet did not move at first, and his arm started to tremble slightly from extending the wristpad. Finally, the mallet's suit reached out a three-fingered hand and took the device from him before speaking again. "You will wait here while we verify the contents. Refreshments will be brought for you, and we will provide waste processing facilities for your use." An enclosed conical structure silently appeared from the floor 5 meters away, while another door opened on the opposite side of the chamber. A vaguely humanoid android appeared, holding a tray that had a liter-sized glass with a clear liquid and what looked like food. It walked towards them, stopping 10 meters away from his position, as another structure slid out of the tiled floor and morphed into a table and chair that were perfectly sized to human proportions. The mallet turned and walked out of the chamber, its suit legs whirring softly. Ray walked over to the conical structure and peered inside of it, seeing that it had a toilet and a sink. He relieved his bladder, and after figuring out how to activate the sink water, he washed his hands and left the commode. He went over to the table to inspect the food that was placed there, seeing that it was formed of what looked like gelatinous cubes. He gingerly tasted one, finding that it was bland. He swallowed that cube and 2 more, chasing them down with the water that was provided, and he sat down on the chair. He was surprised as the solid-looking material molded itself to him as he moved in it. It was quite comfortable, and he leaned his head back and closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down after the emotionally charged discussion he had had with the mallet. He was startled awake an indeterminate amount of time later by the presence of the mallet exosuit, and he looked around, confused. He had fallen asleep, and his subconscious must have made him aware of the large figure in front of him. He had a disturbing dream of being on a ship surrounded by people, and they were begging him to help them as their skin sloughed off in large sheets. He kept trying to put their skin back on while they were screaming in pain and staring at him with bloody, empty eye sockets, their eyeballs having already melted from the salted fusion missiles. The mallet reached out a 3-fingered suit hand, offering him his wristpad back. He took it, looking at the time displayed on the screen, his eyes squinting at the elapsed time. 8 hours. I slept for 8 hours. How? His thoughts grew in confusion, and then he started panicking, pushing himself out of the chair and stumbling a little bit as the grogginess persisted. "Did you drug me?" he asked the mallet, anger coursing through him at the thought of them violating him like that. He looked at his wristpad again, and as his mind cleared up from the effects of whatever they gave him, he realized that the assault on the Armenian system had already begun over 4 hours ago. The mallet answered him, its synthesized voice still speaking in Republic Standard. "You fell asleep naturally. After verifying the contents of the data device, we flooded the chamber with gas to perpetuate your normal sleep cycle while we decided on what to do." Ray looked around, his confusion mounting. He was about to start speaking again when the mallet raised a suit hand, and he clamped his mouth shut, grinding his teeth in frustration. A scout ship was sent to the hive world in Republic space to verify the truth of the matter. We detected the hive and the presence of humans inside of it. This changes the parameters that we have held ourselves to regarding the insectoids, and we no longer consider them to be a force of nature incapable of reasoning. The mallet paused, putting down the suit hand it had been holding up before continuing. "Therefore, we reached a consensus among ourselves that to remain neutral in the matter of the civil war and the use of the outlawed fusion missiles would be a dereliction of our duties and responsibilities under the Treaty of Sirius. We injected you with a protective agent to mitigate the effects of our advanced null drives during our journey here. That agent is why you are suffering lingering effects." The mallet paused again, and a large holo screen shimmered into existence along one of the walls of the chamber. It took Ray a few moments to figure out what was being shown to him, and he gasped as understanding finally dawned on him. The mallet had moved the border outpost he was on over 1,000 light years to the Armenian system in just a few hours, a feat almost beyond his comprehension. He had no idea that the massive ringed structure, over 5 kilometers in radius, was even capable of navigating null space. He was stunned at the display of such raw technological power, and he could barely fathom the energy requirements to do such a thing. He was also shocked by the rapidity of their actions, as they had never made decisions or reached a consensus with the celerity they had just displayed. As he continued to look at the holo screen, he could see the wreckage of hundreds of Commonwealth ships scattered throughout the system, as well as the remains of multiple defensive forts. A massive battle was fought all over the system, and the holo screen zoomed in on an area of space along the boundary between the inner and outer systems. There were over a dozen drifting Commonwealth ships, still intact with signs of scorching on their hulls, but no obvious critical damage such as breaches or weapon impacts. Mallet's script appeared along the bottom of the holo screen, and as his ocular implant deciphered it, dread mounted inside of him as the scans confirmed that they had been hit with salted fusion missiles. We were too late, he thought to himself as he tore his eyes away from the holo screen, his heart heavy with grief. They must pay for this, and he turned back to face the mallet, his grief being replaced with an overwhelming desire for vengeance against the cowardly Armenians. Honored elder, they have used the outlawed weapons, and they must pay for their actions. He ground out between his clenched teeth, not caring that he was snarling at the mallet as he spoke. The mallet focused its sensor lenses on him, and he could see the inner mechanisms rotating as they roamed over his face. Human, it is not your place to punish them. The mallet will sanction the offenders, and you will abide by the judgment we render, as will your government. The rest of the Commonwealth fleet is in null space, and we will order them to exit and see the penalty we will impose. Relief flooded through Ray when he heard that there were survivors of the failed assault, and he closed his eyes, whispering a grateful prayer. He opened them again and addressed the mallet, his voice trembling with emotion. Honored elder, I am grateful that you have chosen to intercede, and the Republic will never forget this. We have a long memory, and we will be forever indebted to you. The mallet responded after a long moment. It is our duty. Perhaps we have forgotten that in our desire to limit our interaction with the younger species. Thank you for reminding us that we are still needed, my human child. You will speak to the Commonwealth fleet on our behalf and order them to exit and assemble their fleet 900,000 kilometers from the primary and one of your astronomical units above the plane of the ecliptic. The mallet turned towards the holo screen, and Ray followed suit, quickly fixing his sash and smoothing his hair back. I wish the commode had a mirror, he thought to himself. He must have looked quite a sight after all he had been through. A few seconds later, the holo screen changed, and he saw a male neculi appear on an obviously damaged Commonwealth bridge. Commodore Thorax had a carefully guarded expression, though Ray could see the surprise in his eyes as it roamed over them. He probably was not expecting to be speaking with a mallet, especially in the Armenian system. The Commodore bowed his head and looked at the mallet exosuit, addressing it first. Honored elder, may the ancestors bless you. I am Commodore Thorax, and I am honored that you have deigned to speak to me. How may I be of service? The Commodore's eyes quickly flicked over to look at him again before returning to the mallet. The mallet responded, his synthesized voice speaking in the neculi language as it replied. His translator activated immediately, having detected another language, and he listened intently as it translated the mallet response to Commodore Thorax. You will speak with the human representative. It speaks for me. Consider all commands from it to be our own. I must depart and prepare the sanctions. The mallet exosuit abruptly turned and started walking towards the exit, and Ray saw the chagrined expression on Commodore Thorax's face as the neculi turned his eyes to look at him, upset by the dismissive attitude of the mallet. Ray understood how he was feeling, considering their ancestor worship. They had an extreme reverence for the mallet, and to be dismissed by one so curtly was most certainly hurtful to the Commodore. Ray bowed his head in the proper gesture of respect, and spoke quickly to try to mitigate some of the offense Thorax must be feeling. Commodore Thorax, I am honored to meet you. I am Ray Bunkum, and I ask that you not be upset by the unintended curtness of the mallet elder. It is deeply disturbed by the actions of the Armenians and the losses suffered by your crews. Commodore Thorax's expression softened after hearing his words, and he appeared to be somewhat mollified by the explanation. He returned the head bow to Ray before responding. I am honored to know you, Ambassador Bunkum. May I ask what is going on here? We are about to launch a planetary bombardment on Armenia. They must be punished for daring to use those evil weapons. Ray nodded and held up both hands in a placating gesture as he responded. Commodore, I share in your desire for vengeance, and if it were up to me, I would do the same. It is not up to you or me anymore. The mallet have decided to intervene and require our obedience in this matter. You are to assemble your fleet in an orderly formation and exit null space 900,000 kilometers from the star and 10 above the plane of the ecliptic. Commodore Thorax regarded him with suspicion, narrowing his eyes as he responded. They have hundreds of those abominations throughout the system running cold, just waiting for my fleet to flash out of null space and irradiate them. I refuse to make such an unsound tactical error, and if you were here, you would refuse to do so as well after watching your crews get hit by them. Ray smirked, realizing from the Commodore's words that the Mallet somehow were able to hide the massive border outpost despite being in between the orbits of the third and fourth planets. The Mallet technology was incredible, and he relished the thought that this meant that the Armenians also had no idea they were there either. Commodore Thorax, I am in this very system, 85,000,000 kilometers from the sun, on board a Mallet automated border outpost. You will comply with the orders of the Mallet, or we will leave. Your choice. Thorax looked away from the screen, obviously listening to someone on the bridge confirm that they could not detect the presence of the station. He turned his gaze back and took a deep breath before responding. I am trusting you with the lives of thousands of my warriors. Do you swear upon your honor that no harm will come to them? Ray nodded. I swear upon my honor, Commodore. No harm will come to your ships. Please comply. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, Commodore Thorax flicked his head before ordering his crew to close the channel. The holo screen went back to the view of the solar system, and Ray waited patiently for the Commonwealth fleet to flash out of null space. 2 solar minutes later, the scanners picked up exit flashes far out in the system and zoomed in, showing the fleet emerging in neat, orderly formations. Ray sucked in a breath between his teeth as he saw the scanning results displaying the number of ships. There were only 728 ships remaining out of the over 1,100 strong fleet that invaded the system. The Mallet scanners also showed the positions of hundreds of fusion missiles loitering throughout the system, easily able to detect them even though they had powered down to avoid emissions detection as they coasted, waiting to strike. In the inner system, there were thousands of small ships with no life signs, and their cores were obviously overpowered for such small vessels. Those must be the suicide boats, he thought to himself as he continued to take in the scanning information that populated the holo screen. The Mallet sensors had scanned Thorax's ships when they flashed out and discerned that the Commonwealth ships had hundreds of missiles with antimatter warheads, definitely not standard munitions. They must have reconfigured them while hiding in null space. Conflicting emotions raged inside of him as he realized just how close the Commonwealth fleet had come to committing genocide. On a personal level, a part of him wished that they had not come to the system and stopped Thorax. The Armenians deserved to die for what they did. On a logical level, he was grateful that they did stop Thorax in time. The government of the Republic would have most likely reacted with horror. They would have certainly cut off all ties with the rebel fleet and any government that would have been formed after winning the Civil War. He heard a Mallet exosuit entering the chamber and turned around, waiting silently for the Mallet to reach him. It took position next to him, and they both resumed looking at the holo screen while it spoke. Sanction has been decided based upon the severity of the Armenian violation of the Treaty of Sirius. They have shown that they are capable of evil, and they will pay the price for such abhorrent behavior. They are no longer worthy of being a spacefaring society, and they will now suffer the indignity of being a planet-bound species for 10 generations. This is our judgment. Ray continued looking at the screen without replying or acknowledging the statement. He thought it was too lenient, but he had agreed to abide by the judgment of the Mallet, and as the representative of the Republic, his government was now bound to the judgment, as was the Commonwealth Liberation Fleet. The Mallet spoke again. It now begins. They held the line Chapter 6 Bunkum/Thorax Armenian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1, 893 light years from Earth, 2175 AD. It now begins. Ray looked at the Mallet, feeling a chill run down his spine at the ominous nature of the statement, before returning his gaze to the far wall of the chamber. On the holo screen, he saw 4 Mallet dreadnoughts shimmer into existence. They had a length of 12 kilometers, a beam of 5 kilometers at their widest points, and were 2 kilometers in height. They had an elongated diamond shape, and their hulls were a silver metallic color that scintillated, looking like massive gems in the darkness of space. The 4 dreadnoughts each appeared at the same distance from the star, and they were positioned directly in the center of the 4 quadrants of the solar system, effectively controlling all 4 sections. On the screen, he saw all 4 of them flash a blinding pulse simultaneously. What was that? He asked the Mallet, his eyes glued to the sensor readings that tracked the invisible waves as they propagated through the system at the speed of light like ripples on a still pond. The mallet responded, pointing to the screen as he answered. "Those are null field dampeners. They will prevent any ships from activating their null drives and fleeing the system for the next solar day, except for our vessels. Any ships hiding in null space will also be affected by them and will be pulled out into real space, sometimes catastrophically. That is why I had you order the rebel fleet to exit." Ray nodded silently, astounded by the revelation of the technology. The Republic needs to know about this and figure out a countermeasure, he thought to himself as he continued to act like what he was just told was not the major intelligence coup it was, wondering if the mallet slipped up by telling him or just didn't care that he now knew. He watched as all four of them activated their shields, seeing them shimmer and undulate along the hulls as the emitters joined all their individual sections to form a whole before becoming invisible. The smooth, unbroken lines of the hulls started changing as openings and constructs appeared, and the emerging weapon systems now gave the beautiful ships a dangerous aura. The holo screen flared brightly as all four dreadnoughts opened fire, their particle accelerators finding and destroying any fusion missiles and nuclear mines hiding nearby as they winked out. The range of the Maat particle weapons was tremendous, at least 3 times the distance of the war beams of the Republic null ships. Once they cleared the local space around them, they accelerated, and 2 of the dreadnoughts headed for the boundary of the inner system towards the remaining forts. The other 2 circled the star in a patrol pattern that would clear the outer system, as their hundreds of beams continued to find and destroy missiles and mines. The dreadnoughts in the outer system were moving at incredible velocities, their reactionless drives propelling them to 20% the speed of light as they continued to clear out the space around them. The 2 other dreadnoughts flashed into null space before flashing out again outside of the perimeters of the forts. The forts fired at them, and he saw the impacts of their powerful particle beams splash harmlessly against the force fields as the mallet vessels returned fire, easily destroying the massive stations with just a few shots as they continued along their courses, heading towards the others that still remained. The Armenians had been sending frantic messages to the mallet ever since they appeared, and the mallet did not respond once as they continued to destroy the military infrastructure in the system. An hour passed, and the entire outer system's defenses and minefields had been cleared by the 2 dreadnoughts. After they had done that, large openings appeared on both dreadnoughts, and 3 dozen smaller mallet ships the size of Republic corvettes emerged from them and swarmed out, headed towards the outer planets and any non-military or civilian infrastructure still present. The smaller mallet ships destroyed every single outpost, station, and orbital networks that still remained, as well as any ground structures on the outer planets. Ray heard the pleas of the Armenians that were on those structures and planets, begging for mercy, before becoming silent as the mallet ships fired on them without hesitation. The mallet script on the holo screen kept changing as their vessels continued to destroy everything, and he saw the number of Armenian dead, already in the millions, rapidly rising. Hearing the pleas of the Armenian civilians as millions of them died begging for mercy turned his fury into sadness, and he turned away from the holo screen, feeling ill at what he was watching. The mallet noticed his discomfort and turned to face him. "My human child, it gladdens me to see that your desire for vengeance and punishment has turned to anguish and despair. This is not easy for us to do, and we will carry the burden of what we do here for the rest of our existence. This is a lesson that must be taught, and we must be the ones to teach it." Ray nodded and forced himself to turn back towards the holo screen. The 2 dreadnoughts and their smaller vessels flashed into null space, leaving behind a smoldering graveyard devoid of life in the outer system. They exited null space just inside the boundary of the inner system, and proceeded to find and destroy every single piece of non-military infrastructure they came across that was bypassed by their sister ships. Orbital stations, research labs, mining depots, and habitats filled with hundreds of thousands of souls disappeared as particle accelerators erased them from existence. The other 2 dreadnoughts that were already there had cleared all the military infrastructure and defenses before moving on. They were currently bombarding and scouring the 4th planet, destroying the domed cities on the surface that hundreds of millions of Armenians had called home for generations. In desperation, the Armenians fired all their last remaining fusion missiles at the dreadnoughts, and the abominations were hunted down and destroyed by the dozens of mallet corvettes as they screened their motherships. Force fields flared brightly as they absorbed the radiation of the fusion missiles, deflecting the deadly rays from the ships. Seeing that the missiles were destroyed, the Armenian AI suicide boats were activated, and they swarmed towards the 4 dreadnoughts. The holo screen was dimmed to compensate for the miniature suns that were created, as hundreds of the suicide boats were destroyed by particle accelerators and antimatter torpedoes from long range. There were almost 2,000 suicide boats, and hundreds of them made it through the mallet long-range weaponry, burning their engines and executing evasive maneuvers well beyond the normal thresholds. There were no fragile biological lifeforms for the AIs to worry about smearing against the bulkheads, and they continued on, expertly dodging the weaponry that was firing at them. The mallet ships activated their secondary weapon systems, and the space around them became a maelstrom of destructive energy as particle beam turrets, antimatter torpedoes, and gravimetric charges were fired, destroying dozens of suicide boats. 3 of the AI ships made it through the defenses and were less than 3 seconds from impacting a dreadnought when a mallet corvette intercepted them and self-destructed in their path. The corvette overload was tremendous, and it took the 3 ships with it as their own cores, already in a state of barely controlled overloads, went off. The sheer magnitude of the explosions took out another 24 AI ships, as well as 5 other corvettes that were in proximity, triggering a deadly chain reaction that hit the port side force fields of the targeted dreadnought with an almost incalculable amount of energy. The force fields intercepted the energy, flaring brightly before they turned a deep, dark red. They finally collapsed as the emitters burned out, and Ray could see the armored hull of the dreadnought boil under the onslaught of the destructive energy before it turned into slag and collapsed inward. The port side of the dreadnought suffered from dozens of hull breaches that shot out frozen fluids as the massive vessel bled from its wounds. Lights throughout the ship flickered, and it stopped firing on the planet below before suddenly flashing into null space. Ray stared in shock, not believing that a mallet dreadnought could be harmed, let alone enough to cause it to retreat. He turned to look at the mallet standing next to him. "Honored Elder, I grieve for the lives lost on those ships." The mallet turned towards him. "No lives were lost. Our ships have no biologicals on them. Your grief is not necessary, though appreciated." Ray stared at the mallet beside him. That would explain the lack of explosions or decompressions, but hearing that those massive ships were uncrewed by the mallet disturbed him. He fervently hoped those ships had kill switches like the Republic null ships did. One of those dreadnoughts could decimate the entire quadrant if it went rogue. "I am glad to hear that there were no honored elders on those vessels." He turned back towards the holo screen and the carnage it displayed, seeing that the rest of the suicide boats had been destroyed. Another dreadnought had lost several field sections and was moderately damaged, but still fully functional. 3 additional mallet corvettes had been destroyed. They self-destructed to take out the last remaining groupings of the AI suicide boats as they tried to ram the dreadnoughts. They finished bombarding the 4th planet, and the 3 remaining dreadnoughts turned ominously towards the 2nd planet, the Armenian homeworld. The 32 surviving corvettes accelerated ahead of their motherships and surged towards the 3rd planet to take out the shipyard and the rest of the orbital infrastructure above the planet, as well as the few structures that were on it. The dreadnoughts accelerated, and within a few minutes they entered the orbital space of Armenia. The 3 ships orbited the planet, and within 30 minutes they destroyed the last remaining shipyard, 16 forts, 2 space elevators, and every other large structure orbiting the planet. The mallet ships ignored the 200-plus strong fleet that was parked above the northern pole of the planet, the dampening wave already having reached them and inhibiting their null drives. The commanding officer of the fleet had sent a message declaring their surrender some time ago, and their weapons and fusion cores had already been powered down by the time the mallet ships reached orbit. The Armenian government had been issuing broadcasts of unconditional surrender non-stop, and the mallet continued to ignore them as they ominously directed all their weaponry to the planet below. The mallet corvettes, which finished taking out targets on the 3rd planet, now joined their motherships in orbit. They assumed positions that covered the entire surface of the planet before firing on the thousands of satellites surrounding it and blinding the Armenians on the surface as the satellite network was destroyed. Ray asked the mallet for permission to sit, his legs and feet hurting from standing for so long on the hard granite tiles. He was also afraid that he was going to collapse and embarrass himself, as his legs trembled slightly from the emotional turmoil he had undergone for the last few hours. A perfectly sized seat emerged from the ground behind him, and he lowered himself into it gratefully, thanking the mallet as the seat shifted to conform to him. The android appeared out of nowhere, scaring him as it offered him a tray with water on it. He took the water, glaring at the android, before greedily emptying the glass container and spilling water down his chin. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and resumed looking at the holo screen, waiting to see what the mallet would do next. He did not have to wait long at all. At the same time, every dreadnought and corvette fired on the surface, their invisible beams now observable as they entered the atmosphere and ionized the air with their passage. Thousands of land-based missiles were fired at the ships, and they were all shot down before reaching orbit. The Armenians activated their antiquated planetary defense laser batteries, and they were systematically destroyed as the mallet ships detected their power signatures, the few successful laser strikes splashing harmlessly against their force fields. The mallet ships attacked and destroyed every single military target on the planet over the next hour, destroying the planet's ability to ever be a threat again. They then targeted power generation and communication systems, plunging the nighttime side of the planet into darkness and leaving the entire planet without power or communication networks. The billions of frantic messages among the populace were suddenly silenced, and Ray could barely imagine the terror they must now be feeling. Planet-wide industrial, distribution, and transport infrastructure were destroyed. The mallet also detonated devices in the atmosphere that sent out EMP pulses that covered the entire planet, causing almost 500,000 aircraft and shuttles to fall to the ground after they lost power. Tens of thousands of missiles were fired by the mallet ships, and they descended into the atmosphere, hunting down and sinking military, civilian, and cargo transport ships to the bottom of the oceans. After 4 hours of this relentless assault, the entire technological base of Armenia was destroyed, regressing them back to a pre-industrial state. The mallet turned to Ray. "We are entering null space and will re-emerge in orbit. Please inject this to mitigate the effects of our drives." It held out a suit hand, offering a small subdermal injector. He took it and pressed the injector against his neck, feeling a warm sensation that spread from the site. A few moments later, he felt a slight disjointedness as they entered null space, and the holo screen changed to show the shimmering grey void of null space as the station moved through it. A few seconds later, he felt pressure behind his eyes, and a sharp stabbing pain exploded in his head, making him fall to his knees. He grabbed at the sides of his head, screaming in agony. He felt another momentary jerk, and in moments the pressure and pain receded, leaving him gasping as the memory of what he just experienced lingered. "Human, my apologies for the discomfort. Now you understand why we drugged you for the travel here." Ray nodded, grateful that they gassed him. He never wanted to experience that again for as long as he lived. He stood up shakily and looked at the holo screen, seeing that they were now in orbit above the planet. "What happens now?" he asked, looking at the wounded planet below and seeing the scars of the strikes, tens of thousands of locations still burning and sending massive plumes of smoke into the atmosphere. His ocular implant translated the mallet script on the side, showing the total estimated death toll of the entire system. 627 million deaths. Ray was hit with a sudden wave of nausea as he processed the number. He vomited on the black tiles as the full import of the punishment hit him, and he fell to the ground again on all fours, hyperventilating. He looked up at the mallet standing beside him, seeing it in a new light. For the first time, he was truly terrified of them and their abilities. The mallet suit sensors focused on his face, and it turned towards him, offering a suit hand to help him up as it started speaking. "The Armenians will not leave this planet. This outpost will now stay in the orbit of the planet to ensure that the Armenians remain on the surface for the next 10 generations. They will not rebuild what we have destroyed. They will not engage in interstellar commerce, nor will they have any contact with outside species. They are now exiles. Let this be a lesson to all." Ray stared at the mallet, finally understanding the true scope of the punishment. The Armenians will revert to a pre-industrial society, and they will experience the loss of their exalted position in the Commonwealth and the Quadrant. All that they have done for hundreds of years to secure their position as the preeminent species in the Commonwealth has been taken from them. They are now exiles, and they will suffer ignominiously for 10 generations. He could not think of a worse thing to do to the arrogant Armenians. Only extermination would be a crueler fate than the one they would now experience. The mallet pointed to the holo screen, and he saw that a small construct that had been released by the mallet in orbit had entered the palace of the director. It smashed through the walls and shrugged off attempts by the palace defenders to shoot it down, its shields flickering as it returned fire, sending small bolts of plasma towards its attacks that left gaping holes in their torsos. After a dozen defenders died, they ceased their attacks and fled the grounds, and the construct continued penetrating the palace, heading directly towards the director's chambers. A minute later, the holo screen changed and showed the inside of the chambers that it had entered after blasting down the solid alloy door that futilely tried to bar its progress. The Armenian director, the leader of both their government and the former Commonwealth government, was on the screen. The Armenian's normally violet skin was a pale pink, and it had a haggard and defeated expression. The mallet spoke in Armenian, its synthesized voice expertly vocalizing the melodious language. Ray's translator performed its function, and he heard the words translated into Republic Standard. You have violated the Treaty of Sirius, and you have shown that you are an evil people, consumed with power and greed. You and your descendants will know 10 generations of want and privation, and you will suffer the indignity of going from master to servant. The director started speaking, and Ray winced involuntarily as he saw an electrical charge shoot out from the construct on the floor and envelop the director. The energy charge caused it to scream and convulse as it fell to the floor and started foaming at the mouth, before the electrical pulse abruptly ended. The mallet continued to speak as if nothing happened. You will be silent. You will not rebuild any infrastructure. You will not restore power. You will refrain from using any technological devices that may remain or attempt to build any. You will know the toil and suffering of your ancestors. You will be at the mercy of the elements, and you will devolve into a subsistence society. Perhaps your descendants will emerge as a better species for it. The director was still on the floor, looking at the construct with glassy eyes as it listened to the mallet in silence. Struggling to sit upright, the director feebly pushed itself up and breathed heavily before silently bowing its head in acquiescence to the mallet demands. Seeing the bow, the mallet raised both suit hands in a palm-out gesture towards the holo screen and the Armenian director. Judgment has been rendered. The holo screen disappeared, and the wall it was on returned to its glossy black surface. The mallet exosuit turned and left the chamber without saying a word to Ray, who remained seated in his chair, staring at the wall that had shown him an entire species being brought low from their once lofty position. CWS Ancestors Glory flagship of the Commonwealth Liberation Navy Commodore Thorax and the rest of his bridge crew watched the video that was being broadcasted by the mallet automated outpost in orbit of the Armenia, listening to the mallet sentence the Armenian species to 10 generations of exile. The video ended, and the view screen returned to displaying the sensor information that was on it before as the battle AI listed and categorized the damage inflicted by the mallet ships. All traces of Armenian presence throughout the system were destroyed, and for the first time in almost 700 years, the solar system was almost completely silent. Save for the over 200 Commonwealth ships trapped in polar orbit, there were no signals, emissions, or bursts of radiation that signified the presence of an advanced society. The near silence was profound, and it was mirrored on his bridge as the true extent of the mallet actions became evident. Thorax got off his chair and exited the bridge, pressing the lift icon to take him to Deck 3. He exited the lift when it arrived and quickly walked to the aft section of the ship, where the ancestral shrine was located. He entered a booth and closed the door behind him before lighting the single candle in the center of the room on the floor. There was nothing else in the booth, and he kneeled before the small flame as it flickered, casting shadows on the dim walls. He bowed his head and began to pray. Honored ancestors, thank you for saving my soul. My desire for retribution blinded me to the fact that I would have become the very thing I was fighting against. I should have known better. Meiju, I almost failed you. Please forgive me for the dishonor I was willing to bring upon your name and the names of those who died with you for a selfish moment of vengeance. Instead of wishing you were here and asking your spirit for your advice, I should have been emulating you. This is the last time I forget the example you and your crew set for us in the Jalini system. I am Neculai, and I thought my species knew what honor was. I now realize that somewhere along the way, we forgot the meaning of the word. We were so focused on trying to maintain what little we had managed to preserve under an honorless government that we forgot the truth about it. You showed us the way, and I cannot believe how close I came to forgetting. I am so ashamed, and if I did what I wanted in my moment of weakness, I know that you would not have been there to welcome me with open arms when my time to join you came. You would have turned your back on me and declared to the ancestors, I do not know him. He is not one of us. My venerated ancestors would have heard you, and I would have been cast back into the river, my soul forever lost as I drifted to the sea of wickedness to join the ranks of the unworthy. I do not know if you somehow interceded to save my soul and the lives of my crew by bringing the mallet. I do know that I will never besmirch my honor because of the actions of others again. For the rest of my days, I will remember you and your way, and I shall never again stray from the path you have laid for me. Thank you, my friend. Thorax leaned over the candle in front of him and gently blew it out. He stood back up and headed towards the booth door, sure of his footing in the dark, as his photoreceptors compensated for the lack of light. He headed back towards the lift that would take him back to the bridge. Along the way, he passed several crew members, and he saw the change in their faces and bearings. They were full of newfound hope, spared from undertaking a genocidal act that would have dishonored them for the rest of their lives. He entered the lift and pressed the icon to take him back to the bridge. He felt the burden of all the death, loss, and suffering they had gone through lifting off of him, and for the first time in over a solar year, he smiled, baring all his fangs in true happiness. They held the line Chapter 7 Hive Mother transiting null space 2, 364 light years from Earth, 2175 AD. The Hive Mother dreaded the coming battle, and she obsessed over the fleet she assembled, constantly entering and leaving the minds of her numerous command drones to make sure that they were following her orders precisely. After her ascension, 2 of her 8 sister queens refused to accept her as the new Hive Mother, accusing her of matricide and leaving to return to their hives. The remaining 6 sister queens accepted her as Hive Mother, pledging their hives to hers and helping her to perform the ritual burial of the old Hive Mother. As a result of the refusal of the 2 sister queens to acknowledge her ascension, the new Hive Mother was forced to withdraw to their pre-swarming space, leaving behind numerous new hives and hundreds of millions of drones in the animal space they had conquered to consolidate the remaining forces she had under her control. The loss of the secondary builder world and the ships that were there, as well as the loss of the 2 fleets in the animal system, severely reduced the ability of the Empire to hold onto the new territory they had conquered. The old Hive Mother's obsession with eradicating the animals blinded her to the reality of the poor decisions she was making and left them in a perilous state as her desire for revenge consumed her. The new Hive Mother was forced to recall some of the ships that had been guarding the forbidden areas since they established their new home in this region after their long migration following the Great Persecution. For almost 400 cycles, those massive fleets had vigilantly patrolled the forbidden areas as they watched for signs of the unknown animals. 8 of every 10 ships they built were sent there, and there was never a need to draw ships from those fleets until now. The much smaller fleets on the other side of the Empire were always more than enough to overpower the other animals. Their pattern of expansion and consolidation, coupled with the reluctance of the other animals to truly fight them, allowed them to maintain the lopsided distribution of ships to the 2 frontiers. The losses inflicted on them by the new fighting animals severely disrupted the balance, and the Hive Mother reluctantly recalled a small portion of the Guardian fleets to increase her overall ship numbers in preparation for fighting her 2 disobedient sister queens. She needed to bring them under her control and reunify the hives, or she would be a failure as the new Hive Mother and her other sisters would turn on her and kill her. She also needed to wrest control of the primary builder world back from one of her insubordinate sister queens, and that is why she was forced to recall those ships from their more important patrols in the forbidden areas. She felt the Hive Mother within stir in response to her question, opening her mind to her thoughts. I do not know, my daughters. 1 ship taken from the forbidden areas is 1 ship too many. But you must do what is necessary to bring your traitor sisters back under your control. It is highly unlikely that the animals will continue to refrain from attacking us, as they have done for the last cycle. You are fortunate that they chose not to do so, whatever their reasons were. You need the primary builder world. 1 is too many. 10 is too many. 120 is too many. You must end this as quickly as possible and return them there. It is a good thing that you did not have the time to show the traders how to make the hiding missiles, and that one of your loyal sisters is the only one who knows how to make the inner system drive. Use those to your advantage to minimize your losses. Maybe the other trader will return to the fold if you defeat this one decisively. She returned to darting around her fleet as she continued to enter the minds of her command drones. It was almost time to drop out of null space and engage in battle against her rebellious sister. The 120 hive ships, plus the 4,000 cruisers she had recalled, would have to be enough. She did not have the time or ability to retrofit them with the new hiding missiles or engines, as it took almost 3 lunar months for them to make the long trip back from the forbidden areas. She sent 100 of the recalled hive ships and 2,000 cruisers to the borders, reinforcing her severely depleted patrol fleets to deter any animal invasions, keeping only 20 hive ships and the remaining 1,000 cruisers for her coming battle. She had an additional 10 hive ships and 500 cruisers, and these had the hiding missiles and new engines. Her sister had tested the engines properly and determined that the old hive mother had sent them too deep into the inner system the first time, causing more than half of the new engines to fail catastrophically and destroy the ships. The minimum safe distance for the new engines was 400,000,000 kilometers from the star, a vast improvement over the typical 800,000,000 kilometers they used to have to exit in the outer system. This advantage would allow future invasions to occur deeper in the inner system, reducing the amount of sublight travel time to targeted worlds from several solar days to just 1 or 2. Her fleet also had over 100 of the new battle hives, but she would reserve them unless absolutely needed, as she did not have the ability to make any more of them until she regained control of the primary builder world where they were made. She had come up with a plan that she hoped would allow her to claim a quick and decisive victory, thus minimizing losses on both sides, though she was ashamed of the source of her battle planning. She had accessed the memories that were shared with her by the old hive mother, and she had gleaned many new insights from watching how the new animals fought and defeated them in the 2 animal systems. As she collated billions of data points and viewed the battles from many angles, she started to see how the old hive mother kept losing to the new fighting animals, and shame overcame her for being willing to learn from them to defeat her sisters. It was the hive mother within that corrected her thoughts on the matter. Daughter of mine, do not forget that we have always learned how to fight from the animals. War is a part of their nature, and the only way to defeat them is to survive and learn. We became weak because the other animals were weak, and we always won. If the unknown animals came again, we would have lost and been exterminated because of our complacency. Her ancestors' thoughts stopped, and she could sense the hesitation. Hive mothers do this on purpose to prevent queens from gaining too much power and wisdom. Otherwise, the queens might join forces and overthrow her. This is a weakness that has plagued us since the beginning. This is why we lose when fighting the new animals. These animals who do not share thoughts become unified when making war. That is their strength. The hive mother considered her thoughts and saw the truth in them. She had always been more concerned with research and finding better ways to make things for the prosperity of the hives. She always delegated the management of her hives to her command drones, dedicating her energy to invention. Most of her sisters were more concerned with increasing their hives and territories and competing against each other. Now she understood why the old hive mother would assign individual daughters their own tasks and keep them isolated from each other. She was ensuring that they remained fragmented and reliant on her to keep the peace between them. There must be a better way. We cannot continue to do this to ourselves. I wish my other sister did not perish when she fled the moon with her null drive. She was like-minded, more concerned with the betterment of all the hives rather than just her own. Our hive mother thought she was weak, but she was just different. She never relished conquest, and she cared for her drones, being careful not to misuse them. You have a decision to make after this battle, my daughter. I do not think you can allow your sisters to live. They have already shown that they have placed their own interests above the good of all the hives. Even if you emerge victorious and they rejoin you, they may turn on you again. They must be culled if you mean to bring about true unity of purpose. When you came looking for us during the change, I knew that you were different. Like me. That is why I chose to be your guide and to accept you. I know that you will be a good hive mother and show your sisters and the hives a different way. I will. I do not want to wage war against the animals anymore. I have been dreaming of the return of the unknown enemy. I think they will come soon, and we must be prepared to face them without an enemy behind us as well. The hive mother within withdrew, and she turned her attention to the task at hand. Her fleet was moments away from exiting null space, and she prepared herself for the coming battle. Virnai System 2175 AD. Private, get your head out of your goddamn ass and keep up, screamed SSGT. Ayub, her once beautiful voice now hoarse and grating, as her words came over the calm channel. "Aye, Staff Sergeant," he replied, barely able to gasp out the words as he struggled to reload the fresh missile magazine into the damaged port. He started punching the casing with his suit fist, and it finally slammed in, the indicator light turning from red to green. He tapped her helmet as she continued firing with her arms, the rotary laser and autocannon barely stemming the tide, as more drones streamed over the growing piles of insectoid bodies in front of their position. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, Private. Forget the mortars, just focus on the missiles and the ammo belts. Alexa grunted in reply as he forced himself to slow down slightly to get a handle on the reloads. He opened a new ammo container and kept his head down as he waited for the autocannon to finally run dry. It clicked, and the belt-feeding mechanism cover popped open as Ayub pulled her arm back and lowered it. He deftly inserted the new sliver belt and made sure that it was coiled correctly before slamming the cover back down. Ayub lifted her arm back up and resumed firing the autocannon as he went back behind her and pre-staged another missile magazine, watching as the last 10 rounds of the 50-missile magazine he just installed were fired in quick succession. He took a quick step to the side when it reached the last 3 rounds, and the loading port slid open, ejecting the now empty magazine with a loud clang that shot it out with enough force to knock him over if he was directly in front of it. He stepped back and inserted the fresh magazine, slamming his fist into the casing twice to get it to go in. Tapping her helmet again, he grabbed another ammo case and missile magazine and staged them for the next reload, leaning over and gasping as he tried to catch his breath. He had been reloading for almost 2 hours non-stop, only managing to take 3 short breaks, averaging less than 30 seconds in between the drone waves that continued their relentless assaults. Over 500 drones had already been killed along the 4-kilometer front. They were barely holding against the insectoid swarms, each wave coming closer to reaching the lines as the growing mass of corpses provided cover for each successive assault. There were several times when small masses of drones managed to breach the lines, and he had to deploy his arm blades to kill the intruders as they clambered all over Ayub's suit at one point. He had always wanted to test his hand-to-hand combat training skills in real life, a desire he no longer held after experiencing it for the first time. He did not realize just how powerful the drones were, and he learned the hard way when one of them sent him flying back over 5 feet with a kick from a single leg and knocking the breath out of him despite the armored suit protecting him. He felt the autodark inject him again, and within moments he felt a wave of relief as the stim cocktail coursed through him, bringing energy and focus. He was just about to pick up the missile magazine to be ready to reload it when there was a significant reduction in outgoing fire along the entire line, and even Ayub's volume of fire lessened. Alexa activated the PIP screen on his HUD, and a small window popped up from the Overwatch drone telemetry. All along the 4-kilometer front, the drones were retreating en masse, and even the crippled and severely wounded drones were trying to retreat. "Did I tell you to stop reloading, Private?" Ayub asked him, jerking his awareness back to reality as he stopped looking at the PIP screen. "No, Staff Sergeant." "Sorry." He picked up the missile magazine and stepped to the side, while Ayub softly ejected the magazine that was in her suit with 14 missiles still inside of it. He stepped back and loaded the fresh magazine before moving the ejected magazine and placing it on the grav sled. He grabbed another ammo can and removed the autocannon sliver belt, replacing it with a fresh one, and started cleaning up the mess of empty cans and missile magazines behind them. An all-clear siren blared from the drones floating above them, and the commander came over the comms. "Nice work, people. Keep your head on a swivel and secure your weapons. We have a friendly insectoid shuttle with the Allied Queen inbound. Do not fire on the shuttle. I repeat, do not fire on the shuttle. Medbots are on the way to take care of any wounded. The ETA for the friendly inbound shuttle is 30 seconds, coming west of your positions." He heard the click over the channel as the commander closed the line, and he resumed clearing the workspace, sneaking furtive glances at the sky to catch a glimpse of the shuttle. A few moments later, there was a bright object that flared briefly as it entered the atmosphere before it leveled out at 3,000 meters and headed towards the hive location, almost 1,000 meters in front of them. Ayub tracked the shuttle with both arms, making weird noises to herself as she mimicked shooting the shuttle out of the sky, following it all the way down to where it landed about 500 meters in front of them. A few moments later, a large section of the hull flipped down, turning into a ramp. Almost 24 android combats surged out of the opening and took positions around the shuttle, establishing a perimeter. He couldn't help himself, and he leaned on the lip of the riverbed and zoomed in to see better. The combats were easy to identify by their 4 arms, and the dome-shaped sensor mechanism mounted where a helmeted head would be. "Are the combats good fighters, Staff Sergeant?" he asked, hoping that she wouldn't chew him out for stopping to look. She grunted before answering him. "They are very hard to kill, and they have an impressive weapons suite. Their AIs are bound, however, so they are not capable of operating and making decisions like you and I are. They need very specific instructions and mission parameters and will perform admirably at their assigned tasks, such as protecting the Queen on that shuttle." Another figure emerged, and he could see the alien silhouette of the Queen descending the ramp. She walked on 4 legs with her abdomen parallel to the ground, while her thorax and 2 upper arms were bent upright like a mammalian torso. It was his first time seeing a queen, and he was fascinated by her appearance. She was wearing a helmet that prevented him from seeing her head. Her 2 antennae were free and moving around from openings in the top of the helmet, and there was some type of flexible armor material covering the rest of her body, save for her thin, triple-jointed legs and arms. She reached the bottom of the ramp and turned towards the hive, and he could see the large, flexible wings shimmering in the sunlight as they draped down her back. The combats assumed a circle around her, and she started walking towards the hive at a fast pace. The combats continued with her until 100 meters from the hive, where they stopped and took up defensive positions. She continued ahead until she got 50 meters from the main hive entrance, where she finally stopped. An Overwatch drone had maintained a position above her, and he accessed the telemetry and put it on his HUD. A few seconds after she stopped, a small group of drones slowly emerged from the entrance, and he could see their antennae bending and focusing on the Queen 50 meters from them. After a few more moments, they started walking towards the Queen and stopped a half-meter from her position. One of them moved closer and touched the Queen with its antennae, slowly moving them over her body and the armor she was wearing. The others crept forward as well and did the same. The first drone gingerly put out a clawed arm, and the Queen took its claw in hers. The drone turned towards the hive, and another drone offered its claw to her, taking her other claw as it took position on the other side of her. They started walking, and the group of drones took the Queen into the hive, still holding both of her claws as they disappeared into the interior. They held the line Chapter 8 Rebirthmanga Armenian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1, 893 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. Rebirthmanga finished performing its ablutions and was now ritually cleansed. It headed to the inner sanctum of its private quarters to pray to the Supreme Being and atone for the sins it committed. It entered the dim room and walked around the perimeter, lighting incense and candles before kneeling on the ground in front of the 1-meter-tall obelisk of black stone that was in the center. In front of the obelisk was a small, shallow pool filled with sacred water. It bowed to the ground, touching its forehead to the black granite tiles and feeling the coolness of them on its skin. Creator of life, bringer of light, savior of souls, judge of righteousness, I submit to you full of sin. I beg for mercy and ask that you grant it. Rebirthmanga lifted its head off the ground and looked at the obelisk in front of him before continuing to whisper, I murdered millions, I passed judgment on others, and I succumbed to my anger and fury. They were evil and I punished them for their sins. I did such things to save others, and now my soul is filled with anguish and regret, black with the evil I committed. Rebirthmanga lowered its head back to the granite tiles, ignoring the pain shooting through the middle joints of its legs as they pressed against one of the hardest stones known to exist in the galaxy. I ask that you wash away my sins and find me worthy again. I ask that you show me the errors of my ways and guide me along the path of righteousness. Forgive my mortal weaknesses and make me whole and pure, that I might one day stand before you without shame. Rebirthmanga lifted its head again and looked at the obelisk, reaching down with cupped hands and putting them into the sacred water. It lifted its cupped hands and brought them over its head, pouring the water over it. 2 more times it did this before performing the final cleansing rites. It started wiping its body from its torso outwards and down the length of both arms before symbolically flicking its hands to expel the sin that the purifying water carried away. Rebirthmanga slowly got up, resisting the urge to cry out in pain, as the patella of both middle knee joints shot pain signals to nearby nerves from the new fractures that were caused by the floor tiles. It walked around the perimeter of the inner sanctum in the opposite direction, snuffing out the incense and candles before departing and returning to its main quarters. Once inside, Rebirthmanga walked over to a cabinet and took out a small device, activating it and waving it around the fractured patella of both middle joints, and feeling the device knit them back together again. Soon the pain was gone, and a slight tenderness was all that remained. Walking over to the small heating element, Rebirthmanga started preparing a simple meal when a chime came over the communication system, informing it that someone was outside. It pressed an icon on the wall panel nearby and saw that it was the human child outside of its quarters. Sighing, it slowly walked over to an alcove on the wall and pressed an icon that was next to it. The recessed wall panel slid to the side, and his exosuit quietly slid out on a track system 1 meter past the wall. Rebirthmanga walked behind it and activated the exosuit, the back splitting open and revealing the form-fitting space inside of the suit that he would slip into. It entered the suit, and the back closed before numerous electrodes snaked out, connecting the cybernetic receptors along its spinal column to the suit. The cerebral tap plunged into the port at the base of its skull, and it was now one with the suit, able to control the construct with its thoughts and nerve impulses. Accessing a sub-menu, Brethnir activated the environmental controls of the quarters and purged the air that was in it, replacing the atmosphere with fresh, purified air that was saturated with antivirals. Turning to the entry, it activated the door, and the door slab slid sideways into a recess of the wall, revealing the child standing in front of it. Brethnir smiled with pleasure, knowing that the human representative could not see it before speaking. "You may enter, human." It watched with interest as the human child entered the quarters timidly, unsure of the new environment he was entering. They are so like children. Everything is still new and wondrous to them, Brethnir thought to itself as it gestured a suited hand towards a sitting bench that was emerging from the floor at his thought of needing one for the human. "May I offer you refreshments, my human child?" He nodded, a curious quirk of their species as he sat down on the proffered bench before answering. "I would be grateful for some water, honored elder." Brethnir sent a thought, and a servant android emerged from a hidden panel along the far wall, heading towards the refreshment station. In a few moments, it was in front of the human with a tray and a small glass vessel with water. The human took it, thanking the android unnecessarily for performing its function. Brethnir found it endearing whenever the human thanked a machine incapable of understanding gratitude. He was a very polite being and a credit to his species. Waiting for the human to drink, it walked over to where he was sitting and had the exosuit crouched down so that the human would not have to look up at it while conversing. The human drank the water, and the servant android waiting nearby took 2 steps towards the human, taking the empty glass vessel from him before retreating to the refreshment station to wait until it was needed again. "How may I serve you, my human child?" Brethnir asked, curious about the reason why the human came to its quarters, an unusual occurrence. The human looked down at the floor, grabbing his hands together before looking back at the suit sensors and answering. Brethnir could see the anguish in his eyes, and it felt the paternal love it had for the human child growing, already knowing what was bothering him. "Honored elder, I find myself regretting asking for the mallet to intervene here. I feel guilty for all the deaths, as if I murdered all those people myself. Please do not think that I am passing judgment on the actions undertaken. I cannot help but feel sorrow for all the lives lost, and the true suffering that has yet to come upon them." Taking a few moments to consider a response, Brethnir continued to look at the face of the human child. It saw that the lacrimal fluid of his eyes was beyond the ability of the eyelids to contain, and the excess fluid started falling down his face. Compassion swelled inside of Brethnir at the grieving of the human in front of it, and it took considerable self-control to resist the urge to exit the suit and comfort him. "I cannot risk contamination, and they must not see our true form, though I think I could trust this human," Brethnir thought to itself before responding. "We rendered judgment based upon the past actions of the Armenians and the future acts they had yet to perpetrate. We know what they were willing to do to assure victory, and they are fortunate that we did not succumb fully to our anger and select them for extinction." The human's face took on a confused expression as his eyes locked on the exosuit sensor lenses. "Please explain, honored elder," the human asked after the appropriate time had passed, sitting up straighter. He used a small piece of fabric he had taken from a chest pocket to dry his face, and shifted his position closer to the edge of the sitting bench. Brethnir responded, "For the sake of efficiency, let us forego the customary length of time employed in official talks between speakers. Is there a gesture you wish us to use to indicate when we have finished speaking, human?" The human nodded again. He put up his right hand and held it up before speaking. "I will hold up this hand while I speak and put it down when finished. Would this be acceptable to you, honored elder?" Putting up its hand, Brethnir responded, "An excellent suggestion, my human child. Now I will answer your last question. Before launching our assault, we harvested all the databanks of the Armenians while deciding on the severity of the punishment. One such database was isolated from all the others and heavily encrypted, requiring almost 3 seconds to break the encryption. This was an astounding feat of cryptography by the Armenians, and we were duly impressed. It was the contents of this database that ultimately increased the severity of our punishment." Still holding up its hand, Brethnir continued speaking as the human listened intently to its words, holding his hands together and both arms on his leg joints as he leaned even closer to the exosuit. "Among many evil plots, there was one so abhorrent that we considered it to be a jest or the ruminations of an insane being at first. That notion was quickly corrected when we realized the true extent of the planning involved. They intended to use some of the AI ships offensively if they were in danger of falling to the invasion and have them exit null space within the atmosphere of certain targeted worlds." Putting its hand down, Hrethner watched the emotions roiling across the human's face as he processed what it had just revealed. Exiting or entering null space in the atmosphere caused such cataclysmic destruction that 20 small ships like the AI vessels would trigger an extinction-level event on a planet the size of Earth. It would destroy all life on the targeted worlds, rendering them inhabitable for at least a galactic year before microscopic life would return, if at all. It was an unthinkable crime, and the human was truly fortunate that he was able to convince the mallet to intervene. Which worlds were targeted, Honored Elder? Whispered the human, his dark skin visibly paling as the true implications of such an act dawned on him. He forgot to raise his hand, an easily forgivable oversight. Raising its hand, Hrethner responded. Nekal Prime, Xenxia, Elenia, and your home world were the first targets to be hit. Secondary targets included the home worlds of the species that joined the rebellion, as well as every single colony of the Republic. Plans were also drawn up to do the same thing to the insectoids, and they would have targeted all known or suspected hive worlds. It paused, thinking of the calamity that was narrowly averted before continuing to speak. They thought to emerge as the undisputed masters of this quadrant, forgetting about us. The mallet domain would not have allowed such an act to go unpunished. We would have exterminated the Arminians and the Grimiasons in our righteous fury. If you had not reminded us of our sacred duty, the mallet domain would have again found itself alone among a graveyard of trillions. Thank you for saving us from that despair, my human child. I do not think we could have gone through that again and maintained our sanity, or the will to keep existing. The human was breathing heavily, and he abruptly stood up before pacing back in front of the sitting bench with his hands on his hips. Hrethner adjusted the height of the suit a little bit, so that they were now on the same level, and waited patiently for the human to speak again. He raised his trembling hand before resuming, remembering this time. Honored Elder, I am scarcely able to comprehend the magnitude of such an evil act, and I see now how your response could be considered justified. However, what about the hundreds of millions of innocent civilians that were killed? My AI has calculated that upwards of 1 billion more are going to starve to death before they can successfully convert to an agrarian society capable of feeding themselves. He put his hand down, and Hrethner raised its own before answering. Human, the Arminians have long succumbed to their base instincts and desires. They were consumed with vanity, status, and power. They controlled their true avarice when the Commonwealth was whole, and they dropped any pretense of continuing to do so when a large segment of the membership was eradicated. Hrethner paused, thinking of how to get its point across to the human. Instead of rising to the occasion and doing the right thing, they took advantage of the power vacuum and the perilous state of the Commonwealth government to seize control and act upon their worst impulses. Billions of Armenian citizens did nothing to stop it. They did not engage in civil disobedience. They did not strike. Instead, they supported their government, sought to aggrandize themselves at the expense of others, and brutally suppressed anyone who rebelled. They were guilty of complicity when they chose not to rise and overthrow their evil government. Hrethner put its hand down and waited for the human to respond, as he continued to pace back and forth while listening to what it had to say. Finally, he stopped pacing and turned towards it with a raised hand. I will explain your reasoning to my government. I might not agree with everything you have said, but I do see your point, and I will do my best to convey it. I came here in part because of a request by the Republic that I am to ask of the mallet domain. May I do so now? Putting his hand down, the human took a seat on the sitting bench once more. Hrethner crouched his suit once more before raising a hand and responding. This is highly irregular, but I will allow it this time. State your request, human. The Republic of Humanity officially requests that you allow for the shipment of food and medical supplies to the Armenian people to alleviate some of their suffering. It is the determination of my government that they have suffered enough. In the interest of future relations with the Armenians, we wish to provide humanitarian aid. He put his hand down, and Hrethner raised its own, answering immediately. Even after what I told you they were going to do, you still want to provide aid to them? No, not really, Honored Elder, he replied. Hrethner truly laughed for the first time in many cycles, its suit broadcasting the laughter and scaring the human as the external speakers blared. Putting up both suit hands to stop the human from getting off the sitting bench and fleeing, Hrethner spoke to him. My apologies, human. I have not laughed in many cycles, and your honest reply surprised me. Thank you for this. I had almost forgotten how nice it feels. That was you laughing. It sounded like the suit was malfunctioning. I didn't even know that the mallet laughed. The human replied, leaning back as he settled himself on the sitting bench again. There are many things you do not know about us, my human child. The answer to your request is no. In the interest of maintaining good relations between the Republic and the Mallet domain, I will allow for Mallet food synthesizers on this outpost to manufacture enough food to meet the minimum caloric requirements to sustain the life of every Armenian on the planet until they become self-sufficient. Is this a suitable counter-proposal for you? The human nodded while raising his hand and replied, "It will have to be. May I ask why you will not allow us to contribute?" Hrethner took a long moment to think of its answer before replying, trying not to reveal too much at once. "We cannot keep them in the dark much longer. It is better to start preparing them for the coming tribulations they will face. Your resources will be needed elsewhere, not tied up trying to supply food to almost 9 billion Armenians. You are already stretched to the breaking point trying to help the Jalini refugees. I must tell you something, my human child. Will you vow not to speak of this until the time I deem it necessary to reveal it to your government? I will know if you do, and I will be severely sanctioned and lose my status for doing this. Can I trust you?" The human took a long while to respond, his face a dizzying array of emotions as he considered the want of knowing against the desire to not be forced to withhold information from his government. Finally, he nodded slowly, agreeing to its conditions for revealing a terrible secret. Hrethner decided to trust the human. It did not want their species exterminated again, especially since they proved that they were worthy after struggling for over 100,000 years to better themselves, and finally returning to space. 125,000 years ago, we were part of a great civilization called the Galactic Federation that spanned over hundreds of star systems and had dozens of species within it. It was a glorious time of peace and exploration, and our ships traveled known space and beyond in the pursuit of knowledge. There was no war, no famine, and this great assembly of kindred spirits reigned supreme among many other spacefaring species. The four founders of the Galactic Federation were the Mallet, the Slickarth, the Wancho, and the Magnadi. It paused, gauging the risk of revealing the truth to the human. The Magnadi were your four elders. You are the descendants of a civilization once known as the Great Ones. The human was very still, his face a stone mask that revealed nothing. He nodded and whispered, "Please continue, honored elder." I expected more of a response, Hrethner thought to itself before continuing the story. The Magnadi were like you, but half a meter taller and much stronger than the average human now. Theirs was a mighty civilization, and they were renowned across the sectors for their arts, engineering abilities, and scientific aptitude. They were also great warriors, and their powerful warships and inherent martial abilities suited them well to the task of protecting the Galactic Federation and other weaker species from depredations by other aggressive and warlike species. The human raised his hand. "Why is there no evidence of their existence on Earth? Surely there would have been some signs or traces of their presence discovered by this time." Hrethner answered while raising its hand. "The answers to your questions will be revealed after I finish telling you the story. Shall I continue?" The human nodded, and Hrethner sent thoughts to the servant android to bring more drink and food. For 2,000 years after the signing of the charter between the four founding species, we incorporated many others, and we grew in both size and prosperity as we unraveled the secrets of the universe. Art, engineering, science, and culture were our primary focus, and we pushed ever deeper into the unknown as we sought to expand our knowledge. The android appeared with a tray laden with food and drink, placing it on a newly emerged table that Hrethner thought made so that the human could be comfortable as he refreshed himself. Your ancestors were at the forefront of the expansion and the primary drivers of the greatness of the Federation, as they made first contact with numerous species. Being the natural diplomats they were, they continually sought out new species and civilizations to learn from as they ventured ever outward into the galaxy. They were also the primary military force that dealt with any aggressive species that tried to attack the Federation or any other peaceful species within our spheres of influence, ending any threats decisively and rapidly. The Wancho, a canid species, were also natural warriors. The two species enjoyed a natural affinity for each other, becoming almost inseparable in all matters, especially when defending others from aggression. The human raised his hand, and Hrethner paused to let him speak. "Honored elder, how many species were there in this area of space at that time?" Hrethner answered him. "There were thousands of species within this quadrant alone, and of those thousands, several hundred were spacefaring but primitive, and there were hundreds more that were far more advanced than the species currently inhabiting this area of space. Now they are no more. The human asked another question, an incredulous expression on his face. So many? Did they all die from the plague? Patience, human. When the mallet finally discovered null space and built the null drives, the technology was rapidly disseminated among the 4 founding species. Your ancestors, in their zeal for more discoveries, took a small convoy and entered null space to travel to the neighboring arm of the galaxy, crossing the vast distance of empty space between them. They returned 2 solar months later with only 8 out of the 12 ships they left with, and told of their encounter with a violent species that attacked them without provocation. The area of space they entered was devoid of any sapient life, though they came across many worlds that had evidence of advanced civilizations. Hrethner paused to see if the human had any questions before continuing. After days of scouting, they finally came across a massive debris field within a solar system, and the AIs confirmed that the mass of the wreckage and the scorched debris indicated that this was the result of a massive battle involving tens of thousands of ships. The 4th world was once habitable, and the ruins of an advanced civilization were on the surface. The scans they took showed evidence of planet-wide antimatter bombardment by thousands of bombs. It was in this system that they encountered the Balricans. Hrethner paused again. Any questions, human? Or shall I continue? He answered. Please continue, honored elder. They sent down a small team to the planet to collect samples, and they inadvertently triggered a detection drone that was left there. The drone fired on them, and they returned fire, destroying it. A short time later, they finally returned to the convoy and began preparations to depart the system when they detected a few dozen superluminal objects entering the system. Seeing that it would take just over 30 solar minutes for the objects to reach them, the convoy began charging their null space capacitors and sent numerous messages broadcasting peaceful intentions and the first contact protocol that were used when encountering new species. Was there a response? The human asked. Not until they dropped out of FTL drive right on top of the convoy. Their response was weapons fire from over 40 ships that quickly destroyed 2 unshielded science vessels. The rest of the convoy tried to flash into null space, but the emergence from FTL by the Balrican warships flooded the area with a type of radiation that prevented them from making the transition. They were forced to flee on sublight engines, while the 2 Magnati warships in the convoy stayed behind to engage the attackers. The human put up his hand. How did the radiation prevent transit to null space? Is this still an issue today? Hrethner answered. You must understand that the null drives were a new technology, and we did not fully understand null space itself back then. Do not worry, the null drives we seeded do not have this weakness, and only we currently have the technology to inhibit null drives. The human nodded, relief evident on his face. Please continue, honored elder. The 2 Magnati warships engaged the attackers, and the rest of the convoy fled towards the outer system on sublight drives, where they were finally able to make the transition to null space. The last thing they saw before flashing out was the sole remaining Magnati warship, continuing to fight the last 12 Balrican warships. The surviving ships of the convoy made the long journey back home, and told us of what happened. We were alarmed and saddened by the lives lost, and the Federation restricted travel to that region of space to prevent any other incidents. Scans taken by our ships indicated that the attackers were using a type of FTL drive that puts out a rare type of radiation, and we adjusted our null drives to compensate. Was there any concern of the attackers figuring out where the Federation ships came from and attacking you here? The human asked. No further thought was given to the incident, since it would have taken almost 200 cycles for the Balrican ships to travel the vast distance between the arms, and the Magnati warships had systems in place to scuttle their ships to prevent technology from falling into the wrong hands. 61 years later, a science ship detected a stellar anomaly on the fringes of known space, and it was sent to investigate. The ship's bridge log drone returned to Federation space a week later, badly damaged. The sensor readings of the science ship confirmed that the anomaly was a fleet of almost 80,000 Balrican ships. The human's mouth opened and closed several times, his eyes wide with shock at what he was just told. 80,000, that's not possible, he exclaimed. Hrethner continued. I assure you that it is human. They were in that trinary star system for at least a few cycles prior to detection, as they had built an incredible amount of infrastructure. They had almost a dozen shipyards, fuel refineries in the atmosphere of the 7 gas giants, and a massive ore extraction network mining the asteroid belts and the planets for resources. We only discovered them because they accidentally exited null space within the corona sphere of the red giant, and the massive flare that resulted was detected by the science ship's astronomical survey system. The control AI deemed it enough of an anomaly to bring it to our attention. Null drive. I thought you told me that they used FTL drives. The human interjected. So did we. They must have somehow managed to capture the last Magnati ship, or they were able to reverse engineer the drive from the wreckage of the convoy ships they destroyed. Regardless, they managed to cross the empty space between the arms, and there was no question of their intentions. That many ships and the type of infrastructure they built in the trinary system made it readily apparent that they were establishing a base from which to launch their invasion. What did the Federation do? Asked the human after a long moment of silence while he absorbed the information. Despite their obvious intentions, the Federation was committed to trying to open diplomatic channels and prevent a war with the invaders. A fleet of warships, along with a convoy of official diplomatic vessels, was hastily assembled and sent to the trinary system. They exited null space 1 light-year away and sent a vanguard force of stealth ships to the outskirts of the systems. There, the stealth ships sent messages and enacted first contact protocols to open a line of communication and forestall a war. The signals were transmitted by multiple spy drones that sent the signals from different locations to prevent the Barakans from being able to triangulate the true source of the communication attempts. Pausing momentarily to see if the human had any questions, Hrethner continued. The invaders reacted to the signals by sending thousands of ships to scour the systems and try to find the source of the transmissions. After fruitlessly searching for almost a full solar day, they finally responded with their own transmission. What did they say? What did they look like? The human blurted out as he leaned closer, an intent expression on his face. He raised his hand after asking the questions. My apologies, honored elder. It is an understandable oversight, my human child. Before I continue, would you like a short break to refresh yourself and eliminate your waste? The human nodded before responding. I would, thank you for thinking of my comfort. Where do I go? Hrethner pointed towards the door of its quarters. The android will escort you to the waste facilities. Please follow it. I will be here waiting for you. Thank you, honored elder. I will be back shortly. The human responded before bowing his head gratefully and following the android out of the quarters. While they were out, Hrethner made a small plate with some of the food the android had put on the table and inserted it into a small opening in the torso of the suit. After the opening closed, an internal hatch opened, and Hrethner used its real hands to take it out. It quickly ate the food before taking a few sips from the water dispenser to wash it down. After a few minutes, the human and his android escort returned, and he resumed his seat on the sitting bench with an eager expression on his face. Hrethner waited for the human to stop fidgeting before resuming the story. The spy drones received the message and broadcasted it on several carrier waves, which was received by the vanguard stealth ships hiding in the Uit cloud. The invaders were reptilian in appearance, and their language was translated by the AIs. Would you like to see and hear it? The human nodded with a confused expression. Hrethner pointed towards a bare wall, and the human looked in that direction. The bare wall shimmered, and on it appeared an image. The human gasped before quietly uttering, "That's what they look like. They look like the velociraptors that inhabited my world millions of years ago, though they only had 2 arms, not 4 like these guys do." Hrethner had the AI access the databanks regarding Earth's lifeforms, and an image came up, the AI putting the image of the velociraptor side by side with the image of the reptilian Balrakan. They did indeed look remarkably similar. Now Hrethner understood why the human responded the way he did. Hrethner activated the recording, and the Balrakan started talking in its native language, which was primarily snarls, hisses, hooting, and guttural clicking. It was extremely difficult to listen to, and Hrethner could see that the human was having the same visceral response as he involuntarily flinched at the sounds the Balrakan was making. Hrethner activated the translation matrix, and the terrible sounds were replaced with the emotionless voice of the AI program. Hrethner activated the playback, and the message started from the beginning again. Impure creatures, we are the Balrakan. We have your scent, and we will hunt you until your warm-blooded foulness has been removed from existence. Your impurity is an affront to the gods, and we will purge you from this celestial body. We do not hear your pleas for mercy. We do not negotiate with disgusting inferiors. Your time has come to an end. All trace of your filthy presence will be expunged from the stars, for this sacred galaxy belongs to the Balrakan alone. The message repeated on a loop, just as it did 123,000 years ago. The human turned away from the wall and quietly walked back to the sitting bench, an apprehensive look on his face. Human, my rest period is almost upon us, and I have yet to eat my last meal. If you wish, you may return in 13 of your hours, and I will continue to tell you of your 4 elders and the invasion. As you wish, honored elder. Forgive me for the disruption, the human replied as he got up, and Hrethner could see very plainly that the human did not want to leave or wait for the rest of the story. It chuckled to itself, making sure that the suit did not transmit the mirth it was feeling this time. There is nothing to forgive, my human child. I will see you in 13 of your hours. Good night, honored elder, the human said as he walked towards the door. He glanced back one more time at the image of the Balrakan that was still being displayed on the far wall before he left the quarters, the door quietly sliding shut behind him. Good night, son of the Magnardi, Hrethner said sadly to the empty room before turning its suit around to bring it back to the alcove. It looked at the image of the Balrakan on the screen and pointed a suited finger as it addressed the hateful creature. A curse upon you and your kind, evil one. You took our greatest friends and allies away from us, and now we are less without them. The mallet will not let you do the same to their progeny. Hrethner flicked a finger, and the image of the Balrakan disappeared as the wall shimmered back to a blank surface. Walking back to the alcove, Hrethner suddenly felt much older than the 300 cycles it had known. Worried thoughts flooded Hrethner's mind as it waited for the suit track system to finish deploying. It has been too long. They are coming soon, I can feel it. They held the line Chapter 9 Aurora Virtnai System, 2175 AD. Interior of the abandoned hive, Aurora continued to let the 2 worker drones guide her through the narrow confines of the tunnels as they headed towards the nexus of the hive. Millions of simple minds pressed against her, rejoicing in her presence. She let them lap against her mind like waves on a shore, and she sent thoughts of love and joy to them, something they had never experienced from a hive mother before. The air was thick with pheromones as the drones continued to communicate with each other, heralding her arrival. As the millions of surviving drones realized that a hive mother had returned to them, their primitive minds put out a harmonic frequency that became stronger as they synchronized, and Aurora could feel it within her mind. They are singing, she thought to herself as she tried to categorize what was happening, comparing it to the animal concept of music she had learned about. The whole hive is singing, she realized with sadness as she finally entered the nexus of the hive, allowing the primitive emotions of the millions of drones to wash over her as she continued to respond to them. She felt an outpouring of emotions as the millions of drones responded to her. Sadness, anger, joy, and fear assaulted her mind as she tried her best to calm them and let them know that she was there to take them away to a new hive. You will not suffer anymore, and I will take you to my hive where you will live without fear or pain. The animals will not hurt and kill you anymore. I have stopped them. She knew that they would not really understand the words she said to them, but they would understand her intent and the emotions she was expressing with them. She was almost overwhelmed as she felt the relief coming from the millions of terrified drones still in the hive, and she felt deep anger and hatred towards her sisters for abandoning them. The drones needed constant guidance from queens, or they would suffer from severe anxiety and distress before dying of neglect and starvation. The only reason why this hive functioned for as long as it did was because of the large number of command drones that were left behind to oversee the workers. It was the command drones that kept the hive running. They made sure that the hive followed the last command of the queen to fight to the death for no other reason other than to make the animals pay a high cost for retaking their former worlds. She sent a thought for all the command drones to come to the nexus. It was telling that they were not there to begin with. She waited for the command drones to come to her as an endless procession of worker drones entered, and then exited the nexus after seeing or touching her tentatively with their tarsal claws to confirm that there really was a queen in the hive. She continually dispensed pheromones for the air filtration systems to circulate throughout the entire hive, reinforcing their new bond and assuring their complete loyalty to her. After a short period of time, 6 command drones entered the nexus and lingered by the entrance. She could feel the fear of their thoughts. They think I am here to kill them for failing to defend the hive. I must correct their thinking, she thought as she sent another command to them. She saw them respond to the power of her thoughts as they slowly walked across the nexus to finally arrive before her and Bo submissively. Command drones had a higher level of intelligence and complexity than worker drones. They understood the concept of death and were aware of their rank and responsibilities within the hierarchy of the hive. They were capable of overseeing millions of drones with their own basic pheromone glands as proxies for the queens. Command drones also lived longer, with some of them reaching almost 100 cycles in years before expiring from natural causes if they were well liked by the queens they served. Most queens do not allow them to live that long. Their mercurial nature makes it extremely common for queens to lash out and kill command drones for the slightest errors. No more, my hive will forge a new path. I am now in control of the hive. You will disregard your last command and follow only mine. You will cease attacking the animals, and you will prepare the hive for departure. We will leave this world, and you will join my hive. She felt relief and confusion from the command drones as they struggled to understand what was happening. They were convinced she was going to kill them, and they did not know how to deal with her sparing them. I am your hive mother now. You will obey me in all things, and I will ensure your longevity and the prosperity of this hive. Prepare the workers for departure and collect all needed supplies. My hive ship will be landing, and the hive will enter it to become part of my hive on another world. Go, do as I have commanded. The 6 command drones, still prostrating themselves before her, rose up and departed to do as she commanded, and she could feel their thoughts and emotions as they left. They were now utterly loyal to her because she spared them. I must rule with love, not fear. She felt the hive mother within wishing to speak, and she opened her mind to her thoughts. I will obey as I have promised. I will ask her, and I will show her that if I can do this, then I can do it for all the remaining hives still left on the animal worlds. My hives will grow, and no more animals will have to die. I think she will agree. Republic Hive World TOI 700D 101. 4 light years from Earth, the young queen watched intently as her animal friend continued to show her geometric shapes and make claw movements. Bandit friend lifted a cube, waiting for her to make claw movements and correctly label it. She made the appropriate signs, and she saw the animal friend's facial features grimace as it showed her its teeth. She felt pleasure in the happiness of her friend, because it meant that she was correct. Bandit friend picked up a small device and placed it in between them before pressing a button on it. Floating images appeared above it, and she instinctively reached out to touch it, her tarsal claw passing through the apparition. Bandit friend signed again with its claws, asking her to identify the animal image. She thought long and hard before naming the animal with her claws. The animal friend moved its head in a side-to-side motion. I am wrong, I must name this animal correctly, she thought to herself before trying again. She made the correct claw movements, and the animal friend made the grimace on its face again. She felt pleasure again and signed for more. She wanted to make her hive mother proud when she returned to the hive. She tried to send thoughts to Bandit friend again, despite it telling her that it was not capable of sharing thoughts with her. There was no indication that it heard her, and it continued to change the images, asking her to identify the new hologram of the Neculi male that appeared in the air. She responded with the correct claw movements absently, as her compartmentalized brain took over, while she continued to send thoughts to the animal friend. I wish you could hear me, Bandit friend. I love you, thank you for teaching me. There was still no response to her thoughts, and she soon stopped trying, sad that the animals were not able to share thoughts with her or each other. Bandit friend turned the device off and reached behind him, pulling out her favorite thing to do. If she does well, Bandit friend rewards her with an animal game that he taught her to play. There was a flat piece of wood with black and white squares in a pattern. There were also black and white pieces that were shaped like animals that they moved around with their claws. As he assembled the pieces, she waited with barely controlled excitement to begin the game. She had asked her hive mother if they had such games, and she said that they did not. She explained that such games were one of the reasons why the animals were so good at war, because even the games they play from a young age are really them practicing for war, whether they realize it or not. Bandit friend finally finished setting up the pieces, and he made the first move, moving one of the smaller pieces 2 squares forward. She looked at the entire board, displaying it within her mind from all angles as she considered hundreds of possible responses. She moved an animal piece over the one in front of it as she named the animal in her mind. Horse/knight. Bandit friend responded by moving another front piece 1 square forward. Pawn/drone. She moved her own pawn/drone and watched as Bandit friend moved his horse/knight. She ran through thousands of permutations in her mind as she considered the current and future moves made by them both. She moved the queen, her favorite piece. She already saw the path to winning the game in her mind, as she predicted the next 10 possible movements she and Bandit friend would make. She took her eyes off the board and looked at Bandit friend, watching his face as his yellow eyes moved rapidly over all the pieces as he considered his next move. She sent another thought to him. I am grateful for you, bandit friend. I was so tired, and I did not want to leave my pupa. I would have been culled, and my hive mother would have been without me. Thank you for my life, bandit friend. I will let you win the game this time. I love you. They held the line Chapter 10 Kepler 11 System GFS Hammer of Grilknir, Protector Class Battleship 2, 110 light-years from Earth, year 123-006b, c. Shelknir couldn't stop its hands from shaking as it continued to relay sensor information to the Elder commanding the flagship. It continued sending the most recent data directly to the spinal tap that was shunted into the base of the Elder's skull as it continued to send orders to the fleet. For 12 solar days, they were forced to retreat again and again under the overwhelming Barakan onslaughts as the ill-prepared Federation started marshalling its far-flung navies to confront the invaders. Already, 7 border provinces had fallen to the unstoppable wave, and the Barakan fleets had scoured 14 worlds with their antimatter bombs, slaughtering almost 40 billion souls. The hateful creatures were not content with just eradicating the innocent. They also recorded the final moments of those worlds. They sent video and audio recordings to the nearby worlds with evidence of their atrocities via every known method of transmission, as both a warning and a promise of what was to come. The militia forces of the border provinces were hastily assembled and intercepted one of the Barakan fleets as it launched its attack 12 solar days ago. They were woefully outnumbered, their meager 2,000 ships facing off against the over 10,000 Barakan vessels that were attacking the provinces they were tasked with defending. The 84,000 Barakan warships of the invasion had been split into 8 massive fleets, and they launched a blistering multi-pronged assault, forcing the unprepared Federation to defend multiple fronts along their borders. The ferocity and speed of their attacks surprised the Federation as they launched probing attacks towards the core worlds, further diluting the scant local military forces capable of responding to the initial incursions as reinforcements were diverted to protect the interior. After a series of sharp-pitched battles, the 2,000-strong militia fleet now numbered 916 warships, and they had retreated to this system that was next in line along the invaders' axis of attack in the hopes of finally blunting the advance. There were almost 30 billion Federation citizens in the system, and though not a core world, it was an older settled system and much more developed than the outlying colony worlds of the border regions. The system had a strong network of forts and defensive satellites that would bolster the combat power of the depleted fleet as it prepared to defend the strategic system and prevent it from being used as a staging base to invade the Federation interior. The only reason why the fleet was still a viable force was the technological superiority they had over the invaders, and they capitalized on that advantage, destroying 4 Barakan ships for every 1 militia warship destroyed. They were just so heavily outnumbered that they were still losing despite such a devastating loss ratio in their favor, and even the Mallet crews, well known for their emotional control, were suffering severe morale issues from the constant retreats. The Elder issued commands for the fleet to reorganize into formations anchored by the forts of the outer system, and orders were issued for an additional 120 defense satellites to be moved from the inner system to bolster the outer system's defensive networks. An alert came across its station, and Shelknir forwarded the scanning results to the Elder as it took in the information being displayed on the holographic interface in front of it. The retreating fleet had left a string of spy drones in null space behind it, and the drones were programmed to flash out and alert the fleet once it detected the invaders. Quickly calculating the sensor readings, Shelknir turned to face the Elder sitting in its command chair. Honored Elder, I predict that the Barakan fleet will arrive in approximately 42 solar minutes. The Elder blinked its eyes slowly before answering. How many ships? Padlon Shelknir. Quickly looking at the panel interface to confirm the number, Shelknir glanced back at the Elder before answering the question. 436 Barakan warships, Honored Elder. Another slow blink. Very well, Padlon. Order the task forces to accelerate their deployment timelines. Send 4 light battle cruisers to the inner system to unload the defense satellites and bring them back here. This is where I want them deployed. The Elder flicked a forefinger, and a string of coordinates appeared on the panel, indicating where the defense satellites were to be placed. Shelknir forwarded the information to the 4 cruisers, and a few seconds later, he saw the sensor information indicating that they had flashed into null space. Dilsun Kenthdir, you will start deploying the particle accelerator mines along this path. The Elder called out to the weapons officer as he flicked his forefinger again, and the main viewer came to life on the forward bulkhead, displaying the outer system. Making small, deft movements with its 4 fingers, the Elder traced a line beyond the orbital path of the 6th planet as he pinpointed the exact locations where he wanted the new weapons system deployed. They had only been field-tested 6 solar months ago, and a military transport ship had delivered 12 of the mines to the militia fleet 2 days ago, with the Elder commander of the transport ship making promises to return with more as fast as it could. The Elder took advantage of the current orbital paths of the 6 planets in the system and the Baurakan tendency to immediately engage in combat with any ships present by placing the mines in strategic locations where they would have the most effect. 12 destroyers locked tractor beams on the mines and flashed into null space to deploy them. 25 solar minutes later, the 4 battle cruisers returned, their holds filled with the 120 defense satellites, and hurriedly started transshipment procedures as they offloaded the satellites to dozens of waiting destroyers. As soon as the cargo holds of the smaller destroyers were filled, they flashed out to deploy the satellites in the locations selected by the Elder. Shelknir worriedly eyed the countdown as it continued to coordinate the deployment and final dispositions of the task forces with the other ships of the fleet. 2 solar minutes before the expected arrival of the Baurakan fleet, the particle accelerator mines and the defense satellites were finally deployed, and the destroyers started burning back towards their respective task forces at maximum sublight as they deployed collectors to harvest the argonium needed to recharge their null space capacitors. As the countdown passed 10 seconds, Shelknir felt the shaking in its hands subside as the prospect of combat grew closer. It was not afraid to die, and during combat, an unusual calmness came over it during the fleet actions. It was only when the fighting was over that the atavistic fear organ in its brain stem would cause trouble, and Shelknir would have to deal with the troubling side effects of the mallet version of the adrenaline dump that the Magnati warriors spoke of frequently. The main viewer showed the area where the invader fleet was expected to flash out, and Shelknir said a quick prayer to the Creator, thanking it for not allowing the Baurakans to figure out how to flash out of null space within the inner system. Having to flash out at least 800,000,000 lickles from the primary was a severe tactical disadvantage for the Baurakans, and one of the only reasons why the militia was able to fight as well as it had against such numerical superiority. This allowed the militia to lay traps and utilize defense in depth as they fell back deeper into the inner systems, exacting a high price from the Baurakans. When the tactical situation became untenable, the militia would finally yield the system to them before retreating to another one to do it all over again. The countdown hit 0, and it was at -6 seconds when the Baurakan ships finally started flashing into the system, thousands of pinpoint lights appearing in the darkness as over 6,000 enemy warships flashed out of null space, right where the Elder predicted they would. Shelknir kept his eyes locked on his station, as the sensor recordings became almost too fast to keep up with, as the massive invading fleet started shaking into the battle formations favored by the Baurakans. They employed large formations that allowed for overwhelming local fire superiority and mutual support, using their formations like bludgeons as they charged into the Federation battle lines after firing all their missiles and torpedoes from standoff distance. Their numerical advantage allowed them to use such tactics to great effect against the much smaller Federation fleet, and the militia was forced to adapt their tactics to compensate, paying a heavy price to learn how to fight against such overwhelming numbers. The Baurakan formations finally assumed their standard formations, and 6 massive task forces of 1,000 ships each started maneuvering as they fired tremendous volleys of the missiles and torpedoes that seemed to comprise their main offensive armament. Opening an encrypted fleet-wide communication channel, the Fleet Elder started issuing orders. Eject the decoys and mines and initiate their stealth protocols. All ships maintain their position. All Elders will change shift rotations to ensure rest periods for all crew. The estimated arrival time of the Baurakan missile volleys is 13 solar hours from now. I want every ship to perform cold running simulations every solar hour, starting now. Execute, the Elder called out, initiating a flurry of activity among the bridge crew as they started following the orders. Shelknir hurriedly worked on the controls of the panel in front of it, activating the cold running simulation. The AI simulated the ship dumping the massive heat sinks and flushing the radiator fins of the battleship they were on before closing all the ports and windows of the ship. While its AI assistant started those procedures, Shelknir also simulated shutting down all primary and secondary systems that produced detectable emissions capable of breaching silent emissions Protocol 2. After 5 minutes, the simulation was over, and the AI assistant confirmed that it was successful. These operating procedures were sent to the militia fleet 2 solar days ago from Fleet Command, following the successful defense of the Slickoth sector by a combined 3,000 strong Magnati/Wancho fleet. The Magnati commander leading the combined forces came up with the protocols, hoping to force the Barakan invasion fleet to deplete their missile and torpedo complements in a wasted effort to strike silent and cold ships that their weapons couldn't find before finally running out of fuel. The Wancho executive officer also had an excellent idea, and after conferring with the engineering staff to see if it was feasible, he approached the Magnati fleet commander to institute his plan. The commander gave the go-ahead, and the executive officer and engineering staff started modifying the probe and drone inventory of the fleet to put out emissions and signals comparable to larger Federation warships. They also reconfigured thousands of small mines for dual use, either to blind the targeting computers of the Barakan warheads or to function as anti-missile mines. The Barakan warhead computers, far less advanced than the AI warheads used by the Federation, hopefully would not be able to discern that they were being spoofed by autonomous probes and drones and would follow their programming, targeting any Federation emission or signal sources. When the combined Magnat/Wancho fleet finally intercepted the Barakan invasion fleet in an uninhabited system in the Slickoth sector, they put their tactics to the test with resounding success. Over 10,000 warships of the Barakan fleet entered the system, and seeing the much smaller Federation fleet in the system, they gave battle. The Magnati commander waited until the first 2 Barakan Varlis had traveled 11 of the 12-hour transit time before having his fleet eject thousands of the small, modified probes and drones, and then initiate the cold-running protocols. The 60,000 missile and torpedo warheads of the 2 Barakan Varlis suddenly found themselves losing target locks as the 3,000 Federation warships suddenly dumped all their heat sinks and radiator fins, creating a massive thermal bloom. Using chemical and gas thrusters that gave off no heat, the already loosely formed Federation fleet dispersed from their initial locations, now as cold as the space around them, and they simply ceased to exist on the Barakan warhead scanners. The Barakan targeting computers continued to guide themselves towards the last known locations of the Federation ships, and then cut off their thrusters to conserve the last of their fuel for the final terminal guidance phase. When the 2 Varlis reached 30,000 kilometers from the last known locations of the Federation fleet, the targeting computers were just about to switch their targeting parameters to active scanning when thousands of Federation warships suddenly appeared on their scanners. The targets lit up the battle space as they fled deeper into the inner system, and the Barakan warhead computers activated their thrusters and initiated their terminal guidance phase as they achieved target locks. The 60,000 missiles and torpedoes, now less than 10,000 lickles from their targets, initiated their final booster phase to close the distance when they flew right into a stealth minefield. Hundreds of salted fusion proximity mines detonated, and thousands of Barakan missiles that were close to the mines disappeared in the initial explosions or were slagged by the incredible heat, turning into useless hunks of metal. Thousands of missiles further out from the mines became non-functional or self-destructed, as their delicate warhead computers were destroyed by the multiple types of deadly radiation that bathed the space around each mine for thousands of kilometers. The 10,000 missiles and torpedoes that survived the minefield exited the area and continued to chase the Federation's spoof drones when they entered yet another stealth minefield. This minefield was reconfigured for electronic warfare and emitted powerful jamming signals to render the warhead targeting locks ineffective. This caused the missile warheads to revert to their default loitering mode as they flew in circles, vainly trying to re-establish targeting locks. They finally ran out of fuel and were now drifting impotently. The Barakan warhead computers activated their self-destruct protocols to ensure that they could not be utilized by enemies, and the area of space they were in became momentarily speckled with miniature supernova as thousands of powerful anti-ship missiles detonated their nuclear warheads. Twice more, this was repeated as the Barakan fleet fired their last missile and torpedo volleys while closing the gap between the 2 fleets. 49 solar hours after their arrival in the system, the Barakan fleet finally closed to within 100,000 lickles of the Federation fleet. The massive Barakan battle formations charged at the much smaller Federation fleet, assured of their victory as they armed their directed energy weapon systems and short-range anti-ship torpedoes. The Magnati and Wancho ships had a 40,000 lickle range advantage with their advanced particle accelerators, and the Balrakan charge turned into a bloodbath as the extremely potent Federation war beams eliminated over 3,000 Balrakan warships before they finally entered their own maximum range and fired back. The Balrakan energy weapons were largely ineffective as their beams suffered severe attenuation at such long ranges, and the AI battle computers of the Magnati and Wancho warships expertly engaged in complicated evasive maneuvers that reduced the Balrakan hit rate to less than 5% as they struggled to close the gap. Another 2,000 Balrakan warships were destroyed or turned into slag as the war beams found them before they finally reached their optimal firing range of 20,000 lickles and started hitting and damaging Magnati and Wancho warships. The Balrakan fleet, now numbering just over 5,000 ships, had their first real taste of battle with the two eminent warrior species of the Federation, and were handed their first true defeat since they launched their crusade to cleanse the entire galaxy 600 cycles ago. For the first time, they faced an enemy of true warriors who excelled in the arts of war and reveled in the joy of battle. The Magnati and Wancho ships surged forward and closed with the Balrakan warships, their weapons systems decimating the invading ships, while the advanced armor of their hulls withstood multiple hits. The Canid Wancho, descended from pack animals, employed the same tactics as their ancestors as they ganged up on the larger warships of the Balrakans and overwhelmed them. They would also bait Balrakan ships by venting gases and creating controlled fires in their cargo bays to act like they were heavily damaged while fleeing, leading pursuing enemy ships into carefully laid ambushes. The Magnati fought in groups of 3 or as individual duelists, each ship commander taking their own initiative as they deemed fit, while still following the overarching battle plan of the Magnati fleet commander. The Balrakan command ship, a massive battleship that was heavily armed and armored, suddenly found itself in a duel with a Magnati battleship. The Magnati battleship was smaller, but their advanced armor technology and weapon systems gave it a decisive advantage. The Magnati capital ship mauled its much larger counterpart, turning it into a powerless derelict within 2 minutes of the duel starting. Numerous ports opened along the starboard side of the battleship, and grapplers shot out and locked onto the few undamaged hull sections of the Balrakan command they could find. The powerful grapplers pulled the mortally wounded battleship to within 5 lickles of the Magnati warship. Dozens of large openings appeared, and thousands of Magnati shock troopers streamed out of them, their black combat suits propelling them into the many large hull breaches as they boarded the enemy command ship. The few surviving Balrakan crew members offered no resistance, too shocked by the action to even try, as they had never experienced being boarded before. The Magnati troopers gave no quarter, and they killed every member of the crew they came across as they headed towards the engine compartments and command center. They took control of the engineering spaces and the bridge, and they managed to capture the Balrakan fleet commander before he could commit suicide. They quickly set up recording equipment and opened an encrypted communication line to the Magnati battleship. The battleship transmitted video of a shark trooper holding the reptilian Balrakan fleet commander up in the air by the scruff of his neck before breaking it. The audible crack of the vertebrae was easily heard on the silent bridge. The video was broadcast on all known frequencies, and the results were astonishing. The surviving Balrakan fleet formations stopped fighting coherently, and it seemed as if all command and control were lost, as the remaining 2,000-strong Balrakan fleet dissolved into an uncoordinated mass of ships that stopped supporting each other. The battle turned into an utter rout, and the Federation fleet destroyed every single Balrakan warship within the next 2 hours. None of them tried to flee or escape, and they self-destructed when there were other attempts to board or capture other Balrakan ships. The battle finally ended, and there was not a single Balrakan alive in the system. The Federation fleet had destroyed 309 Balrakan warships, and their own losses were 419 ships destroyed and 643 ships with varying degrees of damage. After the battle, Fleet Command sent hundreds of calm drones throughout the Federation to show the marshalling military forces the results of the first Federation victory to bolster morale. They also sent the protocols used in the battle to all military forces, including the militia fleet that Shelknir was in, via encrypted spy drones to be uploaded by the AI battle computers. Now the surviving 916 ships of the militia fleet hoped to repeat the victory. The shift change alert came over the bridge intercom system, and Shelknir left the station to go to its quarters for the mandated rest period. After praying and eating, it forced itself to lie down in the sleep pod and programmed a sleep aid to be dispensed, knowing it would not be able to fall asleep without pharmaceutical intervention. 10 solar hours later, Shelknir woke up and prepared itself for the coming battle. It recorded a message to be delivered to its mate upon the event of its death, and prayed one more time for the Creator to grant them victory. 130 solar minutes after awaking, Shelknir was back at its station, nervously eyeing the missile and torpedo tracks as the Baurakan anti-ship weapons headed towards their positions. The outer system colonies were currently being bombarded by elements of the Baurakan fleet that stayed behind as the main body continued burning towards their positions. Already, almost 2 billion citizens were in the process of being exterminated as the antimatter bombs fell on their homes. Shelknir shook with rage as the audio and video transcripts of the cries of terror and the annihilation of the innocents transmitted by the hateful creatures at light speed finally arrived in the inner system, a warning that heralded the doom coming for the other 28 billion innocents. The Elder had the uncensored transcripts played on all the militia ships, and Shelknir understood why, though listening to the pleas broke his soul. Unlike the Magnadi and the Wancho, much of the Federation's membership was from peaceful, pacifist cultures. Like the Mallet, war was unknown to these species, something they left behind millennia ago as they developed into spacefaring societies. The membership needed to face the truth about what kind of enemy the Baurakans were, and they needed to reclaim their long-forgotten atavistic impulses if they were to survive. Just having advanced weaponry and armor was not enough when faced with such a vicious enemy. They needed to learn how to fight again, and learn soon if they had any hope of winning this war. A strident alert snapped Shelknir out of its reverie, and it focused on the panel in front of it, seeing that the Baurakan weapons were almost in range. The Elder called out for the fleet to initiate the cold-running procedures, and Shelknir activated the program as it tapped the icon. The AI assistant took over as Shelknir started the emission control protocols, and after 12 long solar minutes, it sent a pulse to a spy drone that was 10,000 lickles away from the fleet. The spy drone responded and sent the scanning results. The entire militia fleet was undetectable, and there was now a massive heat bloom where the fleet used to be as they dispersed using chemical and gas thrusters to relocate. Another alert sounded, and the Baurakan projectile weapons had finally reached the 30,000 lickle mark. Following their programming, 2 groupings of 400 probes and drones that were positioned on the flanks of the dispersed militia fleet activated and started broadcasting powerful Federation emissions as they fled towards preselected coordinates. The 35,000 strong Baurakan missile and torpedo swarm split as the warhead computers communicated with each other, and the massive volley was divided into 2 parts as they chased after the decoys. The decoys went into the first 2 stealth minefields that were laid, passing through them safely before decelerating when they were safely outside the blast range. To the Baurakan warhead computers, it would seem as if the 2 small fleets had stopped fleeing and were now preparing to try to shoot them down. The 2 missile volleys entered the minefields, and the mines waited until the main body was in the center of the 2 fields before triggering their salted fusion warheads. A maelstrom of deadly energy was released as thousands of proximity mines detonated, engulfing the projectile weapons as they were turned to slag or rendered inert as their warhead computers were burned out. Not a single missile or torpedo survived the 2 minefields. This was the only volley fired by the Baurakan fleet as they rapidly approached their location. The Elder had correctly assumed the multiple battles they fought with this fleet, as they retreated, had depleted their munition stocks, and planned accordingly. The large Baurakan formations were rapidly approaching the orbital path of the 6th planet, and Shelknir watched the sensor plot on its panel with anticipation as they finally reached the weapons range of the new particle accelerator mines. The Elder flicked its finger, and the main viewer flickered before showing the telemetry from several spy drones hidden in the vicinity. There were 12 brilliant flares of light, and the screen dimmed automatically to compensate before applying the filters. Shelknir gaped open-mouthed at the results of the mines as they fired at the unsuspecting Baurakan warships. It could not see the particle accelerator beams themselves, but it could see the devastating results of the beams striking their targets. A Baurakan battleship, almost 5 lickles in length and with a 1.5 lickle beam at its widest point, was torn completely in half when a single hit from one of the mines struck it directly amidship. The massive construct of war snapped in half, and the 2 pieces drifted for a few seconds before the fusion reactors in the aft section went critical and destroyed the 2 halves, reducing the once mighty battleship to its constituent atoms. Across the minefield, the same results were repeated, as the 12 stealth mines continued to detonate the fusion warheads in their inventory and channel the destructive energy into a single particle beam that annihilated the targeted ships. The Balrakan formations disintegrated as they broke ranks, initiated evasion courses, and tried to figure out what was hitting them. The Elder had placed them in a staggered pattern separated by hundreds of thousands of lickles, both above and below the plane of the ecliptic, to ensure that the mines would not hit each other as they targeted and destroyed enemy vessels. The incredibly powerful particle beam mines also had a greatly extended range over their shipborne counterparts, as they could be constructed without concern for irradiating biologicals. The result was an effective range of 120,000 lickles, and the minefield depth and placement meant that the Balrakan ships would have to run a gauntlet of almost 2 million lickles. The 12 mines had an inventory of 200 warheads each, and could fire a shot every 10 seconds. They also had cold gas thruster systems to displace after every shot to prevent them from being hit by counterfire from the targeted ships, though this was not a real concern with the limited range of the Balrakan energy weapons. For 5 solar hours, the Balrakan vessels were forced to travel through the deadly crossfire before they finally passed out of the weapon's range of the last segment of the minefield. The advanced targeting AIs on board the mines performed brilliantly, and they had an 85% hit rate despite the desperate evasion measures employed by the panicked Balrakan vessels. 2,089 Balrakan warships never made it out of the minefield, and the battered fleet reformed and continued its course for the inner system, where the remaining 28 billion Federation citizens resided. The Balrakan fleet finally reached the orbital path of the 6th planet, and the first line of defensive satellites activated, firing on the nearest enemy formations. The counterfire from the Balrakan ships was expertly executed, and dozens of satellites were destroyed as the large formations passed by them. Still, the defensive weapon systems exacted their toll, and many dozens of enemy vessels were destroyed and heavily damaged as the small satellites fired their particle beams at any targets within their range. The Balrakans adapted their formations to the incoming satellite fire, dispersing as they initiated evasion protocols again, and greatly reducing the hit rates of the defensive platforms. They continued to burn towards the 5th planet as they penetrated deeper into the system and searched for the militia fleet that was hiding in the area. Have the forts activate their engines and come out from behind the planet. I want them positioned here, here, and here. The Elder called out as it highlighted the locations it wanted the 3 forts currently behind the planet to reposition themselves. The Elder had ordered the 3 forts to decelerate, power down, and stay behind the large planet to prevent them from being targeted by the Balrakan missile volleys, as they were practically static defenses and would be targeted for destruction by the enemy. They are to disregard safety procedures and speed limitations. I want them there in 45 solar minutes, and they have my permission to run the reactors to 120% of the maximum rating. The Elder called out again, as Shelknir started relaying the Elder's orders to the 3 planetary defense fort crews. The Balrakan fleet would arrive in just over a solar hour, and Shelknir again confirmed to the nervous operations officers of the 3 forts that they were to disregard all safety protocols, understanding their reluctance. The forts were almost 200 cycles old, and running the reactors at 120% of their maximum rating was fraught with risks, notwithstanding the fact that they had been properly maintained by the Federation Engineering Corps since they had been built. The massive forts activated their engines and thrusters, and powerful towing vessels, already attached to the anchor points, added their overpowered engines to the effort. The fort started slowly moving, as their tremendous mass was propelled by the struggling engines of the forts and the towing vessels. 20 solar minutes later, the forts finally reached the halfway point as they came around the planet, and began the deceleration burn to slow them down before finally repositioning. An alert from the AI assistant appeared on the panel, and Shelknir glanced at it. As it looked at the scanning report and analyzed the AI interpretation of the results, it grew alarmed and swiveled in the chair to face the Elder. Elder, the enemy formations are starting deceleration procedures far sooner than expected. They are reacting to the emergence of the forts from behind the planet, Shelknir said to the Elder as it sent the scanning results to the holographic panel in front of the Elder. After a slow blink, Shelknir could see the eyes of the Elder quickly moving as it took in the scanning report before responding. This was to be expected, Padlan Shelknir, though perhaps not so soon. Hopefully this will cause them to abandon their invasion of the system. Another strident alert sounded on the panel behind Shelknir, and it turned back around to see what the AI assistant was warning about now. The same alert sounded on the weapons station panel, and the AI battle computer suddenly came over the bridge speakers as it addressed the Elder. Elder Irithvir, I am detecting anomalous readings from multiple enemy battleships and heavy cruisers. Scanning results indicate they are activating a projectile weapons system not previously deployed. The Elder responded to the battle AI immediately. Is this another missile or torpedo system we have not faced before? What does your analysis indicate? The battle AI responded immediately. Elder Irithnir, please direct your attention to the main viewer. I have accessed nearby spy drone telemetry, and I believe you will reach the same conclusion as I have. I have assessed with a 99.2% probability that they are currently deploying a mass driver weapons system. The view screen changed to the nearest spy drone as it focused on the battleships and heavy cruisers near it, zooming in and enhancing the video resolution. A narrow 1.5-lickel-long ventral section was separating from the keels of dozens of decelerating warships, and they watched as the sections modified, forming two rails that glowed as electrical current started arcing among the veins. Shinkara, screamed the Elder, making the bridge crew flinch from the unexpected vulgar outburst of the normally reserved Elder. It started issuing orders frantically, its voice carrying the nervousness and shock it was experiencing. Order the forts and the towing ships to start evasive maneuvers. Order them to evacuate the cargo bays and then vent them now. The Elder screamed, loudly slamming its two fists on the armrests of the command chair as if emphasizing the urgency of its orders. All ships abort cold running and crash start your reactors. Override all safety protocols. We need to give the enemy something else to worry about before they take out the forts. The Elder continued rapidly issuing more orders, and it was almost impossible for Shelknir to keep up as it tried to execute the orders and coordinate with its counterparts in the fleet and on the forts. It stabbed at multiple icons with numb fingers, while its trembling voice relayed the commands over the comm channels. Glancing rapidly between the viewer and the panel, Shelknir tried to keep tabs on what was happening. The three forts stopped decelerating and started firing their positioning thrusters as the towing ships disconnected from their anchor points and scrambled to reconnect to other anchor points to change the momentum of the massive constructs. Massive cargo bay doors opened on the sides of the forts, and the sudden expelling of the atmosphere within did little to radically change their directions. But every effort undertaken was critical, as one of the screens on the viewer showed the dozens of mass drivers continuing to charge up. The Balrakan warships maneuvered to aim their deadly weapons at the ponderously moving forts, and Shelknir winced as the first of them achieved a full charge. The tremendous energy of the rails underwent one last furious arc between them before there was a blinding flash of light, and they shot their projectiles. Shelknir looked at the panel and gasped at the sensor readings, almost not believing what it was seeing. The dozens of projectiles were traveling at 120 lickles per solar second, and they would reach the targeted fort in 27 solar minutes. Shelknir flicked the scanning results onto the viewer, and the weapons officer had its AI assistant run calculations before confirming the speed and time of arrival. There were audible gasps from the bridge crew, and the Elder muttered to itself before addressing the bridge crew. Order the targeted fort to begin evacuation procedures. I want every soul on that fort to be headed to safety in 15 solar minutes. See that it is done. Padlan Shelknir, order Task Force 5 to break away from the main fleet and assemble into an assault formation. We are going to disrupt their next volley. Execute. Shelknir started furiously tapping the panel in front of it as it relayed the commands to Task Force 5. Within a solar minute, 62 vessels, including the Hammer of Grilknir, had assembled into an assault formation and were 10 solar seconds away from flashing into null space. Both hands stopped shaking, and Shelknir experienced an otherworldly calm come over it as it watched the null space counter reach 0. A momentary disorientation hit it, and suddenly they were amidst the Balrakan fleet, the battle AI already firing their weapons. Padlan, find me a ship with a mass driver and coordinate with the weapons station. The Elder called out, and Shelknir quickly updated the targeting preferences of the scanners, finding a heavy cruiser located 16,000 lickles off the port bow. The Balrakan heavy cruiser was recharging its rails, and Shelknir and the weapons officer coordinated their assault on their panels. The battleship surged forward as it veered to port and headed directly towards the target, shrugging off repeated hits as it was fired on by nearby Balrakan ships. The Balrakans had recovered from the sudden appearance of the Federation ships among them, and now the battleship was being targeted by at least a dozen vessels as it continued closing with the unsuspecting heavy cruiser. Multiple alarms were going off, and Shelknir focused on directing the damage control teams to where they were needed, as multiple hull breaches formed, where the advanced composite armor had failed under the Balrakan onslaught. The weapons officer finally had a clear shot and activated the dual particle accelerator array located under the bow, and Shelknir watched as the two invisible beams smashed into the starboard side of the heavy cruiser and punched right through its hull, hitting another Balrakan ship that was next to it. "Find me another target," the Elder roared, its voice filled with rage. "The Elder is bloodlusted," Shelknir thought to itself as it located a nearby Balrakan battleship that was almost finished charging its mass driver. Forwarding the coordinates to the weapons officer, Shelknir resumed directing damage control teams to the most critical points on the hammer as the ship continued to be pummeled by enemy vessels. "Steady on, my valiant crew. We will not emerge from this with our lives, and I will be honored to have you all at my side when we face the Creator," the Elder called out, its voice husky with emotion. Shelknir sat up a little straighter, pride coursing through its veins at the defiant words of the Elder as the hammer continued to charge through the Balrakan ships, delivering death and destruction to the hateful creatures all around it. They were now within 10,000 lickles of the targeted battleship, and Dilsun Kenthir fired the recharged bow dual particle accelerators, hitting the aft section of the enemy ship and tearing off the quad engine assembly before pivoting the ship and presenting the starboard weapons array. 6 secondary particle beam cannons emerged from within the hull as their armored hatches slid to the side, and all 6 fired at the same time, slicing through the drifting battleship. It hung there for a few solar seconds as its lights flickered before vanishing in the fury of a fusion core overload. The Elder called out for another target to be found. Shelknir had already found one and was just about to forward the coordinates to the weapons officer when the hammer was struck with an extremely powerful concentrated volley from almost 20 enemy ships. The bridge lights went out and Shelknir felt the gravity generators lose power, barely able to activate the seat harness in time when another violent barrage of weaponry hit the ship, causing multiple bridge crew members to be ejected from their seats in the sudden microgravity. There was a sickening crunching sound behind it, and Shelknir craned its neck to look back as the harness restricted its movements. The emergency lighting came on, the dim blue lights casting an eerie glow. Shelknir blinked rapidly as its eyes adjusted to the dim lighting and saw the source of the crunching sound. The Elder had been thrown from the command chair, and its skull had turned into an unrecognizable pulp of flesh after the Elder's head smashed into a nearby bridge support pylon. The ship was hit again, and there was a terrifying groaning sound from deep within the ship before a resounding cracking sound echoed through the ship. It was the loudest noise Shelknir had ever heard, and the ship lurched as if it lost half of its mass. The battle AI came over the speakers, stuttering as it tried to finish resetting itself. Bria breach warning. Please activate void measures. A shrill alarm accentuated the AI's warning, and Shelknir yanked on a small handle hanging off its right shoulder. There was a hissing sound, and Shelknir expelled its breath as the clear nanopolycarbonate void helmet finished assembling around its skull. Just as the helmet fully encapsulated its head, there was a massive rush of atmosphere exiting the opened bridge hatch before it slammed shut. Deactivating the harness, Shelknir pushed off its chair and drifted to the command chair, studiously avoiding looking at the Elder's corpse as it drifted by, small droplets of yellow blood trailing the body. Shelknir reached the chair and activated the harness system before accessing the holographic control panel to see the damage report. The battleship had snapped in half when the spinal support column was hit by a barrage of close-range particle beams, and Shelknir now knew what the terrible groaning and cracking sound had been. The aft section was drifting away from the bow section, and Shelknir tried to access the weapons systems to continue firing. The weapons system was down, as was almost every other critical system. The internal sensors indicated that there were almost 300 life signs in the bow section, and Shelknir was just about to toggle the evacuation alarm when it remembered what would happen to the crew if they abandoned ship. The Balrakans would either target and destroy the escape pods, or they would capture them and brutally torture the prisoners for recreation, broadcasting the sessions like they had done when capturing Federation prisoners after the first battles. Accessing a sub-menu, Shelknir found the scuttling program and activated it, crash-starting the miniature fusion reactors that were placed throughout the ship as scuttling charges. It would take 120 solar seconds for the charges to go off, and Shelknir reached for the spinal tap port at the base of its skull. Using a fingernail, Shelknir pried open a small section of the port, and a small cable emerged. Pulling the cable out and around to the front of its body, Shelknir plugged it into a receptacle on the arm of the command chair and started transferring its backup files and memory engrams to the bridge log. After 15 seconds, the download was completed, and Shelknir looked around the bridge, seeing that the 2 other bridge survivors were doing the same thing. He looked at them both, seeing the courageous resignation in their eyes as they bravely awaited their deaths. The Balricans had stopped firing on the hammer, and a small smile came to its lips as it saw on the flickering viewer 2 nearby enemy heavy cruisers shoot out towing cables and attach them to the broken hull of the bow section. Shelknir ejected the bridge log and resumed looking at the viewer. The hammer will take those 2 ships out with it when it self-destructs, and Shelknir felt its smile widen at the thought. The countdown passed 10 solar seconds, and Shelknir closed its eyes and thought of its mate before marveling at the fact that neither of its hands were shaking as the scuttling charges activated and sent it to the creator. Armenian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1, 893 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. Ray woke up, gasping for breath, as he pulled the engrammatic transfer wires away from his skull. His face was wet from tears, and he started sobbing uncontrollably as he put his head in his trembling hands. "I apologize for the traumatic experience you are undergoing, my human child," Krethnir stated quietly as it stood to the side, waiting for Ray to regain control after the memory engram transfer procedure. Ray heard the mallet, and after a little while he was able to get control of himself. He swung his feet around and got off the transfer table, his legs shaking unsteadily. "Thank you, honored elder. I think I am okay now, and you did warn me that it would be a difficult experience." An android appeared with a glass vessel filled with water, and Ray took the water gratefully and drank it before thanking the android. He started walking unsteadily towards a nearby sitting bench and plopped himself into it wearily. He looked at the sensor lenses on the mallet exosuit as it crouched down and waited for him to speak. "That was intense. I felt every emotion and every thought of Shelknir. I was Shelknir, and when it died, I died too, it felt like." After a pause, Ray asked another question. "Did they win the battle?" The mallet responded. "They did, at a great cost. Now you understand the coming threat and the type of adversary we will face when they finally arrive." Ray nodded, terrified of the sheer viciousness displayed by the Balricans. "When do you think they will come? I wonder if they are the same enemy that the insectoid queen spoke of. I am almost certain they are one and the same, my human child. As to when, I do not know, but I feel it has been too long already." The mallet responded. Ray wanted an answer to a question he had not worked up the courage to ask yet. He put a hand up. "Honored elder, why did you not destroy the enemy entirely? Allowing them to survive to only come back again seems like a catastrophic error on the part of the Federation." After a long silence, the mallet finally raised a suit hand and answered. "It wasn't for lack of trying, my human child. Yes, we did manage to finally defeat them, but by that time, the Federation was dealing with the effects of the plague. Maybe if the Magnati and the Wancho had been." It trailed off, and Ray could feel the emotion behind the statement despite the synthesized voice of the exosuit speakers. "What happened, honored elder?" Ray asked as he locked his eyes with the sensor lenses. "If you really wish to know, you must undergo the procedure again. I am incapable of truly conveying what happened with mere words," the mallet answered after raising a suit hand. Ray looked towards the table he had gotten off, and he inwardly shuddered at the thought of experiencing it again. After a long moment, he steeled himself and got off the sitting bench. He walked over to the table and laid back down on it, reapplying the engrammatic wiring to his skull. "I am ready, honored elder," he called out, trying to hide the apprehension and fear he was experiencing as he stared at the dull white ceiling above him. The mallet exosuit walked back to the table and leaned over him. He could see the sensor lenses focusing on his face before it spoke. "You truly are worthy inheritors of the Magnati, my brave human child." Ray thought he detected a measure of pride in the words of the mallet before closing his eyes and preparing himself for another session. They held the line Chapter 11 Alexa/Aurora Virnai System, 2175 AD. 36 hours after the Battle of Wadi Delta, Alexa stood in awe as he watched the massive hive ship begin to rotate 2,000 meters above the ground after burning through the atmosphere like a fiery deity before finally stopping to hover over the battlefield. He knew how large the massive vessel was on paper, but looking at it with his own eyes allowed him to grasp the sheer size of it for the first time. He thought back to when he saw an entire wing of Republic battleships attack a single hive ship during the sacrifice of the Savior's battle in his home system, remembering just how small the largest Republic warships looked next to the hive ship. They looked like a school of small fish trying to attack a whale, and as his eyes roamed over the gargantuan vessel hovering above him, he finally realized why the advanced and powerful Commonwealth fleet was so soundly beaten when confronted by the 60 Hive ships. In his mind, he imagined what it must have been like to willingly fight one of these ships for the first time, and he whispered a quick prayer of thanks that the Republic fleet still had the courage to hold their ground and give battle after seeing what they would face. Even the battle they just fought was a testament to the unwillingness to yield by the human warriors he fought alongside as endless swarms of drones relentlessly attacked them. Even with the Republic training he and the other Eleni drop troopers underwent, and the warrior ethos instilled in them, he knew in his heart that they would have retreated long ago if it wasn't for the presence of the humans fighting beside them. They didn't fight for glory. They didn't blindly follow and execute their orders like drones. They fought for each other, and that was what made them so deadly and competent. If a Republic soldier became overwhelmed with fear, all they had to do was look to their left and right to gain courage from their brothers and sisters fighting next to them, knowing that they would never be left behind and that they were fighting not for the Republic, but for each other gave them the strength to keep going and allowed them to master their fear. Alexa snapped out of his reverie as the hundreds of thrusters under the Hive ship stopped firing, and the anti-gravity repulsors took over and gently lowered the massive 5-kilometer radius Hive ship a short distance away from the top of the underground Hive that was jutting out of the ground. Large, blocky landing struts emerged all around the perimeter of the Hive ship, and it slowly descended until over 200 struts all contacted the ground and finished leveling out the Hive ship as the struts compensated for any uneven terrain. A shadow suddenly blocked out the sun behind him, and he spun around startled. Staff Sergeant Ayaub had silently come up behind him without him knowing that a Mark 12 ATS suit was within 3 meters of his position. He quietly cursed himself for his lack of awareness and came to attention, snapping a smart salute. Ayaub returned the salute, her dark blue suit arm having reverted to an arm configuration with a massive, gauntleted hand at the end. "Private, I just want to let you know how proud I am of you. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you had a couple of combat drops under your belt already. I hope you don't mind, but I requested that I be allowed to do this personally. Here, this is for you." She held out a massive fist palm side up and opened it, and Alexa felt his heart rate quicken as he saw what was inside of it. There were 2 objects. One was bright silver with upswept wings on the sides and 2 crossed swords in the center. He had earned his first combat drop wings. Next to it was a bronze star attached to a ribbon that had the colors of the Republic flag. Alexa stood rigidly as Ayaub took 2 paces forward, looming over him in her dark blue 3-meter-tall combat suit. With surprising gentleness, she pressed the self-adhering combat drop wings onto his breastplate in the traditional location, right where the human heart is located. Further up on the left breastplate, directly over where she put the combat drop wings, she placed the bronze star. Stepping back 2 paces, she addressed him. "Private First Class Alexa, in recognition of your meritorious conduct during the Battle of Wadi Delta, the Republic awards you with this bronze star. You have the thanks of the Republic of Humanity for your bravery under fire and the dedication you have displayed to your brothers in arms." Alexa stood straight as Ayaub was speaking, and tears were freely falling down his face by the time she finished. Ayaub's suit went into a parade rest configuration, and her voice returned to her normal tone as she addressed him more softly. "Private, you have now joined the ranks of a very small and special cadre of warriors. You have proven that you had what it took to become a drop trooper, and you have proven that you are a warrior worthy of joining such an esteemed organization. I would be honored to have you as my battle buddy anytime, anywhere in this galaxy." Alexa continued to stand at attention as he focused his eyes forward, embarrassed by his emotional display as the tears continued to fall down his face. He worked so hard to join the drop trooper battalion, and hearing Ayaub say that she would be willing to face any enemy with him at her side was the greatest honor an ATS biosynth could confer upon a biological like him. "Don't be ashamed, Alexa. I cried too when I earned my first combat drop wings. Welcome to the fold." She stepped forward and gently wrapped her suit arms around him, patting him on the back of his combat suit. He returned the embrace, his much shorter arms barely able to reach the sides of her suit torso. After a few moments, they ended the embrace and separated. Ayaub turned around and started walking towards the hive as she called out to him over her shoulder. "Let's go watch the bugs leave, Mush. Come on." Alexa smiled at the term of endearment the biosynths used for biologicals they liked. Mush was short for mushy, the slang word they used to refer to the fragile bodies of biologicals. He was now accepted as one of them, and he made several large leaps to catch up to Ayaub a light spring in his jumps. Aurora stood outside the large opening that had been created by a team of 10,000 drones in preparation for leaving the hive. Her guardian combats were behind her, their weapons systems powered down but still vigilant for any threats against their primary. Her thoughts returned to the time when she had been insisting on creating a small group of soldier drones. She was rightfully entitled to a bodyguard as a hive mother, and she demanded that she be allowed to create them, while Bandit Friend translated between her and the male command drone when she was first building the hive. At first, she refused to acknowledge the male drone. This created tension as she tried to understand how it was possible for male drones to have the ability to do anything other than procreate and die after passing on their precious genetic material. It was Bandit Friend who taught her that the human-animal hives used to be dominated by male drones for most of their existence, and the revelation shocked her to her core. There was so much they didn't know and understand about the animals, and she tried her best to adjust her thinking to the new reality. What really made her change her thinking was when Bandit Friend told her of how the male drone had lost its mate in the battle that led to the hive mother abandoning the swarming and retreating from the animal worlds they had conquered. She was still having difficulty with the concept of how the animals would form pairs and mate for life, wondering how such a strange system would ensure genetic diversity and population growth. She tried to imagine the concept of two animals bonding and becoming one, and as she did so, she imagined the pain they must feel when their other half died. Bandit Friend showed her images of animal mates that formed their pairs when they were young and virile, and she saw them progress through their life cycle as they matured before becoming old together, as their bodies broke down before finally dying. They would spend many cycles together as they had eggs from which sprang animal daughters and male drones. As she started to understand what losing a mate would mean to an animal, she realized that the male command drone must hate them for killing its mate. Despite that hatred, the male drone was willing to help her build her hive and work with her. The least she could do was try to change her thinking. Slowly, she started acknowledging the male command drone and tried her best to ensure they developed an efficient and productive relationship as the hive continued to be constructed. It was the male command drone that offered her an alternative solution to her demands for soldier drones. He sent 100 machine animals down to the surface and demonstrated their abilities. She remembered watching them perform feats of strength and agility that far surpassed the abilities of the soldier drones she was demanding to create. What she was really worried about was how she would be able to control them, as she could not share thoughts with them. The male command drone had considered this and came up with a clever solution. He had come up with an initial system of claw movements and body language that the animal machines would learn with her as she used them, and developed her own version. The machine animals had powerful thinking minds, and they rapidly adapted to her as she developed unique signals and claw movements to control them. Within a few solar days, they responded to her commands almost as instantaneously as a soldier drone would from her thoughts. She felt extremely safe with them as they became a part of her hive, and she soon stopped thinking of them as strange machine animals, instead considering them no different than the soldier drones she had wanted. The first formation of worker drones started to come out of the opening, and she focused her attention on them, releasing calming pheromones as they passed by her and headed towards the nearby hive ship. She saw a small group of animals in the distance approaching her location, and she made almost imperceptible claw signals to her guardians behind her, hearing them activate and fall behind her. She started walking towards the approaching animals, passing through the worker drone formation as they opened a pathway to let her through. She saw that the small group of animals were being trailed by large, dark blue animal machines, and she continued to walk towards them. There were 6 animals and 4 animal machines, and she wondered why they were coming and disrupting her efforts to evacuate the hive. As the animal group got closer, she saw one of them remove its head covering and saw that it had yellow hair on the top of his head, and she then saw the distinctly patterned yellow facial fur. It was the male command drone, and her thoughts became confused. Why was he here? She halted, her guardians assuming a protective stance around her without having to signal them. After a short wait, the animal group reached her, and the large animal machines took up positions on the sides of the animals, their machine heads swiveling as their sensors scanned her guardians. She started feeling nervous and wished Bandit Friend was with her. As the rest of the group started to remove their head coverings, she saw that one of them had yellow eyes like Bandit Friend. The machine animal started signing to her, introducing itself to her, and telling her that the male command drone had a gift for her. She signed back with her claws, thanking him for the gift. She watched warily as the male command drone turned away from her and reached behind one of the large machine animals, removing a small container that was maglocked to it. Turning back to her, the male command drone started making animal noises with his feeding hole as he placed it on the ground between them and removed the top. She leaned over to get a better look as her curiosity grew about what the gift was. She saw 2 devices made of an extremely thin, flexible metal material, as well as 2 small, black devices. One was oblong while the other was square. Puzzled, she looked at the machine animal and made claw movements, asking what it was. It responded, asking her to wait. The male command drone took out the black square device and attached it to the front of his thorax before removing the 2 flexible metal devices and holding them out to her. She reached out with her tarsal claws and took them, looking at the machine animal and waiting for it to tell her what they were. It started making claw movements, asking her to place the devices on her tarsal claws. It reached out and took one of the devices from her before tapping on its thorax. A small hatch opened, and it removed what looked like a machine insectoid tarsal claw that was the same size as hers. Intrigued, she watched as the machine animal placed the devices on the ground before removing one of its machine animal hands with a sharp twisting motion and placing the imitation tarsal claw in its place. She saw the tarsal claws making movements as the machine animal activated the claw. Reaching back down, the machine animal picked up one of the devices with its other hand and slipped the device over the tarsal claw before removing it and slipping the device back over the claw again. It removed it and offered it to her again. Now she understood what she was supposed to do, and she slipped both devices over her claws, her excitement growing as she tried to figure out the purpose of the devices. When she had placed them both on her claws, the machine animal took the black oblong device out of the container and offered it to her, pointing to where the male command drone had placed the other device on his thorax. She understood what he wanted, and she pressed the device in the same position on the flexible armor she was wearing and heard it hiss as it self-adhered. The machine animal asked for permission to touch her, and she consented. It reached the imitation tarsal claw out and pressed a small button on the oblong device before pulling the claw back. It made claw movements, asking her to sign with the male command drone. Confused, she turned towards the male command drone, and he pressed the same button on the square device that was attached to his thorax and started making animal noises. A hologram of 2 tarsal claws appeared, making claw movements while the male command drone spoke. She was momentarily stunned by what was happening, and the male command drone spoke again, his animal noises being translated into holographic claw movements. She focused on him this time, paying close attention to what he was saying. "Aurora, I am Admiral Thompson. I am pleased to finally be able to share my thoughts with you. Please respond with your claws. The device on your thorax will translate your thoughts into words for me." Excitement coursed through her, and she responded with claw movements hesitantly. She flinched involuntarily as the device on her thorax started making animal noises and startled her. Regaining her composure, she started signing again and responded to the male command drone. "I am Aurora. I am pleased to be able to share my thoughts with you. Can you understand my thoughts?" She finished signing and the animal noises from the device ceased. She waited for the male command drone to respond. She saw him grimace and display his teeth in happiness, and she felt a wave of euphoria rise inside of her. He could understand her thoughts. He responded to her with animal noises, and the holographic claws continued to perfectly translate his thoughts. "I can understand your thoughts perfectly. I am happy that this is working. We spent a lot of time and effort to create these devices. Are the devices comfortable on your claws? We can modify them if they cause you discomfort." The hive mother within sent urgent thoughts to her, and she opened her mind to her ancestor. "Daughter of mine, these animals prove once again just how exceptionally clever they are to create these wondrous things. If only we were so creative to have thought of a way to do this before, we could have made peace long ago. It is unfortunate that we did not come to know these animals sooner. Much death and bloodshed could have been averted." Aurora responded enthusiastically, still stunned by this new way of sharing thoughts with the animals. Now she would be able to share thoughts with all of them, and no longer have to rely on intermediaries. "Of course, my daughter, I share your excitement. I will depart." She felt the hive mother within recede, and she focused on the male command drone in front of her. "His name is Admiral Friend. I must stop calling him a male drone. It is rude," she thought in self-admonition before returning her attention to his thoughts as he made animal noises. "Aurora, I wish to express my happiness that you were successful in saving this hive. Is there anything we can do to help you?" As his thoughts were translated, She felt shame for being so disrespectful to him when they were first building the hive. She must make amends for her wrongness. Admiral friend, she signed, trying to express her thoughts coherently in this new fashion. I must make amends for my actions when we were building the hive. I ask for your pardon. She hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate to convey her thoughts on the loss of his mate. I also wish to express my sorrow for the loss of your life mate. I grieve for you. She put her claws down as the device on her torso finished turning her thoughts into animal sounds. She stared intently at him, detecting a change in the behavior of the animals as they all heard her thoughts. Curiously, the other animals turned and moved away a few steps, as did the larger, menacing machine animals. Only the machine animal that was like Bandit Friend remained in its position until one of the animals came back and grabbed one of its arms, pulling it away to join them. Admiral Friend had looked down as her thoughts were turned into animal sounds, and he was still looking at the ground for some time after the device had finished. Worry came over her as she considered the behavior of the animals and the reaction of the Admiral Friend, wondering if she had committed a wrongness and ruined what should have been a happy time for them all. Finally, the Admiral Friend looked back up at her, and their eyes met. They were now noticeably moistened, and she realized that she was witnessing an emotional animal response that Bandit Friend had called tears. As she focused on them, she realized that his irises were a pale blue like the sky above them, and she found herself mesmerized by the color. She quickly focused a single eye on the other animals and zoomed in, seeing that two of them had brown irises, one had a different shade of blue, and another had what looked like a mixture of green and yellow. She returned the eye to him. She had been studying the animals and their ways, and Bandit Friend had explained the act of crying to her. She found it confusing that they could signify both sadness and happiness, and now she found herself unsure of the response her thoughts had elicited. Admiral Friend started making much softer animal noises, and she focused one eye on the hologram claws while keeping the other on his face. He stopped making animal noises, and she turned the claw movements into thoughts in her mind. Aurora, I thank you for your thoughts of grief. I did not trust you, and I did not want anything to do with you or your hive. I unjustly blamed you for my loss, and for that I ask for your pardon. I am grateful that we have become friends and allies, and I am happy that you have proven me wrong. As she made sense of his thoughts in her mind, he stepped forward and put out a flattened claw, pointed towards her. He started speaking again, and she focused intently on the hologram claws. It is customary for humans to shake hands to signify peace between them. As an understanding of what he wanted to do dawned on her, she found herself overwhelmed by a confusing abundance of different emotions. She gingerly put out her dominant claw and placed it against his claw, unsure how to proceed. Admiral Friend opened his claw slightly, and with surprising gentleness, closed it around her claw, moving it up and down slowly 2 times before letting go of her claw. She was surprised by how warm it was, and the action made her feel good. Admiral Friend grimaced in happiness, and Aurora wished her species was able to make facial expressions to signify what they were feeling like the animals were able to do. Instead, she made quick claw movements. I am grateful we are friends. I feel happiness for us and for the time to come. Thank you for this wonderful gift. He grimaced again, showing more of his teeth before stepping back. The other animals returned, sensing that peace had been made between them. Making more claw movements, she asked them to join her over by the hive and pointed both claws towards the hive opening. Please come with me, friends. We will watch my daughters leave the hive together. She turned towards the hive and signaled her guardians to escort them. The combats arrayed themselves around the group, forming a perimeter. They all started walking back towards the hive opening, where tens of thousands of worker drones were streaming out in orderly formations as they headed towards her hive ship. Soon they will be in their new home, and she will ensure that they live the remainder of their short lives in peace. As they got closer, her excitement grew at the gift she had received. Now she will be able to share her thoughts with the Animal Queen directly. She will ask for permission to build a hive for her daughter, and ask that she be allowed to continue to save the abandoned drones on the animal worlds. Soon she will ask to be able to make ships. She will join forces with the animals, and then she will take over the hives. She will become the hive mother of the empire, and she will teach her daughters to never make war on the animals ever again. She will rule with love, and their hives will grow. They will once more feel the warmth of 1,000 suns, and they will finally know peace again. They held the line Chapter 12 Hive, Mother Kepler 51 System 2, 556 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. The Hive Mother entered the command drone, leading the smaller force that had flashed out of null space 425,000 kilometers from the primary, and ordering the 10 hive ships and 700 cruisers to burn towards the second planet immediately. The larger force, with 20 hive ships and the remaining 800 cruisers, had flashed out at the normal range of 820,000 kilometers from the primary over 80 hours prior, and assembled into 2 smaller formations. Her sister took the bait and had her larger fleet of 27 hive ships and 1,200 cruisers charged to the outer system to give battle. The Hive Mother took personal command of the outer system fleet, jumping between the 2 command drones as she launched dozens of hit-and-run attacks and denied her sister a full-on battle. She hated having to lose hive ships and cruisers as she sacrificed them in the outer system battle, but she had no choice in the matter. She did her best to minimize her losses, fighting with exceptional skill that her sister couldn't counter. She had used several animal tactics that she had learned from the memories of the previous battles, and she was able to inflict serious losses on the larger fleet controlled by her traitor sister. When the outer system fleet she was leading lost half their hive ships and hundreds of cruisers, she had the surviving hive ships and over 400 cruisers retreat. She had the fleet flee on sublight engines, making her sister chase her fleet almost to the boundary of the system heliosphere before finally flashing out, losing another 3 hive ships and over 100 cruisers as her sister chased after her. Now her sister's fleet was too far out to do anything when her second, smaller fleet flashed into the inner system and dashed towards the primary builder world, a large moon orbiting the second gas giant. What remained of her sister's fleet would take over 100 solar hours to reach the primary builder world by sublight, or more than 80 solar hours if she entered null space and flashed back out beyond 800,000 kilometers before heading to the primary builder world. It did not matter what she did. The Hive Mother's feint had worked, and now there was nothing her sister could do to stop her from reclaiming what was rightfully hers. Her traitor sister was so assured of her victory and angered by the Hive Mother's taunting that she charged for the outer system in a rage that blinded her and made her fall for the ruse. The traitor did not leave even a single hive ship to defend the builder world, and now the Hive Mother resumed control of the smaller fleet as it neared the builder world. In less than 30 solar minutes, they will reach orbit, and she will have the army of soldier drones on the 10 hive ships land on the planet and take over her sister's hive on the surface. Feeling exhausted from the battle of the outer system, the Hive Mother returned to her body on the Queen World and entered a resting state to refresh herself for the coming invasion. Her command drones will wake her when the time comes. 1.5 solar hours later, the command drone leading her armies woke her, and she entered the command drone, taking over its mind. She was now outside her sister's hive, and her army was in the last stages of finishing off the hive defenders that had swarmed out to meet them. Following thousands of soldier drones, she entered the hive and headed towards the Nexus, as the soldier drones continued to kill any drones that attempted to bar her passage. She explicitly ordered the soldiers to minimize worker drone deaths and to merely stun them with the low-power setting of their hand weapons. She had a need for them after she captured her traitor sister. Finally reaching the Nexus, she made the command drone she was controlling enter the Queen Chamber. The traitor was there waiting for her. The Hive Mother felt grudging respect for her sister's refusal to flee, and she almost considered granting her mercy. The Hive Mother within asked to share her thoughts, and she opened her mind. The Hive Mother within did not answer. She already shared her thoughts on the matter, and she had nothing to add. Her traitor sister was sending thoughts to her, and she ignored them as she made the command drone approach her, pulling out the ceremonial dagger hanging off the harness around its thorax. The traitor made no move and stood there, eyeing the command drone with contempt as it got closer to her. She detected more thoughts from the traitor and let them into her mind. The least she could do was acknowledge the last thoughts of her sister before killing her. "Sister, I will not plead for my life. I did what I thought was right, and now I die for it as is appropriate. I have convinced our sister to submit to you, so please spare her life if you can find it within yourself to show her mercy. I love you, my sister. Please remember me for the sister I was before I rebelled." The Hive Mother heard her thoughts, and she gathered the courage necessary to perform the distasteful act she had to carry out. She sent her thoughts to her sister as she readied the dagger. "I love you. I will remember you as you were before." As soon as her thoughts were sent, she drove the ceremonial dagger in between her sister's large black eyes, penetrating her brain pan as deep as it would go. She was ready, and she caught her sister's body as it went limp. She lowered the body and cradled her sister's head with her thorax arms, feeling an overwhelming wave of guilt as she saw the dagger sticking out of the skull of her sister who was still alive a moment ago. "Such a waste, my sister. Why didn't you submit? I would have been a good hive mother to you, and you would have spared me from the anguish of having to kill you," the queen thought to her dead sister, lamenting the loss of her precious genetic line and the wisdom of her ancestors within. After holding her sister's body for many minutes, she made the command drone get up and drag the body towards the hive graveyard, where her sister would be unceremoniously dumped with the other corpses. The burial rites reserved only for the queens were now forbidden to her disloyal corpse, and she will suffer the ignominious fate of being recycled into compost along with the other hive dead. She disposed of the body and went to the nexus, where her soldiers were waiting for her. She went to the raised dais and sat in it, ordering the hive ventilation system to purge the air within it to expel the last vestiges of her dead sister's pheromones. A few minutes later, she heard the clanging of the massive air handlers finally stop as they powered down after completely venting the massive hive and replacing the atmosphere with fresh air. She activated the pheromone glands of the command drone and concentrated as she started creating a specific blend of pheromones known only to the queens to regain the loyalty of the drones in the hive. A momentary sadness filled the command drone's body, and the hive mother felt it. The command drone knew she would be culled after the hive mother left her. It would not be possible for the command drone to be allowed to live after the secret pheromone blend had been revealed to the drone. The hive mother felt guilty about it, wishing there was some way she could save the command drone's life, but it just was not possible. This was the way of the hive. Pushing the inevitable outcome to the side, the hive mother continued to release the pheromones into the circulation system and started ordering her dead sister's command drones, the ones still alive in the hive, to return to their functions. There were ships to be built and another sister to be brought under her control or killed. As the other command drones went about restoring order to the hive, she left the command drone's mind she had taken over and entered a nearby soldier drone. Through the soldier drone's eyes, she could see the command drone try to recover from her possession as she leaned on a nearby column with unsteady legs. She made the soldier drone go behind the command drone and quietly sneak up behind her as she set the hand weapon to full power. As she crept closer, she could see the back of the command drone's head swivel around as it looked for the death it knew was coming. Another flash of guilt passed through the hive mother as she pointed the beam weapon at the back of the command drone's skull and depressed the trigger, feeling the warm ichor splash against the soldier's armored chitin as the invisible beam exploded the skull in front of it. Dozens of nearby worker drones stopped what they were doing and stared at the soldier drone, and the headless corpse of the command drone now lying on the floor for a few seconds before turning back around and resuming their tasks. Two nearby Undertaker drones headed over to the command drone corpse and picked it up, carrying the body between them as they brought it to a cart and dumped the body on top of the corpses already in it. The hive mother watched them move on, pushing the full corpse cart as they headed towards the hive graveyard to empty it. She waited until they entered a tunnel and passed out of her view before leaving the soldier drone's mind and returning to her body on the Queen world. She had another rebellious sister to deal with. Hopefully she will see the wisdom of her dead sister's thoughts and submit to the hive mother. They held the line Chapter 13 / Captain Navarre RSS John Cabot, Magellan Class Explorer 7, 138 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. The 3-kilometer-long survey vessel slipped into orbit around the rogue gas giant and deployed the extraction system, skimming the atmosphere as the harvesters sank into the upper thermal currents of the planet. The harvesters, attached to 200-kilometer-long cables, opened their ram scoops to let in the atmospheric gases that were funneled through the filters as the survey vessel orbited against the gas giant's rotation. Hydrogen and helium-3 were abundant in the atmosphere, and the John Cabot would be able to collect enough fuel to replenish the tanks and reserves, as well as several other rare gases needed for the ship. Captain Navarre smiled to himself as the readouts from the extraction process were continually updated, and he saw the virtual fuel tank gauges finally turn from yellow to green as they were being replenished. This was a major boon for the ship and the crew, and a sign of good fortune for their return trip back to Republic space after almost finishing their 2-year survey mission. The government of the Republic had put together a proposal for the survey mission and asked for volunteers. Captain Navarre jumped at the chance to lead such an important expedition and added his name to the candidate pool. He was selected and given free rein to assemble his crew of volunteers as he saw fit. The official objective of the mission was to circumnavigate the quadrant, scout the unexplored regions, and collect scientific data. The unofficial objective was to scout the unexplored regions for potential colony worlds that could be claimed and settled by the Republic. The main body of the Republic was in a sparse stellar region, 2/3 RDS of the way in, along the inner edge of the Orion Spur. They were effectively hemmed in by numerous other powers that had long-standing territorial claims to most avenues of potential expansion. Further expansion towards the edge of the Orion Spur behind the Republic was blocked by the Kilthek Dominion, an extremely xenophobic interstellar power controlled by a technologically advanced avian species. There were still many potential solar systems in the quadrant that could still be claimed and colonized, but the Republic was hesitant to form isolated islands of territory separated from the main body of Republic space. Doing so would present numerous logistical and defensive issues for the Republic, requiring significant resources to sustain isolated colonies that would constantly be at risk of being cut off or blockaded. 4 years ago, the Bureau of Colonization broached the idea of creating a second republic beyond the established territories of their interstellar neighbors. This new territory would govern itself as a mirror entity to the First Republic, and humanity would be able to open a new frontier of expansion without restriction. The government commissioned a shipbuilder to construct a long-range, self-sustaining exploration ship capable of operating for a period of 5 years before having to return to the Republic for refit and upgrades. They designed the Magellan-class explorer and built a prototype in 6 months. After conducting extensive shakedown cruises, any issues with the prototype and the new highly advanced proof-of-concept technologies installed were resolved. A second keel was laid, and 5 months later, the John Cabot left the shipyard in lunar orbit and embarked on a series of shakedown cruises as she navigated all around Republic space. The John Cabot returned to lunar orbit and was fitted out for a 3-year mission, as Captain Navarre finished hand-picking his crew out of tens of thousands of highly qualified personnel. He filled out the crew roster with scientists, specialists, and retired Republic military personnel. He also selected citizens with extensive farming, civil, and industrial engineering capabilities for their real-life expertise. The mission was almost scrapped due to the insectoid invasion of the Commonwealth, but he was able to use the event to emphasize the need for mankind to expand beyond the region and ensure that the species would never be able to be exterminated. His statement to the Bureau of Colonization was unorthodox and offensive to some, but he made his point eloquently enough to convince them to let the mission proceed. We are already an interstellar species, but this is not enough. A humanity that cannot expand beyond one region will always be at risk of being exterminated. We need to become the roaches of the galaxy so that no matter how many of us they kill, there are always more of us coming out of the galactic woodwork somewhere else to continue the species if we were to be conquered or exterminated. 2 days later, he got the go-ahead, and the John Cabot flashed into null space to begin the historic mission. Bypassing the periphery border regions of Commonwealth space, they continued towards the unexplored regions. One of the first missions they had was to chart the known boundaries of insectoid space, and it was a rough beginning to their survey mission. The Republic needed to know the true size of the insectoid empire in case of open conflict with them. They had very little information about them, as they were on the other side of Commonwealth space, and they never had direct contact. Republic civilian and trading ships were not allowed free passage beyond the centrally located core worlds of the Commonwealth interior, and Republic military vessels never ventured outside of Republic territory to prevent potential enemies from gathering intelligence on them. The Commonwealth government refused to share any information about them, and the Republic was forced to make assumptions based on hearsay and rumors. Republic agents also paid large sums of credits to procure questionable astrometric charts from smugglers and other unsavory characters brave or desperate enough to operate along the border regions between the Commonwealth and insectoid space. For 4 months, the John Cabot played a cat-and-mouse game with insectoid patrol ships as they charted a path around the Empire to map out the actual extent of their border. The John Cabot had the latest stealth technology installed, and Captain Navarre was grateful the new tech worked, as they repeatedly found themselves being hunted by insectoid patrol ships. They were forced to evade numerous interdictions by patrolling ships, as they probed the known borders of the insectoid empire according to the charts they had procured, quickly finding out that they were either severely out of date or just made up. A curious aspect of the charting mission was the unusual behavior of the insectoid ships. There were clearly defined borders that they adhered to, and there were several times when the John Cabot was in real danger of being intercepted. Every single time, the insectoid ships would stop at a certain point and refuse to pass it, regardless of how close they were to catching the ship. It was almost as if they were leashed and unable to pass that imaginary line. Testing his theory out, Captain Navarre had the John Cabot skirt the estimated border in plain view of the insectoid patrol ships, and they would not do anything except mirror his course. With a fully charged null drive, he passed the border, and the waiting patrol ships reacted, swarming towards the vessel. He immediately flashed the ship into null space and exited right back on the other side of the border, ready to flash out again. The patrol ships stopped less than 100,000 kilometers from the John Cabot and maintained their position, refusing to cross the newly confirmed border separating them. Captain Navarre was now able to use their reluctance to cross their borders to map them with certainty, as the patrol ships unwittingly confirmed them by mirroring his course on their side. Unlike all the other species, there were no marker buoys or automated drones broadcasting maps of their borders. The insectoid borders were also extremely confusing and illogical, with several instances of borders cutting solar systems in half. There were also large, empty areas that jutted out from the main body of insectoid territory that were devoid of solar systems, resources, or any stellar phenomena. The xenobiologists and the exobiologists on the crew could not come up with a reason or theory for why they would claim large regions of empty space or claim half of a solar system. They attributed it to an unknowable aspect of insectoid motivations. There were almost 24 times when they had unwittingly crossed the insectoid borders because of such circumstances, and the advanced stealth technology was the only thing that saved them from being captured or destroyed. The insectoid empire was also not contiguous, but rather was in 3 large sections in close proximity to each other, with multiple corridors of unclaimed space between them that were typically several light-years wide. These corridors were repeatedly confirmed and carefully mapped, as they offered a potentially viable path for Republic ships to travel through instead of having to take the long way around insectoid space. The Commonwealth was almost 4 times the size of Republic space, and the John Cabot was able to determine that the insectoid empire was almost double the size of the Commonwealth. After 4 months, the John Cabot finally stopped torturing the patrol ships and flashed back into null space, continuing their journey after sending multiple spy drones back to the Republic with the now confirmed borders of the insectoid empire. For the next 3 months, the John Cabot headed deeper into the Orion Spur, mapping the unexplored regions as they headed towards their final destination, the Gum Nebula. They charted hundreds of star systems and numerous stellar phenomena. They also discovered the presence of 8 spacefaring civilizations, all of whom were far less advanced than the species of the quadrant they had come from. Captain Navarre avoided contacting them as they were all using primitive FTL drives, and he did not want to expose them to the advanced technology of the Republic and entice them into attacking the ship. Finally, in the 3rd month, they reached a cluster of stars that met the conditions required for the establishment of a second Republic 12,000 light-years from Earth. The travel time from the Republic was reasonable, as civilian null drives could make the trip within 8 weeks, and the colonist could be placed in suspended animation for that length of time with negligible side effects. Military-grade null drives could make the journey in 4 weeks at normal travel speeds, and within 2 in an emergency, though their null space capacitors would need to be completely overhauled. The star cluster had almost a dozen habitable planets, as well as an additional 8 planets that could be terraformed and made habitable within a few decades. It was also incredibly resource-rich, abundant in most of the necessary rare Earth elements and common minerals needed to sustain an interstellar civilization. There were no dangerous stellar phenomena, impending supernovas, black holes, or sentient species within the cluster, and the stars had an average distance of less than 10 light-years between them. It was exactly what they were looking for, and they spent the next 14 months carefully charting the 48 star systems of the local cluster as the crew specialists determined the feasibility of colonization. Science teams landed on the habitable planets to take samples, while survey teams hunted for minerals and ores that could sustain new colonies and allow them to be self-sufficient. Farming specialists spent months developing strains of food crops that could be grown in the alien soils and figuring out what types of fertilizers and symbiotic bacteria would have to be added to the potential arable farmlands. The civil and industrial engineers worked together to select the initial landing sites based on local resources, geographic conditions, and water availability. The mission was a resounding success, and after 14 months, the John Cabot left the star cluster and headed back home, taking a different route as they explored new regions along their course. The science officer had discovered the rogue gas giant on her scanners, and after confirming the presence of the fuel and gases they needed, Captain Navarre had the ship change course and intercept the unique interstellar traveler. They could refuel the ship, while the science nerds geeked out over the first rogue planet ever catalogued by the Republic. It was a win-win in his book, and a good omen as far as he was concerned. As the ship continued refueling, Captain Navarre leaned closer to his XO sitting next to him and activated the privacy field around them before speaking. "How's crew morale, Jim?" The XO looked up from the status display and shifted in the seat to face him. "Well, they are obviously happy with the success of the mission. I think knowing that they will be home in less than 2 months has made everyone a little impatient to finally get this over with." Jim quickly tapped on the status screen before continuing to speak. "I'm hearing that at least half of the crew has expressed a desire to be part of the first colonization wave, so that's good news for the Bureau since it means they will have people who have been in the cluster with them." He grunted in response. "We'll see what happens, I guess." Jim looked at him with a confused expression before responding. "Don't you think this mission was a success? You pushed for the Republic to launch this mission when they almost cancelled it." Leaning closer, he lowered his voice as he answered his XO. "This mission was a success, and I still believe that humanity needs to expand. I just don't know if I believe the colonization effort should be focused on creating a clone of the Republic." Jim looked around quickly at his words, verifying that the privacy screen was up and operating correctly before leaning in closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "What do you mean, Tony? How else would the colonization efforts be set up if not made into another republic? Isn't that the whole point? Citizens would have the benefit of operating under the same conditions they are leaving, which would make the transition smoother." He sighed tiredly before looking Jim in the eyes as he responded. "Jim, I am loyal to the Republic, and I have given 17 years of my life to the Navy. I just feel like it would be a mistake to create the exact same system of government 12,000 light years away. The Republic government was created after World War III, and it was exactly what was needed to get humanity back on its feet." He paused as he formulated his thoughts before continuing to speak. "That was over 100 years ago, Jim. I think it is time for humanity to change a little bit, and to have the freedom to figure out other forms of governance if they choose to do so. Colonists should be allowed to discover other ways of living and thinking without being forced to emulate the Republic." Jim's facial expression became thoughtful as he ruminated on what the captain said. After a few moments, he spoke again. "Do you feel like the Republic government has outlived its usefulness, Tony?" "I don't know if it has outlived its usefulness," he responded. "I do know that there have not been any major modifications to the Constitution, nor has there been any real change in our society since it was formed. We have become stagnant, Jim. Think of the basis that the Republic was built on, specifically the old nations of the Western world. They were constantly changing and adapting to the needs of their people as the world changed around them. Their ideas, cultural values, and societies changed, and the governments changed with them as their citizens added amendments to their original founding documents." Jim responded quickly. "That's true, Tony, but they also kind of screwed themselves up with some of those changes. They forgot what their ancestors intended, and they became weak and impotent, which led to the worst war in human history." "Yes, that is true, Jim," he responded. "Look at us now, though. We have become a militarized society, and now we are embroiled in an interstellar conflict because we have decided that it is our responsibility to become the protectors of the quadrant. We barely had 6 decades to recover from the war before we became aware of the existence of alien species. And how did we respond? We turned the Republic into a goddamn fortress and built over 10,000 warships." He stopped talking, looking down at the photo of his ex-wife and his twin 11-year-old daughters that was taped to the console next to his chair, before continuing. "It seems as if we have forgotten what it means to be a normal society, and I am tired of seeing our kids deprive themselves of a real childhood because they want to grow up as fast as they can to join the military, just like their parents." He trailed off, not caring to hide the bitterness he was feeling as he continued to look at the photo. He wasn't there when they were born, and he missed 7 of the 11 birthdays they had. His ex-wife divorced him 3 years ago, not willing to continue to share a bed with a husband who was never in it, or pretend to be a family with an absentee father. She had done her 6 years of service after high school and wanted him to retire, but the Navy was all he knew ever since he got a special dispensation to enter the Naval Academy at 16 years old. He kept promising her that he would retire next year, and he never did. He had been made captain, and he had a very promising career ahead of him, well known to Fleet Command as one of the rising stars of the fleet. He thought the major increase in pay and benefits would make things easier for them, but it didn't. The last straw for her was when they were supposed to go away for the twins' 8th birthday. He had purchased an all-exclusive pass for all of them to go on a 2-week tour of the moons of Epsilon Eridani B. The girls had been ecstatic about the trip, and even Evelyn seemed to warm up to him again. Their relationship got much better in the weeks leading up to the trip, and he felt like things were almost back to normal between them. He put in for 3 weeks of leave, and it was granted. His replacement would arrive to relieve him 5 days before the trip, and he would arrive back home 2 days before they were supposed to leave. 6 days before he was supposed to return home for the trip, his ship and 10 others were diverted to the border to deal with multiple incursions by the Kilthek Navy. The Republic and the Kilthek Dominion were in the early stages of an interstellar Cold War, as the Dominion considered the Republic an obstacle to their further expansion. Thinking it was the usual chest-thumping exercises that the Kilthek Navy periodically engaged in to hone their forces, he assumed that he would still be able to return home in time for the trip when the Kilthek ships finally left, like they always did when the Republic Navy responded. This time, however, the Kilthek squadrons refused to leave Republic space, and his ship was forced to stay on station to prevent them from penetrating deeper into the Republic as more ships from both sides came. It almost turned into a shooting conflict before the Kilthek and Republic governments were able to defuse the situation, and the Kilthek squadrons finally withdrew. What they really wanted was a corridor for their trading vessels to be able to navigate through Republic space, so they could open trade routes with other species to stimulate their stagnant economy. It never occurred to the bellicose Kilthek to just ask, and they had expected to have to go to war with the Republic to get the concessions they wanted. The Republic graciously granted them 2 corridors on the condition that embassies be opened in their capitals to prevent any further misunderstandings, which they readily agreed to. His replacement arrived after the situation was resolved, and he almost burned out the shuttle's null drive trying to make it home as fast as possible. The incursion was being kept under wraps, and he was not able to explain what happened to Evelyn over the communication channels. He returned to Earth 3 days later than he was supposed to and sent repeated messages as he rushed through port processing, submitted his reports, and then hurried home. He knew he was in the doghouse when Evelyn still didn't respond, but she would understand after finding out about the incursions when he was finally able to tell her what happened in person. He came home to an empty house, and Evelyn and the twins were gone, as were all their clothes and personal effects. On the kitchen counter was a note addressed to him, next to a thick sheaf of documents. Anthony, the girls and I are staying at my parents' house for now. This was the last time I would allow the girls to have their hearts broken by you because of your job. I don't care what it was this time. I am done with it all. Look over the papers I left on the counter and sign them. I have already added my signatures. Please make this as painless as possible for the girls and just sign them. The lawyers can work everything else out. Evelyn, he put the note down and picked up the stack of documents, his shaking hands barely able to flip through them as his numb fingers refused to work. They were divorce papers, and Evelyn had added her signature to every single one. He spent the rest of the day trying to video call her and the kids, as well as his in-laws. Nobody answered, and he sat in his chair in the living room all night long, blankly staring at a wall as the silence of the empty house taunted him. The next morning the doorbell rang, and he sprang out of his chair and opened it, hoping it was Evelyn coming to work things out. It was his father-in-law, Javier, and the look on her father's face made him break down as he realized that it was truly over. Javier made it worse by hugging him and gently leading him back to the living room to sit him down. After returning from the kitchen with a glass of water and making him drink it, Javier commiserated with him as he tried to think of a way to fix things. Javier had served in the Republic Navy for 20 years before retiring, and he knew firsthand what his son-in-law was going through, having been divorced by 2 ex-wives himself before marrying Evelyn's mom. Pulling his chair closer, Javier took a deep breath before speaking. I'm sorry, son. I know what you are going through, and I can't help but think that Evie's experience with me being gone all the time has colored her expectations for your marriage. I warned her, but she loved you and thought she would be able to convince you to retire early. Thank you, Dad. I appreciate you being here for me, and the truth is, I am afraid of becoming a civilian. The Navy is all I know, and if I wasn't such a selfish coward, I would still have my family. he replied as he tried to stem another wave of sobbing. Javier stayed with him for a few hours as he came to terms with the loss of his family. Before Javier left, he got up and walked over to the kitchen counter and signed every single piece of paper before handing the documents to Javier with trembling hands. After a long hug, his father-in-law left, taking the divorce papers with him. He was once again alone in a house that no longer felt like home to him. He packed a large duffel bag with what little personal effects he had and left the house. He went to the nearby base and started the process of securing himself living quarters, ignoring the understanding look of the bachelor officer quarters liaison who was processing his request. The liaison had seen this happen dozens, if not hundreds of times, and had perfected the appropriate facial expression meant to convey a blend of sympathy and optimism, as he hummed and periodically tussed to himself as his fingers deftly played across the holo keyboard. He had never seen a more punchable face than the one the liaison had, and he was proud of his self-restraint as the guy repeatedly told him about how nice the quarters his rank qualified him for were, as well as how wonderful the base recreational facilities and food were. After 3 hours, he finally entered his new quarters and sat down at the computer terminal. He sent a message to Evelyn, telling her that the house was hers and that he was now living on the base. He emptied out his half-full duffel bag and put away what few belongings he had before heading to the nearest officers' club to get shit-faced. For the duration of his leave, he went there every day at exactly 0900 after working out and started drinking, ignoring the looks of his fellow officers as their expressions turned from initial sympathy to outright disgust at his pathetic behavior as he binge-drank for exactly 8 hours every day. He stopped going there 5 days before he was supposed to return to his ship and sobered up in preparation for resuming his duties. He returned to his ship and fell back into his old routine as he tried to bury his pain. He corresponded regularly with Evelyn, their relationship becoming more cordial as time went on. She had sold the house and moved to a nearby town so that he could easily see the twins while he was home, and he had weekly video calls with them whenever possible. A year later, he heard about the survey mission and spoke to Evelyn about it, who was surprisingly supportive of his desire to volunteer and lead the mission if he was selected. "The girls are older now, Anthony. They have gotten used to our new reality, and I would talk to them about it, but I understand why you would want to do this." A few weeks later, he returned home, and he spoke with Evelyn and the girls about it. The girls seemed both excited and sad, and Evelyn pulled him to the side after they had finally gone to bed, chatting excitedly about their dad finding new aliens to make friends with. "Anthony, you know that I still love you. I also know you better than anyone else, and I think you should take the mission. It does you no good to continue to patrol Republic space and go home to your empty quarters on base." She looked down at the floor, avoiding his eyes as she continued speaking. "I miss you, Anthony. I married the man, not the rank. Maybe after this mission, you'll be ready to finally retire and leave the Navy. If you choose to do so, let me know." She quickly stepped forward and kissed him passionately. He was stunned at first, and then he instinctively tried to wrap his arms around her, his heart hammering in his chest at the sudden affection he so terribly missed. She pulled away from him before he could finish embracing her and walked into her bedroom, closing the door behind her. He stood there in her living room for almost 20 minutes as long-suppressed emotions screamed to be let out. He finally left the house, quietly closing the front door behind him and letting his auto car take him back to the base. He got to his quarters and sat on the edge of his bed, staring at a small, barely noticeable stain on the carpet for hours as he thought of what happened and what Evelyn had implied. He knew retiring the very next day, as he wanted to, would not work. Evelyn would feel guilty about it, and she knew he would secretly resent it. He had to retire on his own terms when he really had enough of it all. He finally undressed and laid down on his bed, reaching over to feel the empty space next to him. Before he drifted off to sleep, he made up his mind. He would take the mission and retire when he returned. His dedication to the Republic had cost him his family, and he wanted them back. He snapped his attention back to the XO, realizing that he had drifted far away from the bridge as he got lost in his thoughts. "I'm sorry, Jim. I kind of got sidetracked." "What did you say?" he asked, embarrassed by his momentary lapse of attention. "I said our reaction to first contact with the Commonwealth might seem to have been excessive, but it was also correct. The insectoids would have steamrolled over the entire quadrant, and instead of returning to the Republic, we would be returning to glassed worlds and an exterminated humanity." Jim was right, and he knew it. He responded, still trying to get his point across. "I'm not denying that, Jim. All I'm saying is that humanity is so much more than what we are now. We have become a monolithic culture, molded by the horrors of our past, and we need to reclaim our heritage before we forget what it means to be truly human. We have always fought wars, Jim, but we never allowed war and our readiness to fight to be our only defining attributes until the Republic came into being. I mean, for God's sakes, Jim, do you remember what it was like when the male drones finally caught up to us? This ship turned into a frigging funeral home for weeks afterwards, when the crew found out how many relatives and friends died in the Iliani system. And then again, after the battle of the Gelini system. He quickly looked at the fuel gauges to confirm that they were still being filled before continuing. We are only a few generations away from becoming like ants ourselves if we don't break out of this way of life. We have become regimented, militaristic, and far too willing to sacrifice ourselves. Quite frankly, we have become boring, Jim. Aren't you tired of everyone acting and thinking the same way? Jim leaned back, thinking about what he had said. I can see what you are saying, Tony. I do find it a little weird sometimes. When I go home on leave, it seems like everyone I know is either serving or a veteran. It does get a little boring. Jim responded as he started laughing, finding the admission to be a little ridiculous now that he had thought about it. That's exactly what I am saying, Jim. This is why I think creating a sister republic would be a mistake. We have other qualities besides our ability to fight and die well. Maybe if we learned how to be normal humans again, we would continue to be able to save not only our friends but ourselves. He felt his cheeks getting red from embarrassment as he bared his soul to his best friend. He was a man of few words, and he always kept a tight lid on his thoughts and emotions. Opening himself to Jim like this was hard for him. Sensing his thoughts, Jim punched him lightly in the arm and smirked. Look at you, Tony. Badass Captain Navarre is a smartapants after all. I thought only greasy mouth breathers came out of Brooklyn, Jim said as he spoke in an overly exaggerated Brooklyn accent, poking fun at the captain's hometown. He rolled his eyes in exasperation at Jim's ridiculous accent before finally laughing. He felt a lot better after having been able to share his thoughts and worries about the future of humanity. Jim's face took on a contemplative expression before he asked a question. So how do we go about doing this, Tony? I'll back you up all the way if you want to try coming up with a plan of action for the colonization attempt. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly before answering. I have spent the last 10 months working on a proposal that I want to submit to the Bureau of Colonization. Maybe look at it and let me know what you think about it. We can go from there after you do that. I'd be more than happy to, Tony. Send it to me and I'll go over it. Jim responded. Thanks, man. That would mean a lot to me. My pleasure. Should we get back to business, Captain? I'm sure by now the crew is dying to know what the hell we have been talking about behind the privacy field. Jim answered, raising an eyebrow as he held a finger poised over the icon to drop it. Yeah, let's finish fueling up and get the hell out of here, so. Jim tapped on the icon, and the haze around them dissipated as the sounds of the bridge came back to life around them. The crew failed miserably at trying to act like they didn't care about the conversation, but he was an ensign once too. He knew they would gossip like a bunch of fishwives as soon as their shift was over, trying to figure out what the captain and the XO were talking about. He tapped on the calm icon. Engineering, get ready to pull the harvesters back up as soon as, Captain. Null space emergence waves all around us. The sensor tech yelled out in panic, interrupting him. The bridge AI took over the ship, dimming the bridge lights and then turning them red as it activated the engines and started turning the 3-kilometer-long vessel as fast as possible. He winced as he heard the harvester cables being ripped out of the keel of the ship. As the AI continued to accelerate at emergency speed away from the planet, alarms blaring as multiple hull breaches formed along the ventral hull. Snapping out of his momentary inaction, he yelled out for the bridge crew to get a hold of themselves as they continued to call out to each other in a confusing babble of panicked voices. Looking at the view screen, he quietly cursed to himself as 2 hive ships and over a dozen cruisers flashed out of null space all around the John Cabot as they tried to prevent the ship from escaping the orbit of the gas giant. Activate the null drive. Get us out of here, he yelled out as the insectoid started firing on the ship, causing it to buck under the onslaught as the bridge AI continued to try to get the ship out of the gravity well of the massive rogue planet. The bridge AI came over the intercom, its emotionless feminine voice penetrating through the clamor of the bridge as it addressed him. Tilda Captain Navarre, activating the null drive in the gravity well of the gas giant will damage or destroy the ship. Do you wish to proceed? Tilda, I don't think we have a choice in the matter, EV. Hit it, he yelled out as another barrage of particle beams slammed into the ship, ripping gouges out of the aft section as they continued to try to take out the engines and cripple the ship. Tilda acknowledged Captain Navarra. The ship needs to travel another 12,361 kilometers from the gas giant to increase the probability of surviving the transition. Tilda, he felt himself slammed into his chair as the AI answered him and increased emergency acceleration to 120% of the rated maximum. A warning chime came over the bridge intercom for the crew to put on their void helmets. The XO called out, his strong voice piercing through all the noise. "Weps, fire everything we got at the nearest hive ship. Make those fuckers back off." Jim started putting his void helmet on as soon as he called out the order, and he followed suit, snatching it from the side of his seat as he fought to put it on against the massive G's pressing on his body. As soon as his helmet was on, the seat harness deployed and secured him against any sudden deceleration. The weapons officer targeted the nearest hive ship, and he heard the whining of the Boquad particle beam turret as they fired deadly invisible beams at the massive insectoid ship trying to block their escape route. He smiled grimly as he saw the massive hull breach forming in the insectoid ship, where all 4 beams hit. The Republic had installed all the latest technology on the ship, and their particle beams were as deadly as the ones on Republic battleships. "Keep firing, Weps. Don't let up on those bastards." The XO called out again as the bridge AI continued to steer the ship away from the planet. He felt the ship shuddering as dozens of anti-ship missiles were fired out of the ship towards the enemy all around them. The sounds of the secondary weapon systems added to the cacophony as the plasma and grapeshot turrets rapidly spat death at the nearby vessels. There was another whine as the Boquads fired again, the 4 particle beams passing through the massive hull breach created by their first shot and penetrating deeply into the interior of the hive ship. He saw the distance indicator to flash out, dropping past 5,000 kilometers, and he willed the ship to move faster as it seemed to barely crawl out of the gravity well. There was another massive volley of enemy hits on the ship, and the bridge suddenly lost power. The emergency power kicked on 2 seconds later, and all the bridge station panels started rebooting as he opened a calm channel to the chief engineer. "Chief, talk to me. How bad is it?" The chief engineer responded almost immediately, and he could hear the worry in the chief's voice. "Reactors 1 and 2 scrammed themselves to prevent overloads, and 3 of the 5 engines are gone. The main power transmission lines are cut, and I have crews running new lines now. Captain, we're in a bad way down here. If you are going to flash out, do it now. EV, flash out now." He yelled out to the bridge AI. The null space drive activated, and he knew something was seriously wrong as soon as they flashed into null space 2 seconds later. He woke up in the dark, disoriented and in incredible pain. He looked around, seeing nothing. He could feel someone or something dragging him by his arms, and he tried to fight them off. His arms refused to work, and he could feel his heart slamming in his chest. There was a metallic taste in his mouth, and he tried to open his mouth to speak when he realized that there were large, jagged gaps in his teeth as his numb tongue tried to respond to his desire to form words. "You are almost there, Tony, just a little bit longer," he heard someone saying. Were they talking to him? "Oh shit, the bugs talk now," he thought to himself before his rattled brain realized that he knew the voice. It was Jim that was speaking to him. "Them," he mumbled, his bloody and swollen mouth refusing to work. "Take it easy, buddy. I got you, just relax," Jim responded. As Jim continued to pull him, his anxiety became magnified by the darkness, and the disorientation came back as he felt a wave of nausea threatening to make him puke. "Wet haping, tha esthipt." Breathing heavily, Jim responded impatiently as he gasped out his words. "Tony, please shut the fuck up. We are almost there, just please stop talking." The nausea overwhelmed him, and he threw up, feeling the stomach acid burning the cuts on his gums and busted lips as his breakfast spilled past them. He heard the sudden sound of gunfire somewhere off in the distance, and his panic grew. He felt so helpless being dragged by Jim, not being able to see or speak. "Are we being boarded? Where is the rest of the crew? Why are there no fucking lights?" he thought to himself as the panic threatened to overwhelm him. He heard other voices calling out before feeling more hands grab him, causing tremendous pain to shoot throughout his body as they lifted him off the floor. "Up ahead, sir. There are 2 more escape pods available." Another voice called out as he heard others in the background. He could barely understand what was being said as they urgently talked over each other, and the sounds of the gunfire grew closer. He heard Jim yelling loudly to be heard over the others. "Everybody stop what you are doing. You two, help me get the captain into the escape pod. The rest of you get in the other one." he suddenly felt fewer hands grabbing at him and his weight shifted, hurting him even more. He cried out in pain as they jostled him through the narrow opening, banging his broken bones against the threshold as they shoved him in. He could feel something stab him in the neck, and a cooling sensation spread from the area, making the pain disappear as it traveled throughout his body. An object was inserted into his mouth, and he instinctively recoiled from the unexpected violation before he felt the telltale tingle of medical nanobots trying to heal his mouth as they were injected inside of it in a sweet glucose serum. He felt brightness forming around one eye as his vision started returning to it, blurry at first before sharpening enough to allow him to see. He reached up to touch the still dark other eye before someone unceremoniously swatted his hand away. "Don't touch it, Captain. You ain't seeing out of that mess anytime soon," a gruff voice admonished him, pushing his hands back down to his chest before gently patting them. It was one of the second shift bridge crew members who spoke. He knew the voice, but he couldn't remember his name right now. Lifting his head, he looked out of his good eye and saw that the pod door was shut. Through the large, transparent aluminum window, he could see Jim standing there, looking like complete crap with his hair a mess and blood on his face. Jim smiled at him when he saw that he could finally see him, and he pressed the intercom button on the side of the hatch. He could feel his tongue again, and he slurred as he spoke, sounding like a drunk. "Jim, the ship, the crew." Jim shook his head, his eyes welling up with tears. "I'm sorry, Captain. More than half of the crew is dead already. It was a bad flash. The ship is practically derelict, and the insectoids quickly found us and are now boarding us." As if to punctuate the grim news, more gunfire sounded, much closer than it was before. Jim looked in the direction of it, and then turned back to look at him. "I got to go, buddy." "I'm sorry," Jim said to him as he started programming the pod from the outside panel. He felt tears forming in his eyes as he tried to speak to his best friend, his only real friend in the whole world. "There ith room. Please the Jim. There ith room for you. Open the hatch," he mumbled, trying to get up to open the hatch and save his friend. 3 nearby crew members in the escape pod held him down, though he knew he would have just fallen to the floor if he did manage to stand his mangled body up. Jim shook his head sadly. "I am not letting these bugs take the ship intact. There are still security bots and members of the crew fighting them, and I need to get them off the ship. I love you, brother. Take care of your family." He struggled to get up again as Jim smiled at him for the last time before slamming his fist on the ejection button. He was pushed down, screaming in pain as the G-forces pressed him against the chair and overwhelmed the pain-killing ability of the injection he had gotten. He felt another stab in his neck, and he started sobbing as the injection took hold and the G-forces finally made him black out. He woke up again, feeling his body press against the harness as it tried to float away in the microgravity. It was pitch black, and he looked around in panic before one of the people with him pressed a water pouch nozzle against his mouth. He drank greedily from it, nodding gratefully when he had emptied it. The pouch was removed from his lips, and the same gruff voice as before spoke. "I am going to place a low-light lens over your good eye, Captain. I'm sorry for any pain this causes you." He felt hands tugging at his head, accompanied by pain as the lens band was attached around his head. He heard a soft click, and then he could suddenly see out of his good eye as the interior of the escape pod became bathed in the dim yellowish-green hue of the night vision lens. Through the transparent aluminum window, he could now see the John Cabot in the distance, surrounded by a single hive ship and multiple cruisers. There were numerous small insectoid landers attached to the hull, and he could see sporadic flashes of light throughout the interior of the powerless ship as they flickered in the numerous windows and hull breaches. "They are still fighting the boarders," he thought to himself, both pride and anguish flooding his heart at the tragic turn of events. They were so close to getting home. What the fuck are the insectoids doing all the way out here? He thought to himself as he continued to stare at their home for almost 2 years, dying in front of them. They were nowhere near insectoid space. He turned around to face the gruff-voiced crew member, realizing that it was the second watch warrant officer as he finally remembered his name. "Davis, his name is Davis." "Davith," he said, feeling as if he had better control over his mouth. "How many arth the crew made iths?" Davis avoided looking into his good eye as he glanced down at the deck of the escape pod, shaking his head as he answered. "Last count was 63, Captain, before we went dark to avoid detection." He suddenly felt like he was going to throw up again, and he reeled in shock at what he just heard. The crew complement was 614 when they left the Republic. They had 2 accidental deaths, and 3 other crew members had died from a silicon-based viral infection they picked up from one of the worlds they were surveying. As sad as it was, He was proud of the minimal losses the crew suffered during the dangerous 2-year-long survey mission into the unknown. He was just told that only 10% of his crew was known to still be alive. He forced himself to maintain control of himself and the situation. He was still the captain, and he still had crew to look after. Turning back to look out the transparent aluminum window, he slurred another question he needed to know. "Davith, did Thar XO make it out?" He heard Davis draw in a sharp breath. He already knew the answer before the warrant officer answered in a trembling voice. "No, Captain. The XO is still on the ship." He nodded, still staring out the window at the John Cabot. As his eye roamed over the hull, he saw a brief surge of power in the 2 remaining engines. He thought it was his eye playing tricks on him when he saw another surge of power again. The 2 engines suddenly flared brightly, and he gasped as the ship started moving forward, the interior lights coming back on in some sections. A few more escape pods shot out of the ship and veered wildly as their AI controllers guided the pods through and around the enemy ships before going dark to avoid detection. He felt a surge of hope at the prospect of more surviving crew members adding to their total. He then saw multiple drones being ejected before they accelerated rapidly to get away from the insectoid ships firing at them. A few were destroyed, but the rest flashed into null space, headed for Republic space to get help. The rest of the pod occupants crowded behind him, murmuring in surprised confusion as the John Cabot continued to slowly gain speed. The surrounding insectoid ships did nothing at first, seeming as shocked as they were at the sudden return of life to the derelict ship. After a few seconds, the insectoid ship engines flared, and they started slowly maneuvering to regain their positions around the fleeing ship. The John Cabot veered sharply to port, and now it was heading away from the escape pods as it continued to gain acceleration. A few grape-shot turrets sprang to life and started firing at the pursuers, and the crew members behind him cheered at the sight of the John Cabot refusing to go down without a fight. The pursuing cruisers returned fire, targeting the few operational weapons first. In less than a minute, the last 2 engines were turned to slag, and the ship lost power again. The ship continued to drift on its last heading and speed, and now it was getting difficult to see the narrow rear of the powerless vessel in the distance. The insectoid hive ship and cruisers swarmed around the John Cabot. 2 cruisers matched their speed and course as they came up right alongside the stricken vessel on both sides, and he knew what they were trying to achieve. The massive hive ship assumed a position directly above the ship, its keel almost touching the dorsal section of the John Cabot. They really wanted to capture the ship, and he could see numerous flashes of light as the insectoid ships fired their version of grapplers to grab the ship and arrest its movement. There was a sudden and massive blast of bright white light, and he turned his face away, blinded by the miniature sun he was just looking at. He heard the others grunt as they did the same. He rapidly blinked his eye, trying to restore his vision and get rid of the floating spots in it. After some 30 seconds, he turned back to look at the scene. The hive ship was drifting sideways, spinning rapidly out of control as massive hull breaches expelled the internal atmosphere. Its keel was gone, looking like the ship was torn in half. All the nearby surrounding cruisers had ceased to exist, and there were only 3 heavily damaged cruisers remaining. They were drifting without power, and then one of them disappeared as the core overloaded, leaving only 2 surviving cruisers. Jim did it. He had self-destructed the ship and denied the insectoids their prize. He bowed his head, praying for the souls of all the crew members who had perished. Behind him, he heard the warrant officer speaking softly. "Respect for the fallen, respect for the fallen," the others intoned in response to his words. "Respect for the fallen," he thought to himself as the faces of his lost crew flashed through his mind. He heard sobbing breaking out behind him, his own tears falling out of his good eye as he pressed his forehead against the window and thought of his friend, who was now gone. "Thank you, Jim. Thank you for saving us, brother." He ran quick calculations in his head as he tried to estimate how long it would take for the drones to reach Republic space and for rescue to arrive. He turned around and signaled Davis to come closer to him. "Davis, how far did we travel before dropping out of null space?" he whispered. Davis lowered his gruff voice before answering. "Just over 100 light years closer to Republic space, Captain." He added that number to his calculations and decided. The drones had the fastest null drives because of their small size and could reach the Republic in 12 days. He didn't know if the Republic had developed faster null drives in the 2 years they had been gone, so he based his assumptions on what he did know. Republic light warships could make the trip in less than a month if they burn out their capacitors, send out a tight beam transmission to every escape pod, and have them rendezvous with us. It is going to take at least 4 weeks, if not more, for help to arrive. Our pods can only sustain us for 2 weeks. He saw Davis running his own calculations before nodding in agreement. "What are your orders, Captain?" he asked, a small smile threatening to appear at the corner of his lips. He knew already. "We are going to board one of the derelict cruisers and take it over. It's the only way for us to increase our chances of survival. If we can get it operable, we will leave the area and hide until help arrives." Davis came to attention, snapping a smart salute. "Aye, sir." He returned the salute as best he could and nodded for Davis to get started on implementing the plan. He walked over to a storage locker and opened it as he heard Davis start giving orders to the other crew members. After confirming that the locker had a full complement of rifles, pistols, and grenades, he closed it and went back over to the transparent window, flipping the low-light lens back down over his eye. In the yellowish-green tint, he could see tiny flashes of light appear in the darkness as the other escape pods fired their thrusters and started heading towards the rendezvous point that Davis had sent. As more pods received the tight beam transmissions, they fired their thrusters as well to join the others already on their way. He turned away from the window and faced the other 7 crew members on the pod. "We are not dead yet, and we are going to stay that way. Check yourselves and each other for wounds that need to be treated, and then kit up. We have an enemy ship to board and take from them." A chorus of "aye, sirs" responded to his words, and he took the calm node that Davis was offering to him and started issuing the same orders to the other escape pods. Jim had given his life to save the crew. The least he could do was keep them alive and get them home. They held the line Chapter 14 Forbidden Area 23 hours after the destruction of the John Cabot 6, 537 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. The 8 Republic spy drones flashed out of null space to recharge their capacitors for the next segment of the trip. The AI controllers all connected and initiated handshake protocols as they spread out from each other, opening their ram scoops to collect the argonium needed to refuel their null space capacitors. One of the drones was designated as the early warning drone, already damaged from weapons fire and determined to most likely fail to reach its destination. As the others collected argonium, it scanned the area, feeding as much power as it could to the onboard sensor suite to increase its scanning range. Determining that there were no threats within range in normal space, it flashed into null space and continued scanning. After a few minutes, the AI detected fluctuations that could only be created by large numbers of incoming ships. The semi-fluidic properties of null space create propagation waves in front of ships traveling through the unique medium, allowing for detection by specialized sensor suites such as the ones installed on the drones. It flashed back into space and warned the other drones that the propagation waves traveling through the null space medium indicated the imminent arrival of dozens of ships. The other drones responded immediately, closing their ram scoops and priming their null space capacitors for an emergency flash-out. A few seconds later, over 100 insectoid cruisers flashed in, sending out sensor pulses to try to determine the source of the 7 null space flashes that triggered the anomalous readings detected by the insectoid sensor network. The drones had stealth capabilities, but the priming of the null space capacitors created emissions that escaped their stealth fields and allowed the insectoids to determine their general positions. The early warning drone AI ran calculations and determined a course of action. It would sacrifice itself to increase the probability of the other drones successfully completing the mission. Dropping its stealth field, it pumped a tremendous amount of power through its sensor suite as it burned its engines at full power. Half of the cruisers detected the drone and swarmed towards it as they fired hundreds of particle beams. The other drones, almost finished priming their null drives, executed evasive maneuvers as the remaining cruisers targeted the sources of the leaking emissions and fired. The warning drone was destroyed, and the rest of the cruisers turned back to join the hunt for the others. A second drone was targeted and destroyed, and a third followed soon after. Hundreds of particle beams speared through the area every second as the surviving drones continued to evade them. Another was destroyed, and now there are only 4 drones left. One of them dropped its stealth field and pumped a massive amount of power into its transmitter, jamming the insectoid scanners temporarily before it was tracked and destroyed by dozens of particle beams from cruisers further out. The remaining 3 drones finally finished priming their null space capacitors and had to drop their stealth fields before flashing out. Another drone was destroyed before making the transition, and the last 2 drones disappeared from the insectoid scanners. The 2 surviving AI controllers communicated with each other and then separated, each taking a different route back to Republic space to increase the chances of one of them making it. They had only managed to collect 35% of the required argonium, and will have to drop out again soon to replenish their reserves. The neural pathways of both AIs suffered feedback as they recalculated their chances of successfully executing their mission. One calculated a 27% chance, the other calculated a 3% chance. As they continued along their separate courses, the 107 cruisers reorganized into 12 formations and flashed back into null space to pursue the 2 drones that had escaped. Insectoid Cruiser 26 hours after the destruction of the John Cabot, the command drone dragged herself onto the raised dais of the command chamber, ignoring the pain signals emanating from 3 legs that had been severely damaged when the strange animals had destroyed their ship rather than become hostages. She concentrated on the display panels around her, seeing dozens of small animal constructs heading towards the cruiser, the scanners tracking their ominous approach. They meant to seek revenge for killing them, a concept she understood well as a command drone. She started releasing attack pheromones from her glands to incite the surviving drones as the air handlers spread the chemical blend throughout the ship. She was one of the specially bred command drones, and she had been in the Guardian fleet for almost 40 cycles since she emerged from her pupa. This ship was not from the enemy they had been watching for, but she was still following the directive of the Hive Mother when she attacked them. All animal ships were to be attacked. The only reason they tried to take the strange animal ship hostage was to determine who they were, analyze their technology, and send the information back to the Hive Mother. She looked at the flickering main display, seeing that the small animal constructs were almost upon them. She increased her concentration and sent out thoughts to the surviving drones on the ship. She could enter drone minds and see through their eyes, but she could not control them like true queens. She was able to influence their behavior and issue orders that they would follow by utilizing her thoughts and pheromones. Ignoring her pain, she put all her strength into her thoughts and projected them. She continually issued the thought commands, ensuring that the remaining drones would obey her. She heard multiple thuds reverberating throughout the ship as the animal constructs landed on the organic hull of the cruiser unscathed, the cruiser's weapons having been rendered inoperative by the massive core breach of the animal ship. She still had almost 500 worker drones on the ship, and she increased the potency of the attack pheromones she was releasing to stimulate more aggression from the normally docile drones. On a panel, she could see the largest cluster of animal landers in the middle of the ship, and she entered multiple drone mines until she found one in the area she wanted to see. Looking through the drone's eyes, she could see multiple sections down the long tunnel that had sparks shooting out of them as the animals were cutting through the hull. One after another, those sections of the hulls were cut through and pushed inward, falling to the floor with loud clangs that startled the waiting drones. The drones opened fire with their laser weapons, ionizing the atmosphere as they targeted the breaches with lower-powered beams to prevent them from causing hull breaches. No animals had come out yet, and she grew confused by their actions as she continued to look through the eyes of the drone. "Is this a deception?" she thought to herself as she continued to wait for the invaders to emerge. Over a dozen round things rolled out of the breaches and opened, turning into small, 4-legged machine animals that rapidly scurried from their locations as they clambered up the walls of the tunnel or charged at nearby drones. The strange things fired projectiles that hit the worker drones they targeted and tore them to pieces. They were incredibly fast, and some of them even went onto the ceiling, firing their weapons as they hung upside down. One of the 4-legged things charged at the largest mass of drones in the tunnel, parts of it sizzling and melting as the drone laser weapons hit it. One of its legs was melted to slag, and it continued scurrying until it reached the drones and exploded, killing all of them and blowing out a huge section of the hull, exposing the tunnel to space. The command drone lost her view of the worker drone she was inhabiting as it was pulled out of the large breach along with all the others. She flitted about the ship in the drone mines, seeing the same events play out wherever the animal landers had attached themselves to the hull. She had a momentary flash of doubt, wondering if she had made a mistake in attacking the strange animal ship filled with machine animals. She entered a solitary drone that was trapped in a tunnel, and she saw more sparks as the interior wall was being cut from an adjoining space on the other side. She could sense the fear of the solitary worker drone, and she felt an overwhelming desire to save its life. She sent a thought to the drone's mind. The drone responded, looking around and finding a small air vent with a grate that was just large enough to fit in. It removed the grate and entered it backwards before pulling the grate back. It was now facing the tunnel, and she waited to see what would come out of the breach. A few moments later, there was another loud sound as the section fell inward and slammed into the floor. She heard weapons and laser fire, and soon it stopped. She heard more animal sounds and sent another thought to the drone. Silence, be still. She saw an animal pass by, able to see it through the slits of the grate. This new animal was walking on 2 legs, with the other 2 legs holding a weapon. This animal was more like what she had expected. Others followed the first animal as they ran past her hiding spot, making noises at each other. They went beyond the ability of the drone to see, but she could still hear and sense them nearby with the drone's ears and antennae. She sent another thought to the drone before leaving its mind. Stay here. Do not move. She returned to her own body on the dais, momentarily disoriented by the transition. Looking at the displays, she could see that the animals had already taken over large portions of the cruiser. She could sense far fewer drone minds on the periphery of her consciousness. The animals were killing them faster than she could organize the defenses. There were sudden explosions outside the command chamber, and she felt panic rising inside of her. She pushed herself off the dais and crawled slowly to the engineering panel, trying her best to ignore the pain signals of her broken legs. She finally reached it and pulled herself up, leaning on the panel for support as she started tapping in the commands to overload the fusion reactors. The 6 drones in the command chamber rushed to the door, ready to fight to the death to protect her. There was a large explosion behind her, and she ignored it, fighting past the terror that threatened to cripple her. She started tapping in the last of the commands when her tarsal claw disappeared in a fine mist of exoskeleton and hemolymph. She was still staring in shock at what was left of her leg when she was slammed on the side of her thorax and knocked onto the floor. Skittering with her still functioning legs, she tried to right herself to fight back against her attacker. She managed to flip on her back, and she froze at what she saw standing over her. It was an animal with some type of flexible carapace, and she could see its face through the transparent material of the object covering its head. She looked into its eyes as it raised a weapon towards her head, grimacing and displaying its teeth. It had white eyeballs, and she focused on the small circles of color in the center of them. Despair flooded her thoughts. I have failed the hive mother. She found herself mesmerized by the animal's eyes as they looked into hers. They are green, she thought to herself before the animal fired and put her out of her misery. 13 days later, Republic Hive World Toy 700D, 101. 4 light years from Earth Bandit's calm node buzzed, causing him to take his finger off the rook he was just about to move, and he removed the node from his harness. He looked at the young queen on the other side of the chessboard and signed for her to wait. She responded yes, and picked up his white knight from among the many pieces she had already captured, holding it close to her compound eyes as she inspected it. He smiled at her as he got up from the seat and walked 2 meters away from the table before accepting the calm request. A holographic display appeared, and he placed the node on the floor as the display stabilized. A few seconds later, President Lopez appeared with a worried expression on her face. Bandit's neural pathways hummed, and he felt disconcerted by her expression and the unusual call. Something was seriously wrong, and he stopped himself from offering greetings as he stepped into the viewing range of the node. She saw him and started speaking immediately, without the usual greetings she would give him. Bandit, we have a situation, and I need to speak with Aurora immediately. Please bring the node to her, this cannot wait. He detected the anxiety in her voice and responded, Madam President, she is in her rest period. I will bring the node to her right now. Please stand by. She nodded curtly, and he picked the node up off the floor and reattached it to his harness before turning around to sign the young queen. Tilda, please come with me, my queen. We must wake your mother. Tilda, she put the knight back on the table and unfolded her 4 legs to stand. She walked over to him and put a tarsal claw into the hand he was holding out, clasping it gently. He felt a pleasurable surge at her touch, and his neural pathway efficiency increased as they radiated warmly. They left the chamber together, the queen keeping pace with him as they headed towards the hive mother's personal chambers. They arrived a few minutes later, and he knocked on the organic wall on the side of the entry to her chambers. He heard the 2 sentry combats inside activating before they emerged from the opening. One of them activated its scanners, sweeping him with a pale blue light from his head to the bottom of his feet before stepping to the side to allow them entry. He did not get offended by the scan. They were merely performing their function. They entered the dim interior, and the queen pulled her claw from his hand and stared at the second, smaller chamber opening, pointing both of her antennas in the direction she was looking. A few seconds later, the hive mother emerged and walked over to them. She briefly touched claws with her daughter before turning to face Bandit. He saw that she had the new speaking devices already on her tarsal claws, and he smiled at her. She made claw movements, and he heard her thoughts emerge from the small device on her thorax. He nodded in response as he signed to her, telling her that the president wished to speak with her. He took the calm node from his harness and placed it on the floor before reactivating it. The holo returned, and President Lopez appeared, looking impatient. The hive mother moved slightly to enter the viewing range of the node and started signing to the president, the words from the translator sounding out. The president smiled at the words she was hearing before responding. "And you as well, Aurora. I am sorry for interrupting your rest period." She was wearing the translator device on her chest, and holographic images appeared, translating her words into sign language. Aurora responded with impatient claw movements. President Lopez chuckled at Aurora's all-business manner before a harried look returned to her face as she started speaking. "Aurora, a drone returned to the Republic carrying terrible news. One of our ships was attacked by hive ships and cruisers, and most of the crew was killed. Why are their ships over 7,000 light years away?" As the device translated her words, the president activated her wristcom and flicked a holo map into the air. The map showed a region of the galaxy that Bandit did not recognize, along with an outline of the course the drone took from there. Aurora saw the map and froze for almost a minute, not making any movement. Bandit stepped closer, worried about what was happening to her. The president's expression grew deeply concerned, and she looked at Bandit. The young queen walked over and lightly touched one of Aurora's tarsal claws. Aurora jerked and looked around quickly before staring at her daughter for a few moments. Finally, she resumed making claw movements. "The forbidden area. How many ships are there in that region? Why are they there?" the president asked, her voice becoming more strident at what Aurora was revealing. 8 to the 5th power is their number. Maybe more, maybe less. That is the path we took when fleeing the Great Persecution. Aurora responded, quickly looking at Bandit as the device kept translating her thoughts. "Madam President, that is over 32,000 ships." Bandit clarified for President Lopez. Her mouth opened in shock at what she had just heard. "This is not good. How the hell are we supposed to rescue them?" she muttered, the holographic claws translating her words. Aurora responded, making claw movements faster than Bandit had ever seen her make them before. Aurora stopped signing and held up her 2 tarsal claws. After a few moments, she resumed making claw movements. President Lopez furrowed her brows as she started pacing in a small circle. After almost a minute, she snapped her fingers and signaled to someone out of view. "Get me that datapad from the crazy engineer who was involved in dismantling the hive ship." Another half-minute passed before a hand came into view, passing her a datapad. She looked at it quickly before looking back at them. "Aurora, thank you for offering your hive ship. I am glad you did. You reminded me of this." She held up the pad and shook it. "One of the engineers who was involved in the project theorized that your null drives are slower because of an engineering fault in the construction of your system. He had designed a workaround to give you an advantage when it was time for you to launch your takeover of the hives. Unfortunately, he was prevented from testing out his theory because of security concerns by Fleet Command." She pressed on the pad a couple of times, and holographic schematics appeared, rotating as they displayed certain highlighted sections of the null drive. "Bandit, I am forwarding the schematics to your node now." A few seconds later, his calm node beeped, and he leaned down and pressed an icon on it. Another holographic display appeared, an enlarged version of what the president had on her pad. As it rotated, Aurora stepped closer and stared at it, with her daughter doing the same. They both stared at it for some time as they walked around the floating diagrams. They would periodically look at each other, and Bandit knew they were communicating with their thoughts. President Lopez was silent the whole time, watching them both intently as she waited for them to finish. After almost 5 minutes, Aurora finally turned back to face President Lopez and made claw movements. President Lopez smiled sadly before responding. "Aurora, I am so grateful for your offer, but the engineer estimated that it would take 18 days to make the modifications with a full engineering staff and construction bots. It would take at least 2 solar days for them to reach your hive." Aurora responded immediately after the holographic claw movements finished translating the president's words. "I will do it, Hive Mother. With my daughter, the command drones, and my workers, I can make the changes in 2 solar days if I start now." President Lopez heard her, and Bandit detected the disbelief in her facial expression at what Aurora said before managing to hide it. It was unnecessary to have done so, Aurora would not have known the meaning of the expression. Aurora, thank you. The Republic will not forget this. She turned to look at Bandit. Bandit, you are to do whatever is necessary to help her achieve the objective. The task force in orbit is at your disposal. I will send orders to them, and they will fulfill your every request without question. Bandit, I don't care if you must dismantle every goddamn ship in orbit to make this work. Do whatever you have to. Contact me as soon as the Hive ship is ready. He was about to close the connection when he hesitated. There was a question he had to ask. Query: the escape pods can keep them alive for 2 weeks. They only have less than 2 days left. Do you think they will still be alive by the time the rescue attempt reaches them? President Lopez blew air out of her pursed lips as she considered his question. After a few moments, she asked her own question. Why did you choose to stop the self-destruct protocol of your suit, Bandit? Bandit thought about the question and answered. Diego is my friend. The thought of him dying allowed me to exceed my original programming and achieve sentience because I did not wish for that to happen. When I achieved awareness, I could feel emotions for the first time. I saw the algorithm demanding I end my friend's life, and I killed it in anger. I instead chose to do what I knew was right. President Lopez nodded at his words. You made an emotional decision. I am doing the same thing. Sometimes the calculus is not in favor of emotional decisions, and sometimes it does not matter. We do not leave our people behind, Bandit. They sent a plea for help, and we will answer it. It does not matter if they are already dead when we arrive. They asked for help because they knew we would come. We will try to save them, and we will bring them back home to their families, one way or another. Bandit thought about what she had said for a few seconds before nodding. I will do as you say, Madam President. Good man. Keep in touch, Bandit. She tapped on her wristpad and closed the channel. He picked the calm node up off the floor and headed out of the chamber, increasing his pace to catch up with Aurora and the Queen, who had already departed to start the modifications. They held the line Chapter 15 Ray/Rethnir K2-332 System GFS Glory of Dalknir, Protector-class battleship 402 light-years from Earth, year 123-005b. C. Dilsun Rithvir targeted another Balrakan heavy cruiser, aiming 6 starboard secondary particle beam turrets directly into the center of the large hull breach on the port side of the enemy cruiser. It heard the turrets whining over the din of the bridge as the selected weapons unleashed fury and penetrated deeply into the bowels of the stricken ship, cracking it in half. As the aft section disappeared in a blaze of nuclear fury from the core overload, it heard the Wancho Elder commanding the battleship howl in happiness at the sight of the aft section, taking the bow portion with it. Ignoring the chills, the howling of the Elder was sending down its spine. Rithvir scanned for another target within range of the battleship's weapons. There were none, and it turned to face the Elder to tell him, Elder, there are no enemy ships within range of our weapons. The Elder turned his candid head and bored his wild eyes into the back of the navigator's skull. Padlon Flathdir, find us another ship to destroy and bring us to it. He growled loudly, causing the navigator to flinch before it hurriedly entered a series of commands on the panel in front of it. The battleship surged forward, heading for a mass of Balrakan ships trying to gang up on 2 Magnati heavy cruisers 145,000 lickles away. The Elder raised his voice to be heard by the bridge crew. You will seek out and destroy any enemy ships still functioning. Do not let me catch any of you failing to perform your duties again. As the Elder finished growling, Rithvir turned back around to face the panel, seeing that the rest of the bridge crew had suddenly found their own panels utterly fascinating. It smiled to itself at the sight of the recent Academy apprentices, responding appropriately to the anger of the Wancho Elder. This was their first time engaging in battle, and it knew the Elder was taking it easy on them because of their inexperience. The Wancho were famous for their bloodlust when engaging in battle, and they were well known for not tolerating any failures or reluctance from warriors under their command. As the battleship continued to charge at the mass of Balrakan ships, Rithvir readied the primary bow turret and waited for the enemy ships to come into range. A few moments later, the AI assistant confirmed a target lock, and Rithvir fired the bow turret. It looked at the scanning results. Though the range was long, 3 of the 4 particle beams hit the target directly amidships, the armored hull boiling, as the invisible beams caused the molecular structure of the plating to enter a state of flux. Rithvir targeted the same location and fired again as soon as the particle beams had finished recharging. This time, all 4 beams hit, as the battleship finally entered the optimal range. The 4 particle beams pierced through the now slagged armor and drilled through the interior of the ship before punching through the other side and striking the armor of one of the Magnati ships. The advanced composite armor of the Magnati heavy cruiser was barely damaged by the attenuated friendly fire, and Rithvir tensed, expecting the Wancho elder to scold it for the accidental strike. As the targeted Balrakan lost power and started drifting, the elder howled again with glee and growled loudly in approval. Dilsun Rithvir will make a Wancho out of you yet. Keep sending these Larashats to hell, Rithvir answered, keeping its eyes on the panel as it selected another target. Thank you, honored elder. Pride surged within it from the unexpected praise of the eminent Wancho warrior. It smiled as it fired a volley at another ship, shearing off the aft engines and crippling the vessel. The navigator turned the battleship slightly to port, and Rithvir targeted the now crippled ship with the starboard secondary turrets, tearing it apart as they glided past. Rithvir sent 2 aft anti-ship torpedoes towards it to finish off the job, as the battleship bulled its way into the mass of Balrakan ships, ganging up the 2 Magnati warships. Ordering the AI assistant to multi-target with the secondary weapons, Rithvir aimed the primary bow turret at a badly damaged Balrakan battleship that was being pummeled by the 2 Magnati heavy cruisers. All 4 beams entered a large hull breach that the Magnati had already caused, and the beams hit a critical system, causing massive secondary explosions that tore open the bow of the ship. Frozen fluids and bodies were expelled as the Magnati warships repositioned and started targeting the gaping wound of the Balrakan battleship that was now splayed open like a blooming flower. The Glory turned hard to starboard to avoid the wreckage of a derelict Mallet light cruiser, and Rithvir felt anger surging within it at the sight before looking at its panel for another ship to kill. For 5 solar months, they had been on the defensive as they tried to stem the tide of the Balrakan onslaught and prevent further penetration into the Federation. 23 worlds had been scourged, and almost 87 billion Federation citizens had been murdered. 2 species were virtually exterminated after their home worlds and colonies had been glassed, with both species having less than 5 million survivors that were on other Federation worlds during the assaults. Another species, the Hunians, was eradicated entirely. They were advanced cetaceans, but they were planet-bound due to the unique synchronization of their brains to the peculiar magnetic field of their world. Leaving the planet would cause their higher brain functions to rapidly shut down, and they would lapse into a coma before eventually dying if they passed beyond the magnetosphere. As a result, none of the over 1 billion Hunians were able to leave their home world, despite the best efforts of Federation and Hunian scientists to replicate the unique field dynamics of their world. The hateful creatures, to ensure the extinction of the Hunians, changed their tactics to adapt to the unique problems of bombarding an ocean world. They flashed in and quickly destroyed the picket ships before jamming all signals to prevent distress calls from leaving the system. They did not utilize antimatter bombardment on the ocean planet, knowing that the cetaceans would be able to dive deep and escape the destruction. Instead, they towed a dozen massive asteroids from the belt and accelerated them to speeds of over 70 lickles per solar second. The smallest one had a diameter of 300 lickles, while the largest was over 600 lickles in diameter. They were planet killers and exactly what the Balrakans needed. They released the asteroids, slamming their deadly payloads of iron and rock into the oceans that covered the world. The energy of the impacts created cataclysmic tsunamis and caused the oceans to boil, initiating a runaway greenhouse effect that superheated the planet. Within 2 solar days, over 90% of the life on the planet was dead. In preparation, the Balrakans split their fleet and launched a diversionary attack on another system in the sector to hide their true intentions of exterminating the Hunians and misdirect nearby Federation ships. As a result of the deception and jamming, the small Magnati fleet guarding the sector was out of position and could not get there in time to defend the system. When they finally arrived, there was only a single pod of a few hundred Hunian survivors still clinging to life within a trench deep under the ocean where they had sought refuge. Hydrophone probes were sent under the boiling waters to contact the last of the survivors, and their final words shattered the souls of the Magnati warriors in orbit. Remember us with love, our friends. We regret never being able to swim among the stars with you. Perhaps in the waters of the afterlife we will swim together. We will be waiting for you, and we will sing songs of joy when you finally enter the waters to join us. Promise us that you will forgive yourselves for being too late to save us. You have come, and that is all that matters to us. You are here to listen to our last song as we face the end. We feel your spirits swimming with us, and now we are no longer afraid. Bring the songs of our people to the waters of other worlds, our friends. Our songs are of us, and if our songs live on, then we are not truly gone. May the currents guide you well, our friends. We love you. The last of the Hunians then began to sing a mournful song lamenting the end of their people, and it echoed alone through the waters of their home world, finding no other Hunians to add to it and pass it on. Heard only by single-celled thermophiles and the hydrophones sent from orbit, their chorus dwindled rapidly as they succumbed to asphyxiation, using the last of their air to sing the final song of their people. The song became weaker as the Hunians continued to die, the ones still remaining trying to keep the song alive for just a little longer as they faced the coming end with courage and grace. There was one last call, and the final sorrowful howl faded away into nothingness, as the last Hunian went silent and slowly sank to the bottom of the trench to join the rest of its pod. Their world, once alive with the sounds of billions of songs traveling through the waters, went silent for the first time in over 2 million years. The Hunians were no more, and the music of their world died with them. The Magnati warriors in orbit went into a rage and flashed back into null space to hunt down the Balrakan fleet that had exterminated their cetacean friends. They ignored all attempts by Fleet Command to re-establish operational control over them, and they chased the Balrakan fleet for over 500 light years before they finally caught them. The 314 Magnati warships attacked the over 2,000 strong Balrakan fleet without hesitation, and on that day, the Balrakans faced Magnati warriors consumed with grief and vengeance. After 21 hours of non-stop battle, the remaining 27 Magnati warships finally powered down their weapons. There were no more enemy ships left to destroy in the system. They claimed their vengeance, and now it was time for them to grieve. Fleet Command was angered by the disobedience and the waste of precious ships, but they wisely chose to drop the issue, and none of the Magnati commanders were brought up on charges. They feared a backlash from the Magnati and the Wancho if they pursued the matter, and even they had to admit to themselves that the greatly outnumbered Magnati fleet destroying the over 2,000 strong Balrakan fleet was a major victory. After the Hunian extermination, it seemed as if the whole Federation finally realized this was a fight to the death against an implacable adversary. Even the pacifist species were changed by the event, turning their industries entirely to war production. They would not fight and kill, but they now made weapons and built warships that would be used by those who had no such restrictions. After 5 months of brutal combat and billions of deaths, the Federation had finally blunted the Balrakan advance and was now on the offensive to drive the demons out and kill them all. The Magnati and the Wancho were the only 2 species that had retained their martial abilities, and they were the only reason why the Federation had not yet fallen. The Mallet were highly advanced and excellent builders of warships and weapons, but they lacked the intrinsic war-making capabilities of the Magnati and the Wancho. They were learning quickly, and the Federation had finally been able to convert all the economies and different societies of its membership to a war footing. Tens of thousands of naval apprentices were graduating every month, thousands of warships were pouring out of the shipyards all over the Federation, and the great arsenal was finally ready to be unleashed. Magnati and Wancho elders were assigned to the ships of other species to train and lead them in the way of the warrior, like what was happening on the Glory right now. Dilsun Rithvir, why aren't you firing? Barked the Wancho elder, startling Rithvir out of its musings. It quickly looked at the panel and toggled the secondary weapons control, sending over a dozen particle beams out of both the port and starboard turrets that smashed into the Balrakan ships that had slid next to the battleship to bracket it between them. Pay attention, you fool, Rithvir thought to itself as it continued to scan the area around the Glory for more ships to target, as the secondary turrets continued to chew up the flanking ships. Seeing anomalous readings, Rithvir squinted its eyes as it double-checked the scanner results. The Balrakans were charging their null drives. Alarmed, Rithvir spun around to face the Elder. Elder, I am seeing signs of null drive activations. The Elder snapped its head back to look at Rithvir before growling at the sensor officer to confirm the scanning results. It looked at its panel and then looked back up and signaled confirmation to the Elder. Balrakan ships started flashing out of the battle, and the Elder howled in frustration at the cowards for fleeing. The Balrakans had started this battle with 800 ships, and now there are less than 1,000 of them still combat capable. They were fleeing, something they had never done before. As hundreds of Balrakan ships flashed out, the bridge crew started banging their fists against their panels in the mallet version of applause, and the Elder growled at them to cut it out. Do you not see, young ones? he barked as they looked at him in confusion. They are learning, and now they will no longer fight to the death and allow us to wipe out their fleets. They will force us to hunt them and pin them down. This is not a victory, this is a disaster. Now we will be fighting an insurgency of genocidal maniacs. As the elders' words hit the apprentices, Rithvir saw them deflate, their earlier elation crushed by the brutal truth of the elders' words. Feeling bad for them, Rithvir turned its attention back to its panel, feeling disquieted by what the Wancho elder had said. Armenian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1, 893 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. Ray woke up, gasping for air. This was the third time he had undergone the procedure, and he had gotten better at his reaction to the end of the sessions. Looking to his right, he could see the mallet waiting in the usual spot. Pulling the wires away from his forehead and temples, he sat himself up and swung his legs over the edge of the table before lightly pushing himself off to stand. He stayed there, waiting for the android to come with the usual glass of water. "You seem to be adapting to the procedure, my human child. This gladdens me." Ray nodded, acknowledging the statement from the mallet before emptying the glass of water and giving it back to the android. "I think so, honored elder. I am still emotionally affected by it, but I feel like I have a better handle on it. I agree with your assessment. Do you have any questions for me?" the mallet asked as the suit moved closer to the table, peering into Ray's eyes with the sensor lenses as they zoomed in. "I do, honored elder, but I must confess that I am extremely tired from the procedure. May I have your permission to rest for a while?" Ray answered, feeling like he could sleep for days. The mallet responded, "Of course, my human child. Sleep well, we shall speak when you have rested sufficiently." "Thank you, honored elder, I will depart now." Ray turned around and started to walk towards the entry door. He was halfway there when he turned around. "Honored elder, do you have any of the songs of the Hunians? I feel like I need to hear them. They will live while I listen to them sing." The mallet was silent for some time before answering him. "Yes, I have them." The mallet flicked a suit finger towards Ray. "I have transmitted their songs to your wristpad." Ray bowed his head slightly. "I am grateful. Thank you, honored elder." He turned around and exited the quarters, leaving the mallet alone once more. The door silently slid out of its recess and sealed the quarters. Hrethner stood there for some time, thinking about what had been happening over the last few days. The human child had been surprisingly resilient and logical with the revelations, and Hrethner thought it was a good sign for when the time came to involve all the sons and daughters of the Magnati in the coming struggle. Turning the suit towards a wall, Hrethner flicked the suit finger again. A few moments later, an achingly beautiful song came over the hidden speakers. It was a love poem of the Hunians, one of Hrethner's favorites. As Hrethner continued to listen to the haunting refrain, it felt tears falling out of its eyes as the song of unrequited love brought it to the lifeless waters of their ocean world, where silence now reigns. They held the line chapter 16 Navara/Command Drone Derelict Insectoid Cruiser 6, 982 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. 6 hours after boarding action. "Davis, what's the status on those engines?" The comm chirped in response before Davis answered. "Captain, we are trying to figure this crap out as fast as we can. It is a confusing mixture of mechanical and organic components. I bet the chief would have been able to figure this out by now." Captain Navara cringed at the mention of the chief. He had not gotten off the John Cabot before it self-destructed, probably refusing to leave Jim and staying to the end. He heard Davis come over the comm again. "I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to bring him up." "That's okay, Davis. I wish he was here too. Just do the best you can and keep me posted," he replied before closing the channel. He looked around the chamber at the other survivors as they tried to figure out how to operate the ship. This was their first exposure to insectoid technology, and he was starting to wonder if he made the right call. The panels had obvious buttons and toggles, but there weren't any markings or symbols indicating what anything was. "At least there is air and water," he thought to himself as he watched the crew hesitantly try to activate the panels, terrified of breaking something or accidentally blowing up the ship. His comm came to life again, and he pressed the button to open the channel. "Captain, we have finished sweeping the ship. We found one of them hiding in an air vent. The rest of the ship is clear." He put a face to the voice. It was Simmons, and she was one of the surviving security officers. He could hear in her voice that she didn't know what to do with it. "Why is it still alive, Simmons?" he replied, wondering why they were even having this conversation. "Sir, it looks terrified. The poor thing has not moved since we opened the grate, and I can swear that it is pleading for mercy with its eyes." She answered, her voice filled with concern. He felt a surge of anger rising inside of him at her words, and he slowly counted to 5 before replying, his voice cold as ice. Simmons, those bastards killed almost 90% of our crew. They attacked us without provocation, and we lost 12 people taking over the ship. Are you really trying to tell me that you are feeling sorry for it? He asked incredulously. Sir, she hesitated before continuing, her voice tinged with doubt. I lost people too. I am angry, and I had no problem killing them while boarding the ship. But this is murder, and I won't do it. He fought down the desire to relieve her on the spot, counting to himself until he felt in control of his emotions again and replied to her, Stay there and activate your locator. I will be there shortly to take care of this. Who is there with you? Jameson and Cho, sir, she replied. Put Cho on the line, he ordered, his voice dripping with anger. Cho was a veteran, a pathfinder who knew how to follow orders. Maybe he won't have to go there after all. A new voice came over the comm. Cho here, sir. Sergeant, why is that thing still alive? Kill it and finish securing the ship. There were a few seconds of silence before Cho answered him in a strong, clear voice. Negative, sir. I am a Marine, not a murderer. This drone is not a threat, and I will not violate the Paris Accords by murdering an unarmed combatant. What the fuck is wrong with you people? He screamed at them in his head, suppressing the desire to smash the comm node against the bulkhead. He pressed the button and spoke into the comm node. All of you stay right there. I will take care of this. He closed the channel and got off the odd bench of the raised platform in the center of the chamber, shaking his head in disbelief at what just happened. He had noticed the furtive glances the crew had been sneaking at him during the conversation, and he glared at the back of their heads as he stepped off the platform and headed out of the chamber. A few minutes later, he finally entered the tunnel they were in after getting misdirected a couple of times by his wristcom because of the strange layout and the numerous openings made by the crew during the boarding action. They were standing in front of a small vent in the tunnel wall along the rough organic floor, weapons pointed towards it. Next to the opening was a grate, and Jameson had a flashlight pointed at the vent itself. They came to attention as he entered, and he glared at them in response as he pulled his pistol from his hip holster. They moved out of his way as he reached them, clearing the area in front of the opening. They avoided his gaze as he tried to make eye contact to show them just how pissed he was at them for wasting his time with this nonsense. He squatted down and pointed his pistol at the dark recess where the drone was hiding. Give me some light. He snapped at Jameson as he deactivated the safety. The flashlight swept towards the opening, illuminating the interior. He could now see the drone in the back of the vent, pressed up against the interior vent fan and completely still. It was looking away, its eyes pointed towards the vent wall as it avoided looking at the opening. He sighted the pistol, aiming for what he thought would be the location of the brain, and was just about to pull the trigger when it looked at him, the two large black eyes looking right into his. He froze at the sight of them. As he looked into them, he could see his own reflection in the shiny, black oval shapes. He shifted his pistol slightly to aim in the center, and slightly above where the eyes angled down towards each other. He saw his reflection moving in them, and he no longer saw a warrior killing an enemy in combat. Instead, he saw a murderer pointing a pistol at a defenseless creature hiding in an air vent, scared and alone. He slowly took his finger off the trigger, his hand starting to tremble slightly from the knowledge that he was just about to commit murder. Goddamn, he muttered to himself as he flipped the safety back on and pointed the pistol slightly downward and away from the drone. He heard Jameson breathe out a deep sigh of relief, and he looked at the three of them, finally understanding why they refused to kill it. He looked each of them in the eyes before standing back up and holstering his pistol. I'm sorry. I am ashamed of myself for being angry at you for refusing to kill the drone. I understand now. All three of them nodded at his words, relief flooding their faces at his admission that he was wrong and that they had done the right thing in refusing to kill the defenseless drone. Cho responded, Captain, we are grateful that you came to see for yourself and reacted as we did. Glancing at the opening, he continued speaking. I am a Marine, and I have no compunction about killing the enemy in combat. This, though, it wouldn't have been right. He nodded at Cho's words, looking at the vent opening and thinking about what to do now. Does anyone know if we came across anything that might be food for them? We will seal the tunnel and leave water for it and food as well if we can scrounge some up for it. I'll find out for you, sir, Simmons answered, pulling her water canteen off her belt and looking around for something to pour it in. Among the debris scattered on the floor, she found a shallow piece of wall material that was concave enough to serve as a water bowl for now. She emptied her canteen in it, and Jameson shined his light at the opening again as she knelt and pushed the water bowl into the air vent, murmuring softly like she was addressing a scared puppy. He shook his head at the sight of the security officer baby-talking to an insectoid drone and addressed Cho and Jameson. "Seal the tunnel back up and leave a recorder here to keep an eye on it. I want one of the crew members always posted outside, just in case someone comes looking for revenge. I do not want it molested in any way, and make sure it has water, and food if we can find some." "Aye, sir," they both responded. Simmons was still kneeling in front of the opening, murmuring softly to the drone as she pushed the water closer to it with a long piece of metal she had found among the debris. He shook his head again in disbelief and left the tunnel, heading back to the chamber. He arrived a few minutes later and resumed sitting on the awkward bench, his lower back starting to ache from the lack of something to lean against. There was still no progress on the panels in the chamber, and he was just about to call Davis to check in when his comm beeped, showing that Davis was calling. "I hope you are calling to give me some good news, Davis." Davis responded with a carefully neutral tone. "Possibly, sir. One of the engineers thinks she figured out how to activate the thrusters. They are still working on the null drive, but at least we can leave the immediate vicinity for now." "How are we going to guide the ship if we fire the thrusters?" he asked. They had no way of controlling the ship from the chamber, and blindly thrusting to nowhere didn't seem like a good idea to him. "The thrusters have a limited form of thrust vectoring that can be controlled from down here, so we will have some ability to point the ship in the direction we want to go, Captain," Davis responded. "Excellent, Davis. When you are ready, fire the thrusters and turn the ship towards the Republic. Once we get moving, cut the engines. I do not want to risk breaking something or being detected. We will coast until we figure out the next move." Navarre out, he closed the channel, feeling the first glimmer of hope since they abandoned the John Cabot. They were in interstellar space, and if they could fire the thrusters and get out of the area, they had a good chance of successfully evading any insectoid vessels. As long as emissions were kept to a minimum, it was very easy to disappear into the void between star systems and evade detection. It would also make it more difficult for the Republic rescue ships to find them, but that was not really a factor in his planning. Despite his misgivings about the Republic, there was one fundamental truth he knew they could rely on. The Republic does not abandon its people, and they do not leave anyone behind. Ever. He had no doubt they would come, and he knew they would not stop looking for them until they found them and brought them back home to their families. One of the panels started blinking 2 different colored lights, scaring the crap out of the crew member that was playing around with it. Jumping away from the panel and disavowing any responsibility, they held their hands up as another crew member hurried over to see what was going on. His comm node beeped and displayed a text message from Davis. They were starting to prime the engines to fire the thrusters, and he was warning them to brace for the acceleration. "Hold on to something. They are about to fire the thrusters," he called out in warning. The crew started grabbing onto panels and support columns in response, and the 2 blinking lights changed colors. Another light came on a different panel, an unblinking blue. The other panels followed suit, all of them displaying a steady blue light. A few seconds later, a distant roaring sound could be heard, followed by an increase in G's as the cruiser surged forward. He grabbed the bench and pulled himself against it as the cruiser kept accelerating. A few seconds later, the insectoid version of inertial dampeners kicked in and cancelled out the gravity of the acceleration, and he felt the weight returning to the normal 0.8 g that the cruiser had when they first boarded. They accelerated for just under 2 minutes when the distant roaring sound stopped, and the steady blue light on the second panel turned off. He connected his wristcom to the AI controller of the escape pods, still attached to the hull, and waited for it to confirm their new speed and heading. A few seconds later, a small holo map was projected above his wrist, showing their new course. They were coasting at 132,367 kilometers an hour, and they were now heading towards Republic space. He smirked at the additional calculations the AI controller decided to add. According to it, the cruiser would reach the nearest star system along their course in 12,784 years at their current speed. He ordered it to deploy 4 rescue beacons with their current speed and heading. The tiny beacons would drift cold, sending out a brief pulse of a specific frequency every 12 hours before disappearing again. 2 of the beacons would stay in normal space, and the other 2 would flash into null space. Any Republic search and rescue ships in the vicinity would detect the pulses and be able to triangulate the beacons' positions. Once they receive the proper codes, the beacons will transmit the speed and heading of the cruiser before self-destructing. As the cruiser continued to coast, he reached up and unzipped the left chest pocket pulling out his most prized possession. Jim grabbed it before dragging him off the half-destroyed bridge and had put it inside the chest pocket while he was still unconscious. He didn't even realize it was in there until after the John Cabot was destroyed and they were on their way to board the derelict insectoid cruiser. Leaning over, he placed it on the panel next to the bench he was sitting on and pressed against the tape for 3 seconds to reactivate the adhesive. He took his finger off the tape and it stayed there. His eyes lingered on it as he looked at the faces of Evelyn and the twins. He whispered a quiet thanks to Jim as he continued to gaze at the faces of his family. He will retire as soon as he returns, and he will never leave them again. Republic Hive World Toy 700D 101, 4 light years from Earth, 2175 AD. 17 days after the destruction of the John Cabot Command Unit 273 guided the 2 squadrons of upgraded null ships towards the opening of the Hive ship's massive cargo bay, taking control of the docking thrusters of the 16 vessels as the Hive ship stabilized its orbit. The 2 troop ships and the automated repair/factory ship that accompanied the null ships had entered the Hive ship and were already in their assigned berths. As the last of the null ships slipped into their assigned positions, Command Unit 273 reviewed the mission directives one last time before ordering the null ships to power down for the estimated 29-day journey to their location. Before powering down, Command Unit 273 archived the battle plans it had created while running over 10 million wargaming scenarios. Its neural pathways surged with anticipation at the prospect of battle. It was created for a specific function, and it had yet to engage in battle since it was constructed 6 months ago. As its secondary systems powered down, Command Unit 273 connected with the other nullship AIs to give them the final sleep command. As they responded, it could detect the same anticipation in their neural pathways. They too wanted to fulfill their functions and save the biologicals. They too were eager to destroy their enemies. Command chamber of the Hive ship, the command drone got off the raised dais as the Hive mother entered the command chamber and started to bow in a show of obeisance when the Hive mother sent a command to her. She froze at the anger she could sense in the thought, and her mind raced as she tried to understand what she had done to anger her Hive mother. Another thought entered her mind. You are my sister. You were the first to call me Hive mother. You do not need to bow to me to show your loyalty and obedience. You have already proven to me that I have them. You are not just a command drone to me, and you are not a drone to be used and discarded. Do not bow to me ever again, sister. She had been looking down on the floor, expecting further recrimination from the Hive mother. She looked up in surprise at the thoughts being sent to her, and she now looked in the Hive mother's eyes, feeling her love and loyalty towards the Hive mother growing even greater. She responded, continuing to look in the eyes of her Hive mother and stopping herself from instinctively looking away. Yes, Hive mother, thank you. How may I serve you? The Hive mother, seemingly mollified by her response, turned slightly and held out a tarsal claw to one of her attending worker drones. There were 15 drones with her, and they all had the same container. It placed the small container it was holding into the Hive mother's claw, and she turned back to face her as she opened the container. She gingerly removed the object that was inside and held it out for her to take. She was momentarily stunned, seeing that the Hive mother was offering her a focuser that she had created from her own silk glands. More thoughts entered her mind. As she carefully took the focuser from the Hive mother's tarsal claws, she could feel the echo of the Hive mother's imprint within the delicate lattice. With the focuser in hand, she would be considered a royal representative above all others. None would dare to challenge her authority. She could order 1 million worker drones to commit suicide, and they would do it without hesitation. The trust the Hive mother was placing in her by giving her this object was absolute. She felt unworthy of the honor, and she wanted to deny it. The Hive mother must have sensed her thoughts, and she stepped closer to her. The Hive mother stared into her eyes, and she could feel the Hive mother entering her mind and sharing with her. She found herself in a Hive nexus, and she was alone. She looked around, and she could see 4 openings leading to other chambers. As she looked at the first opening, she could sense the emotion contained within it. The one she was looking at radiated sadness, and it threatened to overwhelm her. She looked at another opening, and from this one she sensed fear. It radiated pure terror, and she recoiled from it, looking away. She turned to look at the third opening, and waves of anger poured out, consuming her. She felt like tearing something apart, and she felt hate rising within her. She was barely able to force herself to look away and escape it. It was enticingly powerful. She turned again, looking at the fourth opening. It radiated happiness and love, and she could feel it calling to her. She felt the command enter her mind, and she did as she was bid. She walked towards it, feeling the emotions get stronger and starting to pull on her as she neared the opening. She entered it, finding herself in a world of beauty and pure love. She felt the warmth of the sun on her exoskeleton, the sky showing billions of fractals, each one a memory. In the distance she saw figures, and she walked towards them. As she drew closer, she saw that the figures were behind occluded partitions. She entered through one, and she saw the young queen. The queen was sitting, trying to touch a floating hologram of an animal that was being projected by a device on the ground. An overwhelming sense of love and contentment settled upon her, and she could barely withstand the power of it. The desire to protect the queen at all costs swirled all around her. She withdrew reluctantly, wanting to stay there forever. She entered another partition, and she saw bandit friends sitting on the grass across from the young queen. They were moving objects on a board, and she looked at the machine animal. A deep feeling of trust, friendship, love, and gratitude swam all around her, and she felt what the hive mother felt for bandit friend. She withdrew from there, finally understanding their relationship. She entered the third partition, surprised to see the animal queen within. She was making animal noises and displaying her teeth. She felt emotions of gratitude, respect, friendship, and regret for killing the animals swirling around her. She felt the deep bond the hive mother had with the animal queen, and the desire to prove that they could coexist as friends and equals. She withdrew and entered the last partition. She saw herself leaning on a console in a command chamber as she waited for the hive mother to finish initiating the self-destruct. She looked into her own eyes, seeing the resignation and defeat in them, knowing that she was about to die. She felt a variety of conflicting emotions. There was regret, uncertainty, and a desire to save her. She saw herself respond to the hive mother, bowing and naming her hive mother for the first time. New emotions came, and she felt trust, friendship, certainty, and love caressing her gently. The hive mother considered her a true sister, and she had no doubt of her loyalty. She did, and she was suddenly back in her own body, staring into the eyes of the hive mother. You will go to the forbidden area. If any of the command drones tries to stop you, use this focuser to ensure passage. Be careful, sister. They are bred with more powerful minds and pheromone glands. She felt woefully inadequate to the task being assigned to her. How would she be able to deceive the specialized command drones? They were above her, and she knew she would fail her hive mother. A desperate thought came to her, and she seized on it. The hive mother stared at her, making her wilt under the powerful gaze. Finally, the hive mother answered her. I am asking you to help me fulfill your wishes. If I cannot succeed on my own, please help me. I want to make you happy and bring the animals back to their hives for you. After some time, she felt the hive mother's thoughts enter her mind. They were tinged with unhappiness, and she felt like a failure already. Relief flooded through her at the thoughts of the hive mother. She knew that she would not be able to fail her now if the hive mother took over her. Yes, hive mother. Some of the animal concepts are difficult to express and understand, but we will share thoughts sufficiently for the task. The hive mother turned around and departed, leaving the 15 worker drones that had accompanied her behind. She sent a thought command to them, telling them to go to the worker drone cells and eat. As they departed, she returned to the raised dais and resumed her seat. The animal ships had entered the hive ship, and as soon as the hive mother returned to the surface, she would enter null space and go to the forbidden area and save their animal friends. They held the line Chapter 17 Rethnir Insectoid Cruiser 6, 982 light years from Earth, 2175 AD. 36 hours after boarding action, the drone had never felt thirst like it did now. It reached out with its mind, trying to join with a sister. There was nothing, just silence. It moved its antennae, testing the air for new pheromones. There was very little, just a faint residue of old and stale chemicals barely at the threshold of detection. An overwhelming loneliness came over it, and it tried again to find a sister to share thoughts with. The solitude was unbearable. It looked at the water that was left by the animal before, its thirst threatening to override its fear. It was so thirsty and hungry. It was a good worker drone. Why was it being punished with isolation? It did not understand why the command drone had forsaken it. It was a good worker, diligent and obedient. It always did what it was told. The echoes of the last thought commands it received came back to it. It struggled to keep the thought commands alive, desperate for other thoughts in its mind. It wanted guidance. The thirst came back, stronger than before. It lifted its antennae and pointed it towards the water. It smelled the water, its thirst becoming stronger. It could almost taste the water as it envisioned putting its tongue in it and drinking. The desire to quench its thirst became overpowering. It moved slightly closer, the first time it moved since before. Terror gripped it, and it searched the air for any sign that it had been detected. It moved again, sure that the animals would hear it and kill it. Reaching out a tarsal claw, it touched the water and quickly withdrew the claw back to its body. It put the tarsal claw in between its mandibles and tested the water with its tongue. It was tinged with organics and oils, but it was good enough to drink. It reached out again, putting its entire tarsal claw into the water and withdrawing it back to its mouth. The thirst was overpowering, and it sucked every drop of moisture from its claw with its tongue. It detected a change in the air, the hairs on its antennae warning it that something was happening as they vibrated. It withdrew itself back to where it was before, fear coursing through its body. It heard animal sounds growing louder, and it started shaking uncontrollably. The animals are coming to kill it. It will die alone, with no sisters to comfort it as its body stops working, and its mind grows dim. It will not be able to let a queen know that it could work no more, and feel her thoughts of gratitude before receiving permission to enter its eternal sleep. Its body would not be brought to the graveyard by its sisters so that it could be recycled for the good of the hive. It would dry out and turn into a husk, its essence wasted instead of being used to grow food for its sisters. There was a loud noise followed by a flash of light. Fear gripped it and it searched for a sister to comfort it. There was no response to her thoughts, and it froze as an animal crouched down in front of the opening. It was the same animal as before that left the water. It stayed completely still as the animal made noises at it and reached a claw inside to kill it. The claw withdrew, and the animal made more noises before moving away from the opening. There was another loud noise, and then it was dark again like before. It stayed completely still, afraid to move. It detected something different in the air, and it slowly moved an antenna towards the new scent. It knew this smell, it was food. It stayed where it was until the smell of the food became too much to resist. Slowly, it reached out a claw and touched it. It was food. It was hungry, and it pulled the food closer to it. It brought the food to its mouth and put out its tongue, testing it. It was tainted with the smell of animals, but it tasted right sweet and moist. Its instincts overrode its fear, and it brought the food to its mouth. It finished the food and drank more water, slowly creeping towards it, and putting out its tongue to drink it all until it was gone. The animal had left more water in another vessel. It will drink that when it is thirsty again. It went back to where it was before and remained still. It made the image of the animal in its mind, the same one from before. It committed every shape and color of the animal face to memory. This animal means food and water. This animal does not kill. It will remember this animal. When this animal comes, it will not die. It will have more food and water. It was tired. It had never been this tired before. It reached out one more time, looking for a sister to share thoughts with. There was nothing, just silence. Sadness overwhelmed it. It was alone, no longer part of its hive. It lowered its head to the ground, pulling its legs under its body. It allowed itself to go dormant, waiting for the animal to bring it more food and water. Armenian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1, 893 light years from Earth, 2175 AD. Hrethner waited for the human child to finish getting comfortable in the newest configuration of the chair it had thought made for its guest. After searching through the Republic databases, it selected a chair that looked like it might be comfortable. It was called a reclining armchair, and it seemed to be favored by human males. They all seemed content in the images Hrethner had seen during its search for the gift it wanted to make for the human child. Looking at him, Hrethner saw the smile on the human's face as he activated the manual lever on the side, and the chair extended. Hrethner felt joy when it heard the human sigh in happiness as he closed his eyes momentarily. He opened his eyes again after a few moments before looking at Hrethner. Honored Elder, thank you for this thoughtful and unexpected gift. It reminds me of sitting in my grandfather's chair when I was younger. Hrethner carefully modulated the speakers before responding. It gladdens me that you like it, my human child. I have come to look forward to our time together, and I want you to be comfortable. I am grateful for your consideration, and I too enjoy our time together. The human responded as he reached over and pulled the manual lever back up, returning the chair to its sitting configuration. What did you think of the Hunian songs, my human child? Hrethner asked. Sadness fell over the human's face as he answered. They are beautiful. I plan to bring them with me when I return to Earth, and I will play them in our oceans. Perhaps the whales will add them to their own, and the Hunyan's songs will live again on our world. The human's words touched Threthnir deeply, and it was barely able to control its emotions at the thought of the ancient songs of the Hunyans finding a home in the waters of other worlds again. "Ask your questions, my human child. I know you have many," Threthnir stated as the servant android appeared with food and drink for its guest and placed the tray on the small table between them. The human looked troubled and fidgeted in the chair as he thought about the questions he wanted answered. "Honored Elder, what happened after the Balricans stopped fighting fleet battles? What happened to the Magnati and how are we descended from them?" he finally asked, looking at the suit sensor lenses with an intense stare. Threthnir sighed to itself as it quickly thought about how it would tell the terrible story. Crouching the suit down so that the human would not have to look up, it answered the human. "After the last battle, the hateful creatures changed their tactics and resorted to what you humans would call guerrilla warfare. They no longer engaged in full fleet battles, and they split their fleets into thousands of small hunting packs. The change in tactics created great issues for the Federation, as they were now forced to defend thousands of cubic light years of territory from the depredations of the hunting packs. The Federation fleet was forced into a defensive posture, which diluted the combat power it could bring to bear and returned the initiative to the Balricans." Threthnir flicked a suit finger, and a three-dimensional map of the local space appeared in the air, slowly rotating as colors and icons resolved. There was a large area shaded in blue, with small areas of red spotted throughout. Surrounding the blue were thousands of small red dots, and inside the blue were numerous green icons, thinly spread along the blue boundary. Threthnir resumed speaking. "This is a representation of the situation after the last fleet battle. As you can see, the Federation fleet was inadequate for the task of defending so much territory. It was not building ships that was the problem the Federation faced. It was finding crew willing to fight and kill others from among a mostly pacifist society. The red icons penetrated the blue areas along numerous points before retreating. The green icons would move to counter the red icons, but there was never enough of them, and they were incapable of effectively intercepting all intrusions. As demonstrated on these maps, the Balricans had the tactical flexibility of striking along the entire border without concerns of reciprocal attacks. They had no territory to defend, and they could choose to end all engagements that were not in their favor. They resorted to what you humans refer to as hit-and-run attacks, targeting infrastructure critical to the war effort and destroying convoys of war materials and other targets of opportunity." Threthnir paused as it flicked several suit fingers, and multiple small screens appeared. They also launched terror attacks by entering multiple systems at once, and launching swarms of antimatter missiles from the outer system that targeted the home worlds and colonies of multiple member species all around Federation space. The small screens then showed dozens of worlds being hit with antimatter missiles that managed to penetrate the defense systems or slip by Federation ships that tried to intercept them. Some worlds were hit by only one, while others suffered multiple strikes. The destructive flashes of light that erupted on the surfaces were visible from space, as the powerful weapons destroyed entire cities and critical infrastructure. New screens appeared, and Threthnir continued speaking as they now showed worlds being hit by asteroids. They also sent suicide ships that would exit null space within the heliosphere and set a course towards the asteroid belts before shutting down their engines. They would drift in powered-down ships as their crew hibernated, undetectable to any sensor networks. Some were detected by chance and destroyed, but many were not. They would drift for many solar weeks before finally reaching the belts and being woken up by their computers. The crew would then attach undetectable gas thruster systems to small asteroids, coat them with low albedo material, and redirect them towards their targets. Most of these iron asteroids were 100 meters, as you measure in diameter, or slightly smaller. The destructive power was equivalent to one of your old-style hydrogen bombs and would destroy an entire city with ease. Threthnir saw expressions of shock and anger on the human's face as it continued to describe the cowardly Balrican tactics. After weeks of thrusting, the small asteroids would be almost upon their targets, and the Balrican ships still hiding in the asteroid belts would activate their systems and burn their engines at full power towards the edge of the solar systems as if fleeing. Ships and sensors would focus on them, and they would be hunted down and destroyed, while the asteroids would reach their targets undetected or too late to stop, because the Balricans diverted attention by making themselves visible to be destroyed. The screens disappeared, replaced by casualty figures of the dead and wounded. Threthnir pointed towards the figures, allowing its disgust to be heard over the speakers for the first time as it continued. Billions were wounded, and almost 2 billion others were killed in these cowardly terror attacks over a period of many solar months. The Magnati and the Wancho had enough of fighting a losing defensive war and forced Fleet Command to act. Against the objections of the Federation Senate, a large fleet of Magnati, Wancho, and Mallet warships was assembled in secrecy and launched on what was considered by many to be a suicidal assault on the Balrakan bases in the Trinary star system. Hrethnir removed all the holograms and screens before putting up a new one that showed a large mass of green icons deep within the center of Federation space, and there was an obvious decrease in the total number of green icons guarding the periphery of the Federation. The blue areas had a notable increase in red-shaded areas and darts, highlighting the extent of the Balrakan assaults on Federation territory over many solar months. The green icons disappeared from the center of the blue and reappeared outside of the dark red-shaded trinary system 3 solar days later, according to the time index displayed on the bottom of the screens. The human child leaned closer to the hologram, and Hrethnir made it larger so that he could see it better before describing the next events. The assault fleet numbered over 5,000 warships, the largest concentration of Federation military power ever assembled in its history. The Balrakan presence in the system had grown during the war, and they had also heavily fortified the system. Additional screens appeared, showing a cataclysmic battle within the Trinary system as the Federation armada assaulted it, taking on dozens of massive forts and hundreds of smaller defensive stations. Federation ships fell by the hundreds, but they still pressed on, undeterred by their losses. They pushed ever deeper into the systems and destroyed bases, factories, shipyards, and refineries. For almost 2 solar weeks, they continued their assaults as they eradicated every single piece of infrastructure in the 3 systems, while simultaneously fighting off multiple Balrakan fleets that responded to the distress calls and returned from Federation space. Hrethnir stopped speaking, letting the human take in the screens as they displayed the terrible losses suffered by the Federation fleet. Under the screens were time indexes, casualty figures, and ship losses listed by class. Flicking a finger, Hrethnir made them disappear and replaced them with another larger screen, showing what remained of the Federation fleet after their assault. There were only 346 ships that survived out of the over 5,000 that began the assault. All those noble souls knew this was a one-way trip, and still they went to protect the ones they loved. Hrethnir thought to itself sadly as it watched the humans' eyes roam over the screens. On the larger screen, another Balrakan fleet flashed in, and the severely outgunned Federation ships fled towards home. The screen depicted them fighting a running battle back to Federation space as they were constantly hounded by Balrakans seeking revenge. The time index showed the passage of time, and after 6 days, only 27 warships out of the original 5,000 finally reached the safety of Federation space. Hrethnir paused the screen. The assault was a success, and the Balrakan ships were forced to retreat from Federation territory after the grievous losses they suffered and the destruction of their bases in the Trinary system. What you just witnessed was the loss of almost 70% of the Federation fleet and over 6 million brave souls. The rest of the fleet went on the offensive and pursued the retreating Balrakans, destroying thousands of ships as the scattered survivors fled back to their territory in the Perseus Arm. The human, who had been silently listening, raised his hand and spoke. "So you won the war. Is this when the plague started, or was that after? We did not win the war. Be patient and listen, my human child." Hrethnir responded, gently chiding the human. The human looked embarrassed and pressed his lips together, stifling any further questions he may have had. When the Federation ships reached the Perseus Arm, they discovered that the Balrakan fleet that had invaded the Federation was only the first wave in their attempt at our extermination. We erroneously thought they had sent all their might against us. The Federation ships pursuing the Balrakans were ambushed by waiting enemy fleets that numbered in the tens of thousands. They retreated from the onslaught and fled back to Federation territory after losing half their numbers. Surprisingly, the Balrakans did not pursue and finish them off. I think they wanted the Federation to know that more of them were coming. They wanted us to be paralyzed with fear when they came again. The human stammered at what Hrethnir had revealed, trying to articulate his words as his mind rejected what it had just heard. "Honored Elder, I don't understand. How is it possible for them to have so many ships? How could their civilization support such a war machine without their economy collapsing? Do they even have an economy?" "We wondered the same thing, human," Hrethnir answered. "When the fleet returned with the grim news, we were just as shocked. We were barely able to withstand the first wave, and finding out there were more coming filled us with dread. The Federation Senate panicked and declared a state of total war. We redoubled our shipbuilding efforts, forced conscription was mandated, and diplomatic overtures were made to involve the other regional powers and even former enemies in our efforts. Did the Balracans attack right away? Asked the human. No, and we believe it had to do with the destruction of their bases in the trinary system. You must understand their motivations, my human child. Their entire species is on an evil crusade to eliminate all sentient life in this galaxy. They believe it was gifted to them by their gods, and they must prove they are worthy by cleansing it before claiming it for themselves. They are an implacable foe, even worse than the insectoids are. However, they are not mindless animals. They do not blindly attack foes they are not capable of destroying, nor would they act to bring about their own destruction by making blunders like invading without the proper infrastructure to support them and ensure eventual victory. The insectoids have their own motivations, but they would not cleanse the entire galaxy. It is not in their nature to do so. At some point, they would reach the limit of their carrying capacity and stop expanding. The Balracans would never stop. That is the difference between the two species. Hrethnir could see the human thinking about what it had said and waited for him to ask more questions. What happened next, honored elder? He finally asked as he took a small pastry off the tray in front of him and took a bite, nodding in approval. Hrethnir ignored the surprised look on the human's face as it did the same thing, and placed the pastry into the receptacle that slid open on the suit torso. The human had the good grace not to say anything, and Hrethnir answered him. We littered the space between the arms with drones and early warning networks as we accelerated our shipbuilding and training efforts. Spy drones kept tabs on Balracan territory, vigilantly watching for any signs of them launching another invasion. The Mallet devoted themselves to weapons research, and we brought several experimental technologies into fruition, such as cloaking generators, shield grids, and new weapon systems. Hrethnir waved a hand, causing blueprints and diagrams to appear that showed several classes of warships. It could see the humans' eyes widen at the sight of them as the diagrams rotated and highlighted multiple systems. Hrethnir let the human look at them for a minute as the rotating screens showed the new weapons and armor technologies being created before continuing. The Magnati and the Wancho suffered the most ship and crew losses and completely redesigned their warships based upon their experiences fighting against the Balracans. The shipbuilders of the Magnati brought back long-abandoned kinetic weaponry to supplement their particle beams, and their ships became much larger, with twice the armor and almost triple the firepower of the ships they previously fielded. The Wancho reverted to their ancestral roots and made their ships smaller and more agile, perfectly suited for pack hunting tactics. The smaller sizes were compensated for by the installation of what was at the time the most powerful particle beam weaponry fielded by the Federation. One of the screens displayed a task force comprised of several new Magnati dreadnoughts surrounded by hundreds of smaller Wancho ships. A battle simulation showed the task force firing their weapon systems, and the human gasped in shock at the sheer amount of destruction that poured out of the new ships. The combination of the Magnati heavy capital ships and the smaller, heavily armed Wancho hunter escorts increased their combat power exponentially as they perfectly complemented each other and developed new battle tactics. Hrethnir stated as it continued to add and remove holographic screens. Another map appeared, showing Federation space and the surrounding powers. The time index was accelerated, and thousands of new green icons started appearing along the borders as the smaller powers around them became shaded with a light blue. The number of green icons rapidly increased as the time index showed the passage of almost 2 cycles. The light blue shaded areas expanded as more regional powers fell under the sway of the Galactic Federation. Hrethnir paused the screen, freezing the time index as it started speaking again. A grand alliance was formed, and all the surrounding powers, even long-time enemies, joined in our efforts at presenting a unified front. There was severe social unrest among the more pacifist societies as their young ones were forced into military service. The Federation Senate suspended the Bill of Guarantees on those worlds, and troops were landed to suppress dissent. Even the peace faction within the Senate agreed with this action, knowing that the hateful creatures would eventually return. Hrethnir stopped speaking for a few moments as more screens were added. After 26 solar months, the Balracans finally left their territory and began the journey to cross the expanse between the arms. Drones returned to Federation space, showing that almost another 105,000 ships were coming. Spy drones within the Perseus arm had detected signs of even more ships being built, with tens of thousands of others patrolling the vast Balracan territory. The second invasion was on its way, and we prepared ourselves for the coming darkness. How could you possibly prepare to fight 100,000 ships, honored elder? The human asked incredulously as his eyes roamed over the multiple screens. "You cannot," answered Hrethner. "You can only hope that your preparations are sufficient and that the Creator intercedes on your behalf." By this time, the new Federation fleet numbered almost 40,000 warships. A small hologram appeared, depicting a round object approximately 5 meters in diameter. Alongside it was Mallet's script, and Hrethner converted it to Republic Standard for the human to read. One of the new technologies created by the combined efforts of Maganti and Mallet weapons scientists was null space mines, such as the one being displayed now. A small fleet of Magnati and Mallet mine-laying ships that were waiting for the Bauricans to cross the expanse were activated and sent to intercept them after they began their journey. Several screens went blank, and then different videos and sensor scans appeared as Hrethner explained what was being displayed. These null space mines were seeded along the path being taken by the multiple Baurican fleets, and their function was to disrupt the null space capacitor fields generated by their ships. Whenever enemy ships came within range, the mine's disruption field activated and forced the ships to be violently ejected from null space. Hrethner paused to enlarge 2 of the screens and play them. One video showed Federation ships dispensing the mines in null space. The mines shimmered before disappearing as the new cloaking generators activated. When Baurican ships came near the mines dropped their cloaking fields and activated, pulling the ships towards them despite all efforts to escape. The other video showed empty space at first before there were waves of blue light, and something formed at the epicenter. What looked like a tear in the fabric of space itself appeared, and the blue waves grew in intensity as the rupture opened and contracted rapidly. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash from the rupture, and dozens of ships were violently expelled. They were torn apart as they passed through the aperture into normal space, almost like they had been forced through a massive shredder. What was once dozens of ships was now a massive debris field that expanded rapidly, and the rupture flashed one more time before winking out of existence. Satisfied that the human had seen the results on both displays, Hrethner closed them and began describing what happened next. As you know, when null capacitor fields are disrupted, ships are forced back into normal space and destroyed by intense gravitational shear forces. For 6 weeks, the Federation ships laid their mines as they maintained position in front of the Baurican fleets and forced thousands of enemy ships to be ejected into normal space and destroyed. By the time the Bauricans reached the edge of our arm, over 15,000 of them had been destroyed while making the journey across the expanse. It was a great success, but we were still facing almost 90,000 ships. Hrethner realized that they had been speaking for some time without a break, and it sent a thought command for the waste processing commode to emerge from the floor. It was also hungry and wanted to eat the pastry still sitting in the compartment. The human turned his head at the sounds as the commode emerged. "Please refresh yourself, and then I will continue, my human child," Hrethner stated as it waved a suit hand towards the commode. "Thank you, honored elder. I will return shortly," he replied gratefully as he got out of the armchair and walked quickly towards it. Hrethner opened the interior compartment and took the pastry, sniffing at it before taking a bite. It had found the recipe in the Republic databases while searching for the gift and instructed the servant android to make it. It was called baklava, and Hrethner closed its eyes in pleasure while chewing on the human delicacy. The servant android had done an excellent job making it, and it would add the treat to its weekly food rotation. It had the suit reach down and pick up another one, quickly putting it inside the torso compartment and waiting for the outer hatch to close before opening the interior door and bringing it to its mouth. The second pastry was just as delicious, and Hrethner thought about introducing it to the other mallet on the outpost as the human emerged from the commode and started walking back. After the human sat back down, Hrethner asked if he needed anything else before resuming. The human shook its head, and Hrethner resumed from where it had stopped. When the Baurican fleet arrived along the outer edge of the arm, they dropped out of null space and dispersed their fleets all along the rim. There were no attempts to penetrate further into the arm, and we positioned the new Federation fleet all along the border regions as we waited for them to make the first move. Why didn't the Federation go on the offensive or launch spoiling attacks? Why didn't you continue to lay mines when they reached the rim? The human asked as he continued to watch the screens showing the massive Baurican formations break apart into tens of thousands of hunter packs. Hrethner answered his questions in the order they were asked. Fear and prior experiences made Fleet Command reluctant to expose the Federation by sending fleets out to meet the enemy. While we were building thousands of ships, we were also fortifying our systems with the intention of making the Bauricans pay a heavy price every time they invaded. As for the mines, they can only be used in low-density stellar areas such as the expanse between the arms, or in the void of systems, with at least 10 light-years of distance between them. Though the mines are null space weapons, they can cause black holes to form in normal space if the conditions are right. If you use the mines too close to a system, and a black hole is created, it will begin to grow as it feeds on the matter of the nearby solar systems. This is why we were reluctant to use them once the Balracans arrived. The human looked shocked at the mention of the mines creating black holes, and Hrethnir quickly answered the question it knew the human would ask. "Do not worry, my human. We have perfected the technology since then, and this is no longer a cause for concern. Are my assurances satisfactory to you?" The human nodded slowly, and Hrethnir suppressed the desire to laugh at the human's facial expression before continuing. For 3 solar months, the Balracans roamed along the rim and attacked any species they came across. This time, however, they did not exterminate or glass entire worlds. Instead, they conquered 4 local species and established bases on their worlds, careful to preserve the industrial capacity of the subjugated worlds and forcing the population to relocate and live among their infrastructure. This alarming change in tactics caused great consternation among our ranks, as entire worlds were now hostage to the hateful creatures, and they would be forcing us to knowingly murder billions in order to destroy their bases and manufacturing centers. Those sons of bitches. The human muttered angrily as he shook his head in disgust. Hrethnir did not understand the phrase, and it was surprised when the suit AI translated the meaning of the invective after searching the Republic linguistic databanks. Hrethnir catalogued the expression and continued speaking, confused as to why the human would equate the endothermic reptilians with the offspring of female canine animals. Fleet Command wanted to launch an attack before the Balracans were able to fully establish themselves along the rim, but factions within the Federation Senate refused them, unwilling to murder billions of innocents. This deadlock continued until 2 solar months later, when spy drones returned with evidence of the unspeakable atrocities being committed against the captive populations. Elements within the Federation Senate tried to suppress the evidence of these evil acts, but certain factions inside Fleet Command disobeyed their orders. They released the drone footage among thousands of media networks and the interstellar link system using a command override frequency. Hrethnir faltered, not wanting to bring life back to the unspeakable evil that occurred by voicing it. The human sat there, staring at it with an emotionless face, as he waited for Hrethnir to continue. "My human child, it is very difficult to tell you. I must warn you that what I am about to reveal will burden your soul for the rest of your life." The human nodded once before responding in a low voice. "Tell me." Federation citizens suddenly found themselves watching drone footage showing the captive populations being used not just for slave labor, but for food and sexual gratification as well. The Balracans built industrial slaughterhouses, and tens of thousands of innocents were processed for food every solar day. They were corralled like livestock and led to their deaths in massive factories where they were butchered for their meat. The Balracans would extend the suffering of their victims as they butchered them, believing that the fear and excruciating pain their victims underwent made the meat taste better. Hrethnir shuddered involuntarily as what it had seen passed through its mind, polluting his soul with the evil done all those years ago. They would take special care to inject them with clotting agents, stimulants, and synthetic blood, to ensure that the victims would not bleed to death or pass out from the pain as they extracted muscle tissue. It would take hours for a victim to finally be butchered. They were awake the entire duration of the process, and felt everything those abominations did to them. The Balracans were particularly fond of the young and newborn, their delicate flesh being reserved for the upper caste clerics that led them. The human was trembling, and his normally dark skin was pale and glistening with a sheen of sweat. Hrethnir had stopped speaking, and the human looked at the suit sensor lenses with eyes full of fury. "Tell me," he whispered. Hrethnir felt anguish, not wanting to speak of the evil anymore. It felt impure even thinking about what the hateful creatures perpetrated. Hrethnir silently prayed, "Creator, please give me the strength to continue. They need to know what is coming." They also gratified themselves. They would force their victims to run in forests so that they could hunt them down for sport. The sex of their victims did not matter, nor did the age. The hunt and the satiation of their lust were all they cared about. Once caught, their victims endured unspeakable violations, as dozens of Balracans gratified themselves until their victims died. Afterwards, they would roast the bodies over an open flame and eat them. The human shot up out of the chair with a ferocious snarl, startling Hrethnir with the sudden violence of the movement, and causing the suit to step back a few paces before it regained control. The human was shaking, and his chest heaved as he took large, shuddering gasps. He opened and closed his hands, as if looking for something to tear apart. His eyes fell upon the suit, and Hrethnir felt sudden fear as it saw the feral madness within them. I told him too much. He is going to attack. Hrethnir thought to itself in panic, as it readied the non-lethal weapon systems to stun the human if needed. It moved the suit back a few more paces and crouched, ready to defend itself. Even though the suit was armored, Hrethnir was still fearful of the rage emanating from the human as he paced, like a deadly predator. For many minutes, Hrethnir waited to defend itself as the human slowly regained his composure, and the madness left his eyes. Finally, the human's breathing returned to almost normal, and the fury that possessed his facial features disappeared. The human finally looked at the suit again, trembling from the side effects of the adrenaline surge he underwent. He began to speak quietly in a shaking voice. Hrethnir was forced to increase the receiver's sensitivity to hear what he was saying, still maintaining a safe distance from the human child. "Honored Elder, please forgive my reaction. I apologize for losing control of myself, and I understand if you want to end this session." As he finished speaking, the human looked down at the black granite tiles of the floor. Hrethnir saw the look of shame taking over his features before turning his gaze to the floor. The wild animal was gone, and the human had returned. Hrethnir responded, still wary. "Son of the Magnadi, I understand your reaction. I am willing to forget what just transpired if you are." After a few moments, the human nodded slowly, still looking at the floor. "Look at me, my human child." The human slowly looked up, and Hrethnir looked into his eyes, seeing that they were red-rimmed and filled with regret. "I will continue if you are willing. Please sit back down. If you are not, then depart in peace and let me know when you are willing to resume. I will be here waiting." The human slowly sat back down in the armchair and reached towards the table. He picked up a glass of water and drank it slowly, the glass slightly trembling. After emptying the glass, he gently put it back on the table and clasped his hands together, placing them on the top of his legs. He looked at the suit's sensor lenses and waited for Hrethnir to resume. Faced with the evidence of the atrocities being committed by the Balracans against their subjugated victims, a large majority of the Federation populace reacted with rage and demanded action. When it was discovered that certain groups within the Federation Senate tried to suppress the evidence, dozens of worlds demanded the removal and prosecution of the senators, threatening to withdraw their membership from the Galactic Federation. Threatened with widespread revolt, the government arrested the small cabal of senators and imprisoned them with life sentences. Some senators fled persecution, thinking they could hide and avoid prison. The fools did not realize the error they had made until it was too late, and they were being dragged out of their hiding places by mobs of enraged citizens. Their pleas for mercy were ignored as the vigilante groups tore them to pieces. Fleet Command, facing possible rebellion within their own ranks, started making plans to drive the Balracans out of our arm once more and began to gather the fleet for action. Hrethnir paused as new screens appeared, highlighting several of them before continuing. As I said before, the Federation did not have an issue with building the ships required for victory. What had always been a limiting factor in our military might was properly manning our ships with citizens that were willing to discard their pacifist tendencies and fight. An unexpected result of the exposure of the Balracan atrocities was a Federation-wide increase in volunteers, even from among the most pacifist societies of the Federation. Tens of millions swarmed the recruitment centers, bases, and government offices to volunteer for service in the days after, overwhelming the staff. The interstellar link system military and governmental portals shut down suddenly for the first time in over 1,000 years. At first, the government thought it was sabotage until the investigation revealed that it was caused by tens of billions of search queries on how to join the military. Pointing at the holograms, Hrethnir isolated 2 of them. For the first time, we had too many citizens willing to join and fight. When the government put them on wait lists for processing, they took matters into their own hands. Citizen militias sprang up all over the Federation almost immediately. Billions donated credits, and the citizen militias used these funds to retrofit tens of thousands of civilian ships for war. As the screens showed thousands of small civilian ships and transports being converted, the human raised his hand. So these civilian ships became technicals. How was the government able to retrofit them without affecting military production? The suit AI translated the term after searching the Republic databases, and Hrethnir now understood what the word technical meant in the context that the human had said it. "Yes, my human child, they became Technicals are an apt term. As far as your question about military production is concerned, industrialists all around the Federation converted their civilian shipyards and oversaw the retrofits with the donated funds for a fraction of their usual price. They were careful not to be accused of war profiteering, and they willingly absorbed the losses they incurred. They did not wish to be hunted down and receive the same vigilante justice the senators underwent recently. Not to be outdone, weapons manufacturers contributed by providing outdated weapon systems and munitions stocks at cost, though I am certain they secretly appreciated not having to spend credits to store and maintain them anymore. What about the crews? The human asked as he zoomed in a screen and inspected a converted transport ship that was now bristling with weaponry and covered in armored plating. Retired veterans, some of them out of military service for decades, volunteered to return to duty. They offered to man the ships and train the militia volunteers to a basic level of proficiency. According to the historians of that time, it seemed as if the populace was so horrified by what they had seen that an organic desire to launch a righteous crusade gripped the entire Federation. All the different societies of the Federation finally became unified for the first time under a single purpose, which was to liberate the subjugated and eliminate the evil Balracans once and for all. The human's face began showing the first glimmer of hope since Hrethner had started telling the story, and regret filled its heart at having to crush the human's expectations when it came time to tell him of the plague. These militias would not be able to attack the Balracans, as the converted civilian ships did not have the proper training, armor, or weaponry. More importantly, they did not have the speed or range of the military-grade null drives. They could, however, protect Federation space and free up most of the newly built war fleet for combat operations without leaving the Federation wide open for invasion. After 3 months of retrofitting, the militia fleets now numbered almost 100,000 ships, and the training and weaponry added to them was deemed sufficient for the task of defending Federation space until the main fleet could return if need be. The entire Federation fleet was assembled, save for 1,000 older warships that were to remain behind to form the core defense fleet and lead the militias if the Balracans invaded. Raising his hand again, the human asked another question. How many ships were launched, Honored Elder? Just over 36,000 warships, my human child, Hrethner answered. The regional powers all contributed to the Liberation Fleet, as it came to be called, and brought the total fleet number to over 52,000 ships. The human whistled, surprising Hrethner with the curious action and noise. Wow, I can't imagine seeing that. It must have been an amazing sight. Hrethner responded to the statement. Indeed, my human child. I need to stop here, unfortunately. I have a meeting with the ruling council to discuss the state of the Armenian efforts to return to a self-sufficient agrarian society. You may remain here if you wish or return in 2 of your solar hours. I will remain here and wait, Honored Elder. This chair is comfortable, and I am impatient to hear more. If I stay here, the time will pass faster for me in my mind. As you wish. I will depart and return, Hrethner stated before turning the suit and walking towards the exit. Before exiting, it looked out the rear sensor lenses and smiled to itself as it saw the human activate the manual lever and extend the chair before closing his eyes as he laid his head back. Seeing that all was well, Hrethner left its quarters and headed towards the conference room. They held the line Chapter 18 engrammatic file Yvasi 13b Orion Nebula Habitable Moon of Rogue Gas Giant 1, 576 light-years from Earth, Year 123,002b. C. Shilin dreaded the coming first light as the gas giant began to break over the horizon. For over 40 rotations, the evil ones held sway over the Yvasi people and brutalized them. The evil ones made them build ships and weapons, working them until they died from starvation and exhaustion. They forced them to strip mine their beautiful world, where once forests full of the wonders of life stretched to the horizon in all directions. There was now lifeless nothingness to the horizon. The whole world was like this, great festering wounds that dotted the landscape, no longer full of life and biological treasures. The Yvasi were proper stewards of their world, following the commands of the life-giver to cherish her creation and to only take what was needed. The evil ones did not cherish the world, and they took what they wanted with unbridled greed. The Yvasi were lucky in one regard. The evil ones could not eat of their flesh without suffering a terrible death. Strangers from other planets were brought to their world as slave labor, and they told the Yvasi what the evil ones did to their own worlds. They told of how they were used for food and sport, and as playthings to satiate the lust of their captors. The Yvasi did not feel blessed, and they cried out for the life-giver to free them from the clutches of the evil ones. The first light grew stronger, and he prepared himself for another light day of suffering, lashes across the back, and wondering if he would live to see another first light. The very top of the gas giant was now peeking over the horizon, and he avoided looking at what used to be a beautiful sight that filled their sky. The multitude of colored bands that gifted them with light and warmth was now a harbinger of anguish, a promise of a light day filled with pain and privation. He left his crude hut and joined the other miserable Yivasi that shuffled out of their barely sufficient accommodations. They used to live in the massive gamla trees, in great villages that dotted the intertwining branches of thousands of tree limbs. The trees would absorb the warmth of the light day and slowly radiate the captured heat, keeping them warm during the freezing night day. The evil ones made them cut down the trees and forced them to live on the ground, in huts that did not keep them warm when the light day ended and the night day began. They wouldn't even allow them to gather the dead wood from the trees they forced the Yivasi to cut down. They were not allowed to make fires for warmth, and the overlords had armed drones that scanned for signs of fire use among the populace. Any huts that showed signs of a fire were destroyed, as well as every other neighboring hut within 1,000 hands. It did not take long for the Yivasi to stop trying to make fires for warmth. Every light day, fewer Yivasi than before would come out of their huts, because their sickly bodies would freeze to death before first light brought warmth again. Shilin had a mate and 3 younglings once. The younglings perished first, unable to survive the freezing night days for long. His mate disappeared a few light days later. He knew she was dead when she did not return after her work that night day, and he did not look for her. He knew in his heart that she was gone. Mourning her in secret, he buried the promise bracelet she had given him when they exchanged life vows. He dug a full-size grave alongside the bodies of their 3 younglings and placed the bracelet within before filling it back up. It was of little consolation to him that his younglings were now reunited with their mother, and he marked out his own burial plot next to where he buried her promise bracelet for when his time to join them came. A Yivasi he did not know came to his hut 2 light days after his mate had failed to return, speaking in terrified whispers and looking at him with haunted eyes. She told him that the overlord had violated his mate and then strung her up and slowly peeled her skin off after it grew tired of hearing her whimpering as she mourned for her recently departed younglings. It had taken her a half-light day to finally perish, and then the evil one had her body fed to the workers, forcing them to eat her raw flesh under pain of death. She begged his forgiveness for devouring his mate and filling her empty belly. She had younglings to look after, and she was too much of a coward to defy the overlord. After listening to her terrible words, he gave her the forgiveness she was seeking from him, and thanked her for risking her life to give him closure. Shilin prayed with her, asking the life-giver to wash away her sin of cannibalism, as the Yivasi woman wept with shame. He forgave her truly in his heart before hugging her and giving her a portion of his meager rations to feed her younglings. Shilin then forced himself to forget about his mate and the younglings as he suppressed his grief and longed for his own death at the hands of the evil ones. He could not bring himself to commit suicide, as the life-giver abhorred the taking of one's own life. He would die soon and reunite with them. He could feel his end coming nearer. It was getting harder to survive the freezing night days as his body grew weaker, and the unceasing hunger gnawed at his belly. After exiting the freezing hut, he fell in line with the other Yiva as they shuffled towards the factory the evil ones made them build, and he kept his 3 eyes pointed at the ground as they neared the perimeter. It was best to avoid looking up or around, for the evil ones were capricious and prone to murdering a Yivasi at the slightest provocation, such as accidentally looking one of them in the eyes. As they neared the factory, there were sudden bright flashes above them that lit up the still dark sky and illuminated the ground he was blankly staring at. Shilin flinched at the sudden, loud booms that followed the flashes and threw himself onto the floor with the others. He turned onto his back and gasped as his eyes took in the scene above him. There was a massive black ship floating above them, and he wondered if the evil ones had finally decided to eradicate them after all and bomb them again like they did when they first came. Bombs did not come out of the black ship and end his life. He saw thousands of small black objects coming out of the massive vessel and heading towards the ground as small balls of fire. The fires went out as they came closer to the ground, and he continued to stare at the objects as they maneuvered wildly to avoid the weapons being fired at them by the evil ones. Shilin could not make himself move, and he continued to track the objects as they came ever closer. Suddenly, the objects came apart, and out of them came smaller black objects. Focusing the lenses of his far-seeing eye, he zoomed in on one of the new smaller objects that were now at the height of 3 gamla trees if they were stacked on top of each other. He could see it more clearly as it continued to descend. The object was now 1 gamla tree height above the ground, and it activated something that slowed down its fall. All the other thousands of objects did the same, and Shilin was frozen out of his momentary shock by the sounds of snarling evil ones coming near him. He flipped back onto his belly and crawled in panic to a nearby garbage pile to hide. The snarling and hissing grew louder, followed by the sounds of the evil ones firing their weapons. Pulling garbage over him, he hid his body as best as he could and looked in the direction where the objects had landed among the rubble of the tree city in the distance. The evil ones were all around him, firing their weapons and hooting at each other as the black objects from the ship emerged from the rubble. Shilin remained completely still, and he could smell the musky scent of the evil one that was less than 20 hands away from him. Terror flooded through him as he kept his eyes on the new objects, and they sprouted arms and legs. His confusion mounted as he realized that the new objects were beings. Were they new evil ones? The new arrivals started moving gracefully as they closed the distance between them and the evil ones, firing silent weapons that sizzled the air with their passage. He heard a grunt from the evil one that was near him, and a new scent caused his nose to wrinkle as he smelled it. It smelled like burning flesh, and he couldn't help himself. He had to look. Turning his head slowly, he looked in the direction of the new scent, and he blinked all 3 of his eyes in disbelief at what he saw. The evil one was lying on its side, its glassy eyes wide in shock. Where its chest used to be was now a gaping hole that wafted smoke from the blackened edges, surrounded by untouched flesh. Shilin continued to look in the direction he had turned, and saw more evil ones falling as the weapons of the new arrivals continued to find them and sizzle as they burned through their flesh. Turning his head back to look at the killers of the evil ones, he froze. One of them was less than 15 hands in front of him. It had 4 limbs like he did, and there was a shimmering aura surrounding it that flashed repeatedly as the evil ones continued firing at it, their weapons failing to harm it. The shiny black being made a guttural noise that caused his blood to run cold, and it charged the evil ones firing at it, 2 glowing blades erupting from the ends of its upper limbs as it closed the distance. Shilin followed its movements and watched as it smashed into the 4 evil ones that had continued to fire at it impotently. The 2 blades moved with a quickness that he could not believe, and he grew fearful as the black creature dismembered the evil ones with ease. It tore the head of the last one from its neck with an audible crack, and it threw the head at a nearby group of evil ones, making the loud guttural sound again. The evil ones, the undisputed masters of his world for so long, fled in terror from the new arrival when the dismembered head rolled among them. The large black creature aimed and fired, shooting all 6 of them in the back before they got more than 30 hands distant. He moaned in terror at the sight, sure that an even worse evil had come to their world to claim it as a prize. The black creature spun around at the sound of his moaning and crouched down, aiming its weapons at the garbage pile he was hiding in. A small object came out of the top of the creature and pointed at him, slowly sweeping from side to side while emitting a thin, pale green scanning wave. Shilin had been holding his breath in fear. He gasped again as his lungs demanded more air, and the small object pointed directly at him, a laser fluorescing across his eyes and temporarily blinding him. The black creature stalked towards him, and he resigned himself to his coming death. At least these new evil ones seemed to kill quickly, a form of mercy after the usual drawn-out executions the evil ones inflicted on his kind. He closed his eyes and beseeched the life-giver to bring his soul to his family, thinking of their faces as they waited to welcome him to the afterlife. The sounds of the creature walking came closer, and he smiled for the first time since the evil ones came as he waited for his head to be torn from his neck. "I am coming to you, my family. Soon we will be together again, and our suffering will end," Shilin thought to himself as he waited for the killing blow. The sound ceased, and he felt the creature pulling him. He offered no resistance, and went limp as he waited for it to end his life. It dragged him out of the garbage, and he kept all 3 eyes closed to deny it the pleasure of seeing the fear within them. He heard it speak, much softer than the guttural noises it had made before. He couldn't help himself, and he opened one eye. It was looming over him, at least 3 yvasi in height, and it continued to speak to him in its strange language. Shilin opened his other 2 eyes as his confusion grew at its actions. Why has it not killed him yet? He remained still as one of its hands reached up to the side of its shiny black head and pressed against it. The covering over its head started disassembling and folding back, and he could now see its face. It had dark brown, smooth skin and wiry black hair on the top of its head. He looked into its 2 eyes, seeing the whites surrounding smaller circles of dark brown. As he looked into its eyes, his fear dissipated. It continued to speak softly at him, and he could see the bright white teeth of its mouth as it vocalized. They were not sharp and jagged yellow like the evil ones. They were squared and perfectly aligned, curving gently towards the back of its jaw. The creature reached down a massive hand towards him, and he knew it was offering the hand to help him get up. Shilin reached out both of his hands slowly and gripped it, feeling the coolness of the hard covering. It pulled him up with ease and helped him to stand. He clung to the hand, trembling uncontrollably while the creature continued to speak softly. It pulled something off its body and offered it to him after removing the top and shaking it. Shilin could hear liquid sloshing within the container. Shilin took it hesitantly and peered inside the hole with his third eye. It was filled with a clear liquid, and he moved it down to his nose and sniffed deeply. It was clean water. He had not drunk clean water since the evil ones had come and polluted their rivers. He threw his head back and drank it greedily, feeling the coolness of it as it spilled down the sides of his whiskers. He was mortified by his greed when he realized that he had drank it all, and he looked down at the ground in shame, expecting to hear anger in the soft voice when it realized what he had done. The suited being took the container from his hands with surprising gentleness and placed the opening against a port on its stomach. After a few moments, it removed the container from the port and offered it to him again. It was filled with more water, and he took it gratefully and sipped at it, still ashamed of his prior greed. He looked back up at the creature and flicked his head in thanks before looking around them. There were still sounds of weapon fire in the distance, but all around them was nothing but the bodies of slain evil ones that had fallen to the might of the new ones. Shilin spotted another black being heading towards them, this one loping on all fours with incredible speed. Fear gripped him as it drew closer, and he moved behind the kind creature, gripping the hard body covering with his hands. The new arrival came upon them and stopped 15 hands away before rising to stand on 2 legs like the other one. Its head covering folded back, and Shilin cried out in surprise at what the new one looked like as it walked closer. This one had a long snout and hairy face, and its yellow eyes were filled with predatory intelligence. Shilin saw the sharpness of its teeth as it spoke the same strange language to the kind one, and he trembled with fear as he imagined it tearing him apart. The kind one replied to the other creature, and it pulled a small device off the webbing on its chest and handed it to the kind one, careful not to look at Shilin, who was still hiding. The kind one pressed several buttons on the device, and then slowly turned around before crouching down to face Shilin. It spoke into the device, and Shilin heard his language coming from it. "Do not fear us, friend. We are from the Galactic Federation, and we are here to liberate you from the Balrakan. I am Magnadi. My name is Tyrion, and my friend behind me is Wancho. Her name is Grilka. What is your name?" He listened intently as the words came from the device, and he was overcome with emotions at the realization that the salvation the Yivasi had been fervently praying for had finally come. Shilin reached forward and hugged the Magnadi in front of him, his short arms gripping onto the massive torso as he felt himself losing control. The Magnadi put his massive hand on his back and gently rubbed it as he continued to grieve for his family. They had been so close to being liberated by their new savior. Why did the life-giver take them from him before they arrived? The Wancho came over and pressed her head against his body, whimpering softly as she nuzzled him with her hairy face. Shilin tensed in fear until he looked into her eyes and saw nothing but understanding within them. He found it strangely comforting as she continued to nuzzle him, and he sobbed freely now that he was finally able to display emotions for the first time in over 40 rotations. The Yivasi were terrified of showing any feeling around the cruel overlords. The evil ones killed anyone who displayed emotions they did not like or considered signs of weakness. When he felt like he could speak again, he answered the question. My name is Shilin. Thank you for answering our prayers." The kind one unfolded his arm from around his back and looked at him, seeming to have a difficult time deciding on which eyes to look at as he attached the small translator device to his filthy tunic. Shilin found it funny and cackled, surprised that he still knew how to do so as he spoke. "Any eye is fine, but I see best out of the 2 bottom ones for close distances." Tyrion laughed in response, and Grilka added in her own bark to the laughter as she went back on all fours and peered into his face. "Will you go with my friend Shilin? She will take you to safety, where we are setting up our base. There is food, water, and prefab shelters being erected now. We still must clear the area, and it is not safe for you here." He bobbed his head, and the kind one spoke again. "Where is your family? Can you show me on a map where they are?" The mention of his family crushed him. He looked down at the ground, ashamed at not being able to protect and save them, before looking back up and answering the question. I have no family. My mate was killed by her overlord 7 light days ago, and my 3 younglings froze to death 1/4 rotation ago. Grilka growled lowly at his words, and her neck fur puffed out. He saw Tyrion share a meaningful look with her, before turning a face that was no longer kind back to him. He spoke again, his voice no longer soft but hard and full of hate. Shilin cowered slightly at the menacing tone, before he remembered that they were here to liberate them, and straightened back up. I am deeply sorry we could not come sooner to save them, Shilin. All I can promise is that we will kill every Balrakan on your planet, and avenge the deaths of all who died by their hand. Please go with Grilka, I have some hunting to do. A cold chill went down his spine at the words uttered by Tyrion, and Shilin bobbed his head again before looking at Grilka. She turned around on all fours and squatted her hind legs down a little before speaking over her shoulder. Do you see the carry handle beneath my neck joint, Shilin? It is rounded and metal. He quickly looked, seeing what she was talking about right away. I see it, that will be your handhold, she replied. Climb onto my back and hold onto it tightly with both hands. You can rest your feet on the suspensors along the sides of my chest. Shilin looked at Tyrion again, who bobbed his head slowly. He slowly clambered onto her back and gripped the carry handle tightly, before placing his 2 feet on the suspensors and gripping the hard sides with his knees. We will meet again, Shilin, Tyrion said to him before turning around and running towards the sound of distant weapons firing at a pace that surprised him. Are you ready, Shilin? Called out Grilka. Yes, he replied, ashamed for lying to her but trying to be brave for his new friends. She started walking, and he gripped tighter as he shimmied a little bit to ensure he was properly seated. She started trotting faster, and he was surprised to find that it was not too difficult to stay on her back as she increased her speed. He had been sure he was going to slide right off her back. He leaned into the wind as she loped towards the city limits where the new arrivals had first landed, and he looked around at the dozens of dead overlord corpses littering the landscape as they went past them. Grilka crossed the distance quickly, and soon they entered the outer edge of the destroyed city that used to be there. There were hundreds of black figures around them, and Grilka slowed down her pace as the large mounds of rubble forced them to change direction repeatedly. She continued to make her way deeper into the former city, and the number of black-clad figures increased as she followed the path outlined on a holographic map displayed in front of her. They reached a large opening, and he realized that they had entered where the city square used to be. The local Yivasi used to gather there for cultural and religious festivals, as well as citizen assemblies to vote on important issues. There were many new structures, and a multitude of black figures were moving all around them as they continued to build their base. Shilin started to notice that even though they were all wearing the hard, black suits, there were distinct differences among the new arrivals. Some were smaller than him, and others were even larger than the kind giant who saved him. Some had 4 arms and 2 legs, and he saw a few that had what looked like 2 heads. Who are these people? He thought to himself as he stared at them all in wonder, watching them all work together to construct the base. His people had only recently discovered the secret to faster-than-light travel, and they had only met 2 neighboring species that had come to initiate contact with them when they detected signs of an FTL drive activating in their system. They were nice people, and he hoped that the overlords had not found and conquered them like they did to his world. Grilka had slowed down, and now she stopped in front of the largest structure. Shilin, this is where your people are being taken care of for now. Please go inside. There is a mallet doctor inside rendering aid, and there is also food and fresh clothing. His stomach rumbled at the mention of food, and the empty pit that had been his constant companion ever since the overlords came to his world roared back to life, demanding to be filled. Shilin carefully slipped off her back and stood there nervously, suddenly afraid to go inside and see his people. He was ashamed to be the only one to survive out of his whole family. He was one of the fortunate ones, and he did not want to face others who had also outlived their families like he had. He knew they would see him and wonder why he had survived while their own families didn't. Grilka noticed his hesitation and sat on her haunches, peering deeply into his 2 bottom eyes. She had whites like Tyrion, but the centers were a golden yellow, and she had black slits in the middle. Shilin, you are a survivor. You will never stop feeling like you do not deserve to live while your family and friends have passed. The Balrakans killed my life mate and our 7 pups, and many of my friends as well. Every solar day I wake up and ask the Creator to take me instead and bring them back. She then looked down at the ground, her normally erect ears drooping down as she continued to speak. This is our lot in life now, Shilin. The only thing you can do now is keep them alive in your heart and live for them. That is what they would want you to do. He stood there and listened to her words, feeling a deep bond with her over their shared pain as she continued to look down at the ground. He could feel the sadness within her, and he wanted to comfort her. Shilin leaned forward and wrapped his arms around her neck, feeling her warm, soft fur press against his whiskers. "Thank you for saving me, Grilka," he whispered before letting her go and leaning back. She looked back up at him, peering into his eyes again before slightly leaning her snout closer and quickly licking his face. He was surprised by the action, but he forced himself to be still and accept it. Shilin instinctively knew it was a sign of affection. It felt sacred to him, and he cherished the gift she gave him after enduring the malignant hate of the evil ones who took all that was good and holy from his people. Grilka stood back up on all fours. "If you need anything, tell someone to contact me. Grilka, 4-letter 1D57 aspirated Legion, Orbital Drop Cavalry. Can you remember that?" she asked as she made her ears go back up. He bobbed his head, and she turned and started walking away. She turned back to look at him one last time, her eyes filled with understanding, before she disappeared behind a prefab structure. Shilin turned back around and faced the opening, still afraid to go in. He reached a hand up and touched where Grilka had licked him, remembering the feeling of her coarse tongue against his skin, and gathering courage from her words. Clamping down on his nervousness, he walked through the opening. As his eyes adjusted to the dim interior, the first thing he noticed was the smell of food. It was overpowering, and the pit in his stomach demanded he fill it. There were dozens of stalls with beds and equipment, lined up on both sides, and a long table in the middle that had a variety of liquids and trays of food. Milling all around the sides of the table were Yivasi filling their plates with small amounts of food, under the watchful eyes of black-clad Federation personnel who prevented them from gorging on the food. Shilin headed towards the table of food, his hunger overriding his thought processes. He had barely walked 10 hands when a being with a white and red suit stepped in front of him, blocking his path. A voice came from the suit. "Welcome to Processing Building 2. I am Dr. Frilnir. Please follow me." The suit spun around and headed towards a set of beds with all kinds of strange equipment surrounding them. Shilin looked at the table full of food longingly before reluctantly following the doctor, his stomach begging for sustenance. The doctor was waiting for him and pointed at a bed. "Please sit here and I will examine you." There was a small step on the side of the bed, and he used it to get himself up. He had barely got himself situated when the doctor started pulling an array of what looked like advanced technology all around him and activating them. The doctor was making musical sounds as the suit hands played over multiple holographic projections and made adjustments to the equipment. Shilin was intrigued by the noises the doctor was making and worked up the courage to ask what it was doing. "Healer, what are those sounds you are making? It is nice to listen to." "What?" the doctor replied absent-mindedly as the suit hands continued to tap on the floating displays. "I am humming a Magnati lullaby that mothers sing to their babies. Do you not have music? Oh, we did. Before the evil ones came, they made us destroy all our drums and Gamla woodwind pipes and killed anyone who dared to make music." Shilin replied sadly as he thought of Listen. His neighbor Listen was an accomplished pipe player, and his beautiful playing brought joy to all who heard it when they walked by his house. A half-rotation after their conquest, there was one night day when the evil ones had ordered all the villagers of their tree to cast their instruments into the bonfire or be executed. He remembered seeing all the musicians of the village lining up and watching them from the branches above as they each cast their instruments into the fire, one after another. All except gentle Listen, always shy and soft-spoken. Listen loved his pipe more than life itself. When it came his time to cast the Gamla windpipe into the flames, he did not do so. Instead, he put the pipe to his lips and began playing, staring at the overlords with hate-filled eyes as his tune played proud and strong. The song could be heard clearly over the roaring fire, as it fed on the instruments that were sacrificed to it by their owners. All the villagers were shocked at Listen's act. They could not believe the timid musician, who was afraid to talk to women and look the men in the eyes, had such defiance within him. Even the overlords seemed shocked, and they did not seem to know how to respond at first as they looked at each other and hooted among themselves. As Listen continued to play his pipe, one of them finally seemed to recover from its momentary shock and strode over to Listen, baring its yellowed fangs in anger. Listen bravely glared at the overlord, and the villagers could see his hands trembling as he continued to play his tune and move his fingers over the holes. The overlord moved his hand so fast that it was almost impossible to see in the flickering firelight, and snatched the pipe out of Listen's hand and lips. There was another flash of movement, and they all gasped at the sudden sight of half the windpipe sticking out of Listen's third eye. The other half had pierced his brain and penetrated through the back of his skull, covered in bright green lifeblood. Shilin would never forget the smile on Listen's face as his body collapsed into a heap at the Overlord's feet, nor the hiss of anger from the Overlord as his lifeblood splashed onto the killer's red uniform. The other Overlords then came over and unceremoniously dumped Listen's body into the fire. No one else defied them after that. Shilin realized that the doctor was talking to him, and he looked back up to face it. "Forgive me, healer, what did you say?" "I said, would you like to hear the words of the lullaby?" the doctor asked again as the equipment started droning. "Yes, please," he replied as he tried to push the memory of Listen's death smile out of his thoughts. The doctor began to say the words while humming the tune, and he listened to them as they were translated by the device still on his tunic. "Baby of ours, I am your mother. Baby of ours, this is your father. A gift you are from above, you grew in me with our love. Always know we will cherish you. Always know we will love you true. Little Magnati, it is time to sleep. Little Magnati, here's my heart to keep. Baby of ours, I am your moth, please stop. I cannot listen anymore," he whispered quietly, feeling himself losing control of his emotions as the lullaby made him think of his mate and younglings. "Of course, I understand," the healer replied as it continued to attach wires to his head. "Do you consent to an engrammatic transfer?" it asked after it had finished attaching the wires and a very small device on his left temple. "What is that? Transfer what?" he asked, confused by the question. The healer stepped back 4 hands and pointed to one of the devices. "This is an engrammatic transfer system. It will allow us to copy your memories for posterity. We do this to record the atrocities committed by the hateful creature so that the galaxy would never forget what happened to your people." "Is it dangerous? Will I forget my family?" he asked, staring at the mirrored faceplate of the healer and wondering what it looked like. "No and no. It is completely safe, and you will not forget anything," the healer replied, his hands hovering over 2 blinking displays. "Then I consent. When do I get to eat?" he asked, his stomach pangs starting to grow stronger again. "Soon," the healer replied. "Please hold still." There was a sudden flash of light inside of his mind, followed by droning from the machine that was waving around his head. There was another flash of light inside his head, and then the healer removed the wires, leaving the small device still attached to his left temple. The healer spoke again as it continued to move the equipment away from him. "I am leaving the engrammatic recorder on. It will continue to transcribe your thoughts until you decide to remove it." The healer then typed for a few moments before turning back to face him. "That's it, you are finished. Thank you for being a good patient, and you can go eat. Take this with you and give it to the table attendant," the doctor said before taking a small metallic chip off a nearby tray and holding against a small panel. "That's it," he replied in disbelief as he hopped off the bed onto his feet. The healer responded as it held the chip closer for him to take. "Yes, you are in relatively good health despite your malnutrition. Thank you for agreeing to the transfer. It will allow us to better prepare for the traumatic stress disorders that will arise among your people when this is all over." Shilin did not really understand what the healer was talking about, but he bobbed his head like he did as he took the chip before flicking his head in thanks. He hurried away from the healer and headed right to the food table attendant, holding out the small chip with trembling hands as his closeness to the food induced anxiety. The attendant took the chip and inserted it into a pad it was holding. There were several beeps, and then the attendant took the chip back out of the pad and handed it back to him. "You have been cleared to eat 7 calnuts in weight of food. Please follow the limit guidelines and place the plate on the scale. Each plate is 1 calnut in weight," the attendant said after consulting the pad. Shilin was surprised that they were using the Yivasi weight measurement, and he flicked his head in thanks before turning around and darting towards the stack of plates. He grabbed one and got on the line, his hunger pangs turning painful as he waited for his turn to take food. He finally was next, and he grabbed the spoon and filled it with what looked like dilna stew from the food tray. Shilin weighed the plate on the scale, and it totaled 5 calnuts in weight, as the scale displayed Yivasi numerals. The smell of the spices in the stew made him salivate. He had not tasted any spices since the overlords came. He subtracted 1 calnut for the plate, and carefully scooped the rest of his allotment onto the plate, ignoring the impatient muttering behind him as he finally got 98 calnuts of food in weight. He glanced at the watching attendant, who bobbed his head at him in approval. He turned around and walked to one of the small tables where other Yivasi were eating. The other Yivasi barely looked at him as he took an empty seat. They were all too engrossed by their food to be courteous and welcome him to the table as custom demanded. He was not the least bit slighted by their lack of decorum. He lifted a spoonful of the stew and put it in his mouth, savoring the taste as he slowly chewed the first real food he had since the overlords arrived. Shilin took his time, making sure to chew each spoonful of stew until there was almost nothing before swallowing it. Waves of pleasure emanated from deep inside of him as the food traveled down to the first of his two stomachs. He was wondering how the new arrivals were able to make so much food when he saw the table attendant walk over to a large machine on the side and press on its pad a few times. There was a low hum followed by a subdued flash of light within the machine, and the attendant opened a small door before reaching inside of it. It removed its hands from the machine, holding another steaming tray of dilna stew, and walked the tray over to the food table. It placed the full tray on the table before removing an empty tray and bringing it back to the machine. They can make food out of nothing. No wonder they were able to defeat the evil ones and make them flee. Why didn't they come sooner if they are so powerful? He thought as he continued to look around. There had been a steady stream of new Yivasi arrivals as they were rescued by their new friends and brought to the base, and it was starting to get crowded inside. His plate was now empty, and he got up and followed other Yivasi as they placed the dirty plates into a nearby bin, adding his own to the growing pile. A nearby attendant then directed them to line up and follow it. Shilin and 12 other Yivasi fell in line and followed the black-suited attendant out of the structure and towards an even larger structure, almost 200 hands away. He looked up, and there were now 3 of the massive black ships floating in the sky. Above that had dozens of small, fast-moving ships exiting them and heading in multiple directions. Shilin looked back down and followed the Yivasi in front of him, ignoring the accidental kicks from the one behind him as they reached the new structure and entered it. This one was filled with beds along both sides, and he walked towards an empty one, claiming it. On the bed was a single article of clothing and a large, fluffy piece of fabric. The attendant was speaking loudly, and he listened as the translator device changed the words to Yivasi. On each bed is a single-piece uniform and a towel for bathing. The showers are in the structure next to this one. Please take both with you and dump the clothes you are wearing into the incinerator before showering. After you are done, put on the jumpsuit and pull on this tag. The attendant held up a uniform it was holding and pointed to a small attachment hanging off one of the arms before continuing. The tag will activate the fibers, and the suit will conform to your body. Leave your translator devices on the bed you have selected and place your palm on the scanner next to it. Please state your name twice while the scanner takes a genetic sample and then go to the showers. I will be your attendant for now. My name is Yangith and I am Scarthai. Any questions or issues you may have, please bring them to me. That is all. The attendant walked away and stood by the door, waiting for them to scan in before leading them to the showers. He looked around the bed and saw a glossy black rectangular object on the side. Shilin placed his hand on it and it powered on. He then said his name twice. Shilin Damrath. Shilin Damrath. The scanner flashed and then beeped, and above it appeared a small hologram of his name. He picked up the jumpsuit and towel, joining the others that had scanned in and already started to gather around the doorway. When everybody had lined up, Yangith led them to the structure right next to the one they were just in, and quickly showed the incinerator location and how to use the showers before heading back outside. He peeled off his tunic, carefully avoiding looking at anyone as he did so, and pushed the filthy cloth through the receptacle of the incinerator before heading to an empty shower stall. Shilin pulled on the string hanging from the showerhead above him, and a stream of clean, warm water came out of it. He stood there for a while, exulting in the luxurious sensation of water cleaning his body for the first time since the evil ones arrived and polluted the rivers and lakes where they used to bathe every day. They quickly found out that the toxic runoff from the overlords' factories and foundries would burn skin and poison them when the aquatic life started dying and rotting, further polluting the waters. Soon after their arrival, the shores and banks were filled with the rotting corpses of the local terrestrial wildlife that drank from them in desperation as they suffered from severe dehydration. His people stopped going near the death waters that they could smell from thousands of hands away, and soon they were all covered in soot and grime. Smelling the foulness of themselves and others became part of their lives, and they endured their terrible filth as best as they could. Shilin pressed against the dispenser on one of the stall walls and lathered the soap on his body, staring down at the drain as the soap removed the filth and turned the water black. He soaped and lathered himself repeatedly until the water running off his body was finally clear, before reluctantly pulling on the string again and turning the water off. Shilin wrapped himself in the soft towel and stepped out of the stall before heading to the row of basins along the other wall and activating the dental dispenser that Yangith had shown them how to use. A disposable tooth cleaner popped out, and he placed it under the dispenser to fill the head of the brush with a thick, clear paste. He remembered the instructions Yang Gith had given during the demonstration, and started awkwardly rubbing the brush along his disgusting, filthy teeth. The Yivasi would use the young shoots of the taro plant by fraying the ends and rubbing them along their teeth. The shoots had medicinal properties that prevented tooth decay and freshened their breaths. The taro plant had a symbiotic relationship with the gamla trees, and they disappeared when the gamla tree forests were cut down to fuel the factories and foundries. Shilin brushed his teeth until his gums started to bleed, and the basin was flecked with bright green lifeblood. He used his third eye to peek at the sinks next to him, seeing that the others were doing the same thing. After rinsing his mouth one last time, he quickly dried himself off and put on the oversized uniform before clasping the two sides of the torso slit together. The magnetic slit sealed itself, and he pulled on the tag. The uniform shrunk to accommodate his gaunt body, and the material was soft. He moved around in it, relishing the feeling of wearing clean clothes again. He left the structure and went back to his bed. His name was still displayed above the scanner, and he sat on the bed for the first time, shocked by how soft and pliable the thin mattress was. Yang Gith came back in after everyone had returned and waited until things were settled down before addressing them. On the doctor's orders, the meal you had will be the only one until first light. There are concerns of refeeding syndrome and gastrointestinal distress. You will all be scanned by the doctor again, and if all goes well, you will be allowed to have 2 meals. When you are ready to sleep, place your hand on the scanner again and say the word sleep 3 times. This will activate the privacy field around your bed and block all light. Please be courteous to your neighbors. The field does not block sounds for safety reasons. Are there any questions? A Yivasi closer to Yangith bobbed her head and spoke. Why are some of you still wearing your head coverings and others are not? We are grateful that you have come, but it is important for us Yivasi to see the faces of others for trust to develop. Even the overlords showed their terrible faces to us instead of hiding them behind masks. Yangith bobbed its head as the Yivasi finished asking her questions and answered. The Galactic Federation has many different member species within it. It was decided by our leadership to slowly reveal ourselves to you over the next several days to avoid creating panic and possible revulsion by forcing you to look upon the faces of many different beings. There are also some species that are required to stay sealed within their suits, as there are microbes on your planet that will make them very ill and possibly die if exposed to these microbes. Shilin raised his voice to be heard over the murmuring of the others. Are you one of those who are in danger of falling ill? I have already met Grilka and Tyrion, and I would like to see your face as well if you are comfortable with removing your covering. He noticed that the others were staring at him, and he felt his face go warm with embarrassment at the sudden attention. Yangith did not respond right away, seeming unsure on how to proceed. Shilin started feeling ashamed for putting pressure on it to show its face. What if they have hideous faces? He was just about to apologize and ask to be forgiven for his rudeness when Yangith finally spoke. I will remove my covering if that is what you wish for me to do. I apologize ahead of time if you find my appearance offensive or frightening. It lifted one of its 4-fingered hands and activated the head covering. The head covering started to disassemble and fold back behind the head, and Shilin's shame became stronger at forcing the attendant to expose itself like this. As the covering folded back, he saw a small mouth first, with 2 holes above it. The covering folded back completely, and he now saw Yangith's face. Its skin was glistening with moisture and pale blue. It had dark red eyes on the sides of its narrow face, like the horned rillath that used to eat the vine plants that encircled the trunks of the gamla trees. Shilin got a sense that Yangith was of a people that lived in or around water, and he was utterly fascinated by the fleshy spines that bisected its head from the top and continued down past the neck joint. I hope my appearance does not cause you distress, Yangith stated timidly as it looked around at the Yivasi assembled in front of it. Shilin answered him, I find your appearance wondrous. Thank you for allowing us to see your true face. I hope this is not rude of me, but are you male or female? The other Yivasi bobbed their heads in agreement, and Yangith looked at him before answering. I am male, though we give birth to our brood after Scarthai females transfer the fertilized eggs to us for gestation. Shilin gasped in delight at the amazing revelation, and Yangith smiled at them, displaying thick square teeth within its small mouth. Yangith looked like he was just about to say something when a piercing alarm erupted within the structure, and the lights dimmed. Yangith looked at them, his red eyes filled with worry as he started yelling.